tea break. Sends it down here and knocks him over. That is an absolute beauty. A Kumar special.
That's one of the best deliveries I've ever seen in the
And that'll be 50 for Jaiswal. They'll settle for 3. And rousing reports from the Indian fans here at the MCG. An important knock. And the follow-up, Jaiswal and fans flip the 2 mid on. Took off. Shocking mix-up. Cummins in. Out. Jaiswal stranded at the wrong end. What a waste.
Well, the youngsters had an absolute brain fade there. It's his fault.
Boland to Coley, who nibbled at it. He's nicked it. Boland's got him. The local hero strikes late, and it is the precious wicket of Virat Kohli.
They say run-outs cause collapses. And here we go.
Scotty Boland to him. Akash fence it up in the air. He's caught at the leg gully. Lyon tumbles forward to hold in. And Boland's doing the business late in the day.
Well, this has been a massive 20 minutes. Scotty Boland again. And India now reeling.
We'll still come back and continue to fight tomorrow morning. Energy is very good in the dressing room. We're all positive. It will just be about us trying to fight really hard and get things done for the team.
Australia played right to the edges, claiming their advantages in the dying minutes of sessions. A disastrous final phase for India that included self-inflicted wounds, squandered the hard graft with the bats. Smith drives, 4 points all the way across the turf. Delivers to Smith, first ball, gets it fine enough, 4 runs. Up and bowls, and Smith hooks towards fine leg, gets plenty of it. And it's gone all the way. Faces up to Siraj. He goes after the boundary. He hooks it superbly. Down to the boundary for 6. Smith faces up. He plays through the field and adds to his immense deeds here at the MCG with a 5th Test century. It clatters into the rope. 11 tons against India will stand as testimony to the greatness of Steve Smith.
And this is what great players do. They rise to the occasion. The bigger the day, the bigger the performance, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
You know, I've played the game for long enough now to know there's a difference, I think, between being out of form and out of runs. I thought I was hitting the ball nicely, having some faith and confidence. You just got to have faith that you're going to turn it around, keep trusting the processes and letting go of each ball, as I said before, and concentrating on the next one.
Steve Smith enters a late career renaissance with back-to-back centuries in the series. It was a milestone with historic trimmings, emphasising Smith's dominance against the arch foe of the age.
India have been dismantled here, and it started at the top with Rohit. He's been moving the field, just following the ball the whole time. It's not been proactive captaincy at all. From yesterday to today, it's been reactive, and they look like they're in disarray at the moment.
He's going to be the captain back up the top of the list. Rohit Sharma. Cummins in, got the short leg. Bowls to Rohit, who pulls awkwardly towards mid-on, and it's taken comfortably. Cummins gets Rohit. It's an ugly dismissal. His career's really on the line now.
Yeah, that was indecisive. Just climbed on him, but it wasn't there to be playing that shot against the new ball. He looks dejected.
Yeah, woeful shot, indecisive. We know it's his feature shot, the swivel pull shot, and not committed. I wonder if he really had a go at it, would he have got away with it? But a soft dismissal.
Rohit has progressively unravelled at the MCG.
3, 6, 10 and 3 in the Test matches. Across his last 14 Test innings, 152 runs at 10.8.
Averaging 5.5. Siraj is averaging 6.
What if Rohit had never come?
Would they be in a worse position? No.
Indian journalists have started writing the epitaph. Alarm bells ringing everywhere.
And the pressure mounts on Rohit Sharma. From his hapless tactics in the field to a telling dismissal back at the top of the order, is the captain a man without a position? This is day 3 from the MCG on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
2 days packed with fans, stacked with action, delivers Australia to an imperious position on Saturday at the MCG. A lead of 310 after that late flurry. India 5 for 164. when play resumes. It's a beautiful sunbathed site here in Melbourne for the time being. Gerard Whateley with you on SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Simon Katich, hello.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning, Flem, and all our listeners.
Damien, Fleming, welcome.
Morning, Gerard, Cato, and listeners. Can't wait. How good. The crowds have been phenomenal. The cricket's been fantastic. First hour again, so important, isn't it? The Australians railroad India here. You know, they are batting again, probably getting big score.
We sat here yesterday and pondered, what does the modern day coach tell kids about cricket, ramping and scooping and the like? One truism out of yesterday was you play every minute of every session. You play to the death, and Australia got its advantages right at the end of 2 sessions.
Well, I remember being on in that last session, Gerard, and talking about that last half an hour and knowing from experience that there's windows in tests where you just got to make sure you finish the job off. It doesn't seem like a lot, half an hour to bat, but it is. You know, it's still another 7 or 8 overs, and having been there and done it, is you've got to be sharp. And India weren't sharp for that split second. There was a moment of madness, and look what happened. 3 wickets fell in the space of 10 minutes, and that's what can happen against very good teams like Australia. They just keep coming and coming. They wait for that opening, and then when they get the opening, they hammer the door down and charge in, and they were all there together doing it. It was brilliant from the Australians. India could have gone to stumps last night, 2 down, in a really good position to stay in the series, and we talked about it off air. They could have come to Sydney still being 1-1 if they come back today 2 for 150 and these two get hundreds, Jaiswal and Kohli. But no, they're back in the pavilion, and now they're scrambling to stay in this test match and the series.
They were 2 for 153, so they're probably 2 for 180. And we know Jaiswal's a young player, but he goes big. And this pitch may be at its best for batting today. So, and a run out can just change things. I reckon it was the last dismissal I was even thinking about, but it happened. Confusion from the 2 Indian batters. And then Boland, you know, didn't get a wicket in his first spell for a change. But he's unperturbed, is he? He just goes, I'm just going to keep nailing my stock ball, and he cashes in on the back of that run out. So you're exactly right, and this is why we love Test match cricket. You just got to compete and be tactically sound every ball. You can't let an opposition in, and India have. You know, they could have. Jaiswal and Kohli, the way they were going, you know, they could have got a first innings lead because they've got a deep batting order as well.
It was an incredible turn of events because they just registered the 50-run partnership on a beautiful boundary from Jaiswal. They come together mid-pitch. They bump gloves. There's less than half an hour's left in the day play. And then just craziness. And in 8 balls, both of them are gone. So CSI Melbourne is there's always a forensic investigation around every run out. Simon Katich, you were on. You saw it live. Give us your verdict.
Oh, well, look, I saw it as I saw it. And if people want to blame Kohli, then good luck to them. That's their opinion. But what I saw yesterday was a young kid hammer it to mid-on hard. And Pat Cummins is no slouch in the field. He's a serious athlete. He got to that ball that quickly that's why Virat Kohli didn't go anywhere, because he knew how hard that ball went to mid-on. I would have been exactly the same. I would have been calling wait because of the way the ball went to mid-on. It went at pace. It didn't go softly. And if it went softly, then I get it. I get there would be, you know, a reason to blame Kohli. But there's no way you could blame him for that yesterday. There was no run there. Both ends were in play. So if Cummins picks the ball up, which he did, he could have gone bowler's end, keeper's end with a direct hit, and both are out. So that's the key to the decision in my book, is that if both ends are in play, there's no run. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I think instinctively Kohli at the other end, just seeing how hard it was hit and who to, you just think that he's not going to call yes there. Not that you got a lot of time. These are all split seconds, but he's been out there for tens of thousands of balls throughout his career. I think instinctively he wouldn't have been thinking about a run. And we don't know whether he had time to say no or it was just turning the back. But Jaiswal was just dominated. It was a run that wasn't needed. I know you don't need, you need to be looking for singles and rotating the strike, particularly against this Australian attack. But you must know when you hit the ball that, oh, damn, I've hit that too well. So, no, I think it's the youngsters' fault. And it's just opened up the door.
And then Kohli goes 8 balls later as Boland just nagging away. it's impossible to separate these things, isn't it? When you're out in the middle and it sits so heavily over the game, and then he's finally drawn to play. It wasn't a lashing drive or anything, but he was drawn to play at a ball that he had been leaving.
Yeah, and that makes you wonder whether that had rattled him, what happened, because it was out of the run of play. You know, he'd been so disciplined with his hands. We talked about it throughout that innings, and Australia were dumping it out wide, trying to get him to play away from his body, but he was keeping his hands in really tight and really disciplined. And when he did drive, it was generally pretty close to his body. He was driving back through mid-off and only just wide of mid-off to the left. So he wasn't looking for that sort of squarer drive or through cover, which has been his trademark for so long. And his discipline was excellent, but you just wonder whether the distraction of the run out was still there and he just got lured into playing away from his body, because the one he nibbled at, there was no need for him to play at it, much like the one in Brisbane, and he paid the price, and you could tell that he was bitterly disappointed with himself after doing a lot of hard work.
Yeah, something changed because he was on, wasn't he? That was as well as he'd left the ball, including his 100 at Perth. So, as I said, each ball's in Test match cricket such a big contest. You know, you need to be focused just on the next ball coming down, and maybe there was something in the back of his mind about the run out that changes the game. You lift as a fielding team, you lift as a bowling team too. And Boland just nails that type of line and length, doesn't he? You know, he can nip it back, he can nip it away. He bowls a fraction fuller than the other Australians. You know, he forces you to play shots you don't want to. So it's also about the unrelenting stock ball from Scott Boland as well.
Can you be too angry as an ageing cricketer? So Kohli's been drawn into every imaginable fight from the airport to the ground, and then last night as he's departing the scene down the tunnel at the city end of the MCG, there's a lot going on. There's a tempest around it. There's a lot being said, and he returns to offer his views to a spectator and then is ushered away in one of those. He's been subjected to too much in that moment, but for the most part, sportsmen just walk through that and let it wash over.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there's been anger inside brewing, and it started at the airport and it's lingered throughout this test, obviously with what we saw on day one with Constas, and then even again yesterday with the dismissal. I don't like seeing that stuff in the race, because that's the players' sort of private space, and you get that the crowd's there and it's close, but you know, there's always going to be, it's easy to take a pot shot from the crowd when someone's departing in that situation like he did yesterday. So, but as a player, you've got to realise that you've just got to block it out and try not to respond. But there's no doubt there's plenty eating away at him, and maybe the biggest thing that's eating away is Father Time, the fact that he's trying to be how he was in his prime, but unfortunately it catches up, and we've seen it this series, you know, where he would come here and dominate Australia and score 100 after 100. He's found it tough this series, and when he got the 100 in Perth, it was in a situation where India were well ahead of the game, but since then he's found it hard to dominate Australia in what's been a tough series for him personally. And it's probably been a lack of patience at times. We saw that in Brisbane. And then yesterday, you know, he did a lot right yesterday. He looked on yesterday, and I thought there's every chance he goes big here. And that's what the champions do in front of a big crowd. India need him to stand up, and he looked like he wanted to stand up yesterday. It was scripted for him. And then the way it played out with the run out and then him nibbling at one, that would be eating away at him inside for sure.
Yeah, the other Indian player who's under the pump is Rohit Sharma. But they look like they're getting to the end of their careers, the reverse swing stage of their careers. But they're almost separate, aren't they? As passionate, as angry, as far as Kohli is, Rohit Sharma seems to be getting more and more lethargic, isn't it? That they're separating. You're seeing less passion. Every DRS where the bowlers ask for, he puts his hands on his head, not another one. You know, like it seems like the game is just all over him at the moment. I thought he started all right with the bat too, Rohit Sharma. He definitely looked the best I'd seen for the series, but that was such a woeful shot, a nothing shot that didn't need to be played, or if it was going to be played, more in a positive manner. So they've got two of their legends and leaders in real problems at the moment. So, you know, can the rest of the team divorce themselves from that? I think Rishabh Pant looks a very resilient character, that he'll just play his way. Jadeja's a fighter, did really well up in Brizzy. But if they don't fight it out this morning, this could be a series deciding session or half a day, and then Sydney could be real problems for them.
It's one of those really awkward moments is Rowett looks a man without a place in the team anymore. And we saw it. We saw it in Perth and it just looked right. And then he returns and everything's sort of been scrambled around him.
Yeah, it's been a tough series. It's so disjointed when you look back at it now and you wonder whether that's just been an outlier, which at the time it didn't feel like it because you just saw this energy from India, backs against the wall after getting rolled for 150 day one in conditions that didn't really suit them, particularly with the bat, and then they come out and put on 200 in that second innings and romp to victory and absolutely hammer Australia at a venue they've never lost at. So it's been a huge turnaround and Australia deserve a lot of credit for that. So I know Rohit Sharma's, and we've given him some criticism, and he deserves it because he hasn't been at his best, particularly with the bat, and that's his most important role. But his next most important role with some of these young quicks is with the tactics and the fields they set. And he struggled here at the MCG. We saw it first day. I mean, Constas was doing all the damage, and you can understand the field spreading, no problems. But Usman Khawaja then, he faces a field that has two slips and a cover, and he'd hardly played a cover drive. And that's where the opposition skipper's mind scrambled because he's just been sucked in to what's happening at one end and not realising that, no, there's a different game being played at the other end with Khawaja. Stick to what we were planning originally. So, look, it is tough because there's other candidates in that team. Bumrah obviously put his hand up, was brilliant in Perth. And then the future skipper that no doubt everyone's talking about has just been dropped for no apparent reason, Shubman Gill, because of team balance. That, I can't believe that's happened, and we talked about it day one. That was a massive call to get rid of Shubman Gill. Yeah, it was a poor shot in Brisbane, but everyone's played a poor shot in Test cricket, so you don't crucify a bloke for one bad shot.
And Ravi Ashwin should be playing this Test. So what's happened there? He's obviously retired because he sees he's either been told or he just feels, I'm not playing again. But I think he'd have real impact here. Washington Sundar bowling darts. In that first Test, they had Padikkal at 3 and Jarrell at 6, who didn't get a lot of runs, but their energy, Jarrell took a brilliant catch. Like, their energy in the field sort of helped as well, didn't it? And Bumrah, you knew who the captain was. And I thought he was proactive. I know it's handy when you're a gun bowler to bring yourself on, but just everything seemed up. Kohli looked engaged when Bumrah was captain. So that just seemed a really good balance. But it just, as you said, it just doesn't seem like it's a well-planned execute. As soon as Rohit Sharma's going to miss the first Test, well, this is the way we're going to do things. It's like Rohit Sharma's captaincy, their selections, they're just reactive.
Well, the other thing that stands out when we go back to Adelaide, India were brilliant with the ball day one in Perth, and we saw it in the pitch maps, full, straight, hitting the stumps. So then the next Test, when they had the opportunity, under lights, day one, and yes, they hadn't got as many as they should have with the bat, all out for 180, but that first night, it was doing plenty. Rohit Sharma standing at first slip. He saw it all unfold, and yet they didn't change their line of length. They were way too short. They were around the 7-8 metre mark, and they weren't hitting the stumps too wide. If you can't see that from first slip, then you shouldn't be in the job because you've got the best view in the house, and he didn't rectify it. It wasn't until the next morning that they'd obviously gone away, looked at the pitch maps, and then adjusted and went fuller. And within probably an over or two, McSweeney was out. That should have happened the night before. So that's why you have to be critical, because the horse had bolted, and it's been bolting the last couple of Tests. It's always reactive to what's just unfolded in front of him.
Our pre-matches for the 7-seed Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. There was so much of yesterday that was Australian. This is the way Australia's played its cricket at home. Industrial-sized runs with the talisman making the big score, and then the hunt begins on the opposition. And the captain, with one magnificent delivery, a run out, and targeting the opposition captain and progressively breaking them down. As this is the cricket Australia's played for so long at home on home soil, which has been missing for a little while, but is absolutely back.
I love the pitch too. I wouldn't mind all the pitches being a little bit closer to this one, because I think everyone gets to play a part, doesn't they? That Smithy, that was a better 100 than the one at the Gabba. I just loved watching that. I hope he gets the chance to get another one in the second innings. And Pat Cummins, there is a bit more of a method to the Australian team.
Pat Cummins said, I don't mind being underdone going into the first test, and I'll get going during the series. Like, for me, that's maybe one Shield game. I want you to still hit the first test running, but it's basically backed up what he said, isn't it? He's got better and better in every test, and I've got one goal in this warm-up. I need to get to Patrick Cummins. I need to get him to explain what was happening with that ball, because that looked like it not only it actually showed a bit of outswing. And from his release, it's almost impossible to bowl an outswing from there. And I remember it was 4 years ago, he knocked over Pujara, nipping back, and then one that hit the seam off stump. And I did message him going, did you seriously say in the press conference you saw the ball nipping in on that thing and just changed the seam around and it hit the top of off stump? I mean, that's just brilliant bowling to be able to problem solve in game but still have that execution. When you change the grip around, it doesn't feel normal. If you change it one way, you might push the ball down the leg side or offside, or you bowl too short. That's one of the best deliveries I've ever seen.
And we talk about, India in these last three tests, but a lot of it's been because Australia had been on. And yes, we were critical of them first test, but rightfully so. It was a poor performance. And sometimes you need a good roast to wake up and realise it's not acceptable. And they have. And to their credit, they've responded in the best possible fashion with their actions on the field. And it's been noticeable. There's been hundreds scored. Head led the charge. Smith joined the party at Gabba. And then Smith's backed up again here. But at the top order runs here have been consistent. They all cashed in and got the job done. And what was challenging conditions first day. But the bowlers, we knew that was probably going to be Australia's strength in this series, and they've gotten better and better. And that just goes to show that, when Pat Cummins leads with the ball, as we've seen from Adelaide on, Australia a completely different unit, and he's been brilliant.
And Scott Boland's massive. You lose someone of Josh Hazlewood's experience and skill. You're not replacing that. You don't have a like for like. Scott Boland, we are not a lesser team when he comes in for someone like Josh Hazlewood. That he's outstanding.
The pitch report for Charisma potatoes. Start cooking with Charisma potatoes with 25% less carbs is one of the features of MCG pitches as they go through unmarked. And this is unmarked after 2 days of cricket.
There's not a lot of markings. There's the odd little indent that you can see in the grass, but not compared to maybe had it started a little bit softer. And I think we could hear it on day one. It felt like it was hard because you could hear the bat tapping on the crease and felt like they were tapping concrete. But it looks a good track. So even talking to Nathan Lyon this morning, it feels like he sensed that they've still got some hard work to do here because the ball's 46 overs old and these guys can play. Jadeja got a very good 77 at the Gabba and he only got out because he was trying to get quick runs with the tail. And we know that Rishabh Pant is going to play how Rishabh Pant plays. He'll be unpredictable. So they'll still feel like they need another partnership here to push Australia deeper into this test.
Yeah, and it's 5 down, but a tail ender's out. So and they're batting deep, aren't they? Washington Sundar was at 8, was he? Yeah, Reddy at 7. So no, they've still got plenty of batting. But I think the Australian team, if they come out in this first hour, I know the ball's a little bit old, but Smithy was saying the ball was still swinging the 70th over for India, and we've certainly got that skill and quicker. So once again, it just looks like an absorbing session. It's been a thrilling series. Can India throw something back at Australia? Put it back on them a little bit because everything you've said about the pitch, this could be a really good batting day.
Yeah, so at 5 down, how far might they take it? They trail by 310. Australia will bat next in the test match regardless of where that happens, which means the bit of Sam Constas at some stage today ought to draw a few in, I reckon.
I would have thought so, Gerard. Because I think he'll go again. Like if that's, depending on how the wicket's playing, but, if he feels like that's his best option against that length delivery against Bumrah, well, it worked because it put him off. So, it'll be interesting to see.
If you think about coming, get here.
Yeah.
Over 80,000, day 1, day 2.
Yeah.
Can we get over 50 today?
Well, the other thing too is Steve Smith could potentially score 10,000 test runs today.
Yes.
He's not far away now. What's it down to, 40?
51.
51.
Yep.
Or does he want it in Sydney?
And sync up to SEN cricket. I mean, what more can you ask for, Jerry?
Can't ask for much more than that. Constant engagement with the crowd is really something to behold right now, as you can't manufacture that. That's him, and that's everyone's choice in the crowd. They were watching him. Everything that he did is the only time I can think of that is when you go to India and Kohli. Everyone just watches Kohli. It doesn't matter where he is on the field. So Constance could G up the crowd from anywhere that he was, and there was a portion of the crowd that would instantly respond to him because they were just watching him. It was amazing.
But how apt he was doing it under the Shane Warne stand.
Yeah.
Warney would be happy with that. He loved brash young players. Got to interview Hugh Jackman on day one, myself at the MCC, The Greatest Showman. I think Constance is showing him up a little bit there, isn't he? He G'd him up the whole day. Give him a bowl.
Oh, wouldn't that be something? I feel like we need to know more about that as the day goes on. So we're set up for day 3 here at the MCG, an hour away from the first ball. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. There's a poll up on SEN Cricket at X to apportion blame in the run-out. I don't fancy Virat Kohli's chances in a public poll right now, regardless of common sense or replays. But if you want to cast your vote, it's there for you, and we'll keep tabs throughout the day. Nathan Lyon is about... Actually, you're due downstairs, Simon. Nathan Lyon's about to join us, and Stuart Fox, the Chief Executive of the MCC, will be in the box during our pre-match. The play will resume with India, 5 for 164. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
We've got delays on the Monash Freeway as you are heading into the city with a truck fire just prior to Yarra Boulevard. There are 2 lanes closed and speeds are down to 40. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Zamel's Boxing Day sale is on now with up to a whopping 70% off selected diamonds, gold, watches and more. Shop Zamel's in-store and online today. And the Stars take on the Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Are you ready to go to a new level with Mitsubishi? Get along to Chadstone Mitsubishi and lock in your test drive. If you're ready for adventure, the all-new Triton is available for immediate delivery and an absolute game changer. Plus, you'll get the Diamond Advantage 10-year warranty and 10 years cap price servicing. Get up and about with Chadstone Mitsubishi. Go meet the team, test drive the new Triton and heaps more. Visit chadstonemitsubishi.com.au. LMCT 11716.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Get more for your bet with UPC Showdown. It's one bet over 12 races. Simply enter the showdown by placing a bet starting from $10. Then choose Quick Pick or select your own runners. Points are earned for winning or placing in each race and added together over the 12 races, with the highest ranked punters sharing the prize pool. Make UPC Showdown your best bet. Download the UPC Showdown app from the App Store. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
The stuck in traffic but dreaming about Waikiki Macca's Run, featuring the new Hawaiian burger range and pineapple sundae. So, Macca's Run? Available after 10:30am for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Tyre Power's big December deal sale is on now. Get ready to power through the festive season and get 4 for the price of 3 on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. To find your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
Picture a car. No, not the one you're in. One that's stylish inside and out, with an expansive panoramic curved display, powered by a hybrid engine designed to take you further.
Don't you know I'm in a band?
Ever test-driven a better car than yours? Tucson Hybrid by Hyundai. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom today.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles. Tilers save with Beaumonts. No need for a third umpire.
Stunningly good crowds across the first 2 days. 87,242 on Boxing Day. And yesterday, 85,147. And the Saturday of cricket might be the pick of the lot. There's so much on offer here. India 5 for 164 when Part and Jadeja resume. The deficit is 310. SEN Test Cricket will be for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Each day we check in with the Australian camp for smarter lights. Nathan Lyon is downstairs with Adam Collins and Simon Katich.
Nathan Lyon, thank you for joining SEN Test Cricket. What's the old adage? Run-outs can cause collapses, something like that late yesterday with 3 for 5 and get you guys right back where you want to be.
Yeah, 100%. Good piece of fielding from Pat, I guess, but nice hands by Cares to clean it up. But, yeah, I know, as I said the other night, they're absolute coach killers, aren't they? So run out. So, yeah, no, pressure does funny things. But, yeah, they'll credit to Jaspal and Vera. I thought they were batting quite nicely on a wicket that is offering a little bit there for the bowlers. So, yeah, all good.
It opened up the last half an hour to Scotty Boland. He loves bowling in that last half an hour here with the MCG crowd behind him. Goes bang, bang.
Yeah, he's pretty special, isn't he? And something about late in the day with Scotty with the ball in hand. So hopefully we can do it nice and early this morning and put a little bit more pressure on Jadeja and Rishabh. Obviously they've got some quality batters to come as well. So job's not done. But yeah, Scott's been fantastic.
And we've seen the MCG wicket in the last couple of years have a lot of, life in it for the quicks, but we saw in the last couple of days a little bit of turn and bounce. How do you expect this to play in the next few days, and will it deteriorate a bit more than what we've seen previously?
Not sure we'll deteriorate too much more, to be honest with you. There's not much footmarks out there, but the positive sign is that Jadeja and Washi were spinning off the middle of the wicket. So I actually think it's a really good cricket wicket at the moment. If you're good enough for the bat, you'll score runs, and if you're good enough for the ball, hopefully you'll create chances if you're good enough to hang in there for long periods of time. So there is a bit of spin, a little bit of seam, but it's still, you're able to score some runs out there as well, and you obviously get your value for shots here as well. So I think it's heading the right way for a great test match.
And it's been a strange summer for you personally. You bowled a fair bit in the second innings in Perth, but since then probably haven't had the volume of overs that you're probably used to, given the way the games have played out. But from here now on in MCG and obviously SCG coming up, how do you see that changing at all?
Yeah, I see myself getting the opportunity or getting the ball in the hand a little bit more and playing my role, probably what I'm more used to. Obviously, the Test summer's been a little bit different to what I was expecting as well. So that's totally okay. The guys they've been bowling well, and if we're able to keep bowling sides out and under 250 or under 300, we're doing our job as a bowling unit. So no doubt I'll get my chance at some stage. But then we've also got Sri Lanka in a couple of weeks as well, and I'm pretty sure I'll cash in there.
Yesterday we saw your captain, Pat Cummins, bowl. It's like a catalogue of these balls hit the top of off from him now. Do you reckon that might be the best of the lot, knocking over KL Rahul on the stroke of yesterday?
I haven't really seen the replay of it, to be honest with you. One ball that stands out to me is Rudy at Manchester. I think that's out there on a pretty Old Trafford flat bottom wicket type thing. But he's pretty special. All our guys in that change room, in my eyes, are fantastic bowlers, and I'm pretty lucky to be a part of it.
We saw the young man Sam Constas out in front of Bay 13 yesterday doing his thing. He was actually in front of the Indian active support as well, revving them up. He's obviously not short of confidence.
That's one way to put it. But no, he's definitely not short of confidence. It's great energy to have. Let's not beat around it, and he's been able to be himself, which is amazing. But Cal, I don't know about your debut. It was a lot different than mine. But hats off to him. But hopefully he can, switch on and do his job when that comes around.
It's an unusual dynamic, isn't it? He's 19. There's no one else in the 20s in the side. I mean, finding common ground other than cricket. Have you guys got much in common, really, other than the fact that you both play the same sport?
No, I think he's nearly hanging out with all the kids at breakfast. So it's a bit different, but no, obviously he's a talent, and he's gone through the ranks and scored lots of runs everywhere he's gone. So I'm not sure, as I said last night, I'm not sure if he understands the enormity of a Boxing Day Test match or the enormity of the baggy green just yet, but he's got plenty of time to come.
I suppose it's a very simple plan for you guys this morning. You've still got 310 runs to play with in terms of your lead, and just go out there and attack hard.
It's about doing our basics really well. The boys, no doubt, recovered well last night. It's about understanding that Richard's probably going to play some different shots and probably out of the normal box that we normally see in Jadeja. We saw that the quality of play that he is up in Brisbane. So, it's going to be about trying to challenge their defence for long periods of time, doing the basics really well and understanding that they are good players and they're allowed to play some good shots, and it's up to us bowlers to make sure that we're banging away on that length and making sure they're challenging their defence.
Brilliant. Nathan Lyon, thanks for joining us as always. Good luck today.
Too easy. Thanks, guys.
Nathan Lyon there with Adam Collins and Simon Katich ahead of day 3 at the MCG. That's thanks to Smarter Light. 80% less energy and carbon usage. Battery free, always compliant, huge savings, Smarter Light environmental exit signs. So the lack of deterioration in pitches here at the MCG has been a quality. In 17 and 18, it was the scourge, but they are amazing strips, unmarked. So how will it play over day 3 and 4? Some of these have been really rapid-fire test matches in recent times. So we see a day 3 where we've had one hot day, one cool day. Batting still looks fine. There's a bit in it for the bowlers. So the push and pull in all of that, and the exceptional crowds that we've had. It's all on the table with the MCC. Stuart Fox, the chief executive here at the ground, is going to join us next. This is the pre-game for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Are you ready to go to a new level with Mitsubishi? Get along to Chadstone Mitsubishi and lock in your test drive. If you're ready for adventure, the all-new Triton is available for immediate delivery and an absolute game changer. Plus, you'll get the Diamond Advantage 10-year warranty and 10 years cap price servicing. Get up and about with Chadstone Mitsubishi. Go meet the team, test drive the new Triton and heaps more. Visit chadstonemitsubishi'com.au. LMCT 11716.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. That's gold! Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Reward for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical, and Martor's mission is to reduce cutting accidents by providing safer ways to cut, so you'll have peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. With advanced safety features, Martor's top quality knives, blades and accessories help you reduce the risk of injuries in the workplace. By eliminating cutting accidents, you'll increase your safety record and reduce costs and lost production time. Martor Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martoraustralia.com.au.
Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day deals are now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off outdoor furniture. And up to 50% off outdoor heating and backyard essentials. Don't miss out. Hurry, online and in-store. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick, so go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Introducing the cheeky late night Macca's Run. Starring the new Cadbury Cherry Ripe McFlurry in chocolate and vanilla. Macca's Run, anyone? Available for a limited time.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Long drive ahead? Make sure you check your tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The Worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance. $400! Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover. The Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid is now here. Discover a roof that doubles as a starry lookout. And a boot so spacious, you can enjoy a dinner for two in there. Plus, it takes you further with fewer stops. Ever driven a family car like the Santa Fe Hybrid? Now you can. Book a test drive at hyundai.com.au or visit your local showroom today.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Our pre-matches for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and the Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. India are out on the ground in front of us going through their warm-ups for Ream, steady, hot and strong. It's been an extraordinary 2024 for the MCG, just thinking back over all the events that we've been here for, from Taylor Swift through a footy season that had an inordinate number of 80-plus thousand, 90-plus thousand crowd. Dusty's 300th comes to mind, as well as all the regular fixtures. And then to have not just day one at 87,000, but day two at 85,000 for the MCG. The true majesty and grandeur of the ground has been on display. The Chief Executive of the MCC is Stuart Fox. Stuart, it's great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Morning, Jared.
What about the past couple of days here at the ground?
It's been something else, hasn't it? Phenomenal. It couldn't have fallen any better for Melbourne. And the crowds, it's just been incredible. So we're absolutely thrilled. The game's on a knife edge, and I'm just so pleased that day three we could potentially get another 70 or 80,000 in the stadium on day three. It's fantastic.
So 85,147 yesterday. Did it surprise you?
It did. I thought day one with the heat we might have seen a bit of a drop, which we did, but it wasn't as significant as we thought. And then the uplift on day two was incredible. I was watching my phone. I've got live data coming through, and it just kept going. I thought we were in for about 75 and 10,000 more than that. So I'm quite excited about what today might bring as well.
Were you unlucky with Boxing Day? So 87,242 with forecasts of 40 degree heat, and it got to 38. Is sort of mind wanders as to what it was going to be.
Yeah, it would have definitely been 93, possibly even 94,000, which would have been an all-time record. So we were a little bit unlucky, but then you get lucky yesterday with the uplift, and I think today I think hopefully we get another big one, and then you ponder on where today's play goes. That could take us into an exciting day 4 and possibly a day 5. Who would have thought we'd have a 5-day test, hey?
What is the capacity for a day of cricket here?
Around 93,000. The two sight screens obviously result in a few seat kills, so official capacity is around 93,000. We can put a few in standing room and bars, and people are quite happy to watch it on screen. So anyway, look, we would have got there on that day 1, but without that heat.
It's tantalising for next summer with the Ashes, isn't it?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, I think people would see this on TV and go, we've got to come next year with England coming out, and I think we could break all sorts of Ashes records next year.
So it feels like, I know there was a posturing period, and there's political wrangling and there's commercial negotiations, but is this validation that this is a permanent event? I know contracts run a certain amount of time and they have to be renewed, but Boxing Day at the MCG just has to be an iconic fixture on the Australian calendar.
Yeah, look, I think there was a lot of posturing. I didn't lose any sleep over it all. You know, the number of people coming through the gates, this is one of the biggest tests in the world, and you just can't beat that. You know, commercially for Cricket Australia, for the broadcasters, for everyone watching it on TV, there's no better sight. And we are in one of the highly recognised, stadiums around the world. So it was never going anywhere, and I don't think Sydney was either. But Cricket Australia are obviously playing that game to just keep everyone on a knife's edge, but you'd never move this test, and I don't think any fans would allow them. I think they'd vote with their feet. So, look, it will always be here as far as we're concerned.
It's 5 great days in Melbourne sport. You host 2 of them, the Grand Final and Boxing Day. There's the Formula One Grand Prix, the men's final at the Australian Open, and the Melbourne Cup. Can more be done, do you think, with the Boxing Day tests? So each one of those events has been growing rapidly with everything that's around it, as well as the crowds. The crowds are obviously supporting this in huge numbers. Is there a feel that more can be done around this event?
Look, it's difficult because of the timing, because people are obviously celebrating Christmas and, feasting and family and friends. And so that's the difficult part. I think Cricket Australia and the government ourselves, we're always thinking about what we can do in the lead up. And that's why we've got activation spaces out in the park. But it is an incredible sporting calendar, and we're always looking to do things differently. And I think with the Ashes coming up next year, obviously the boost to tourism, people coming in for multi-night stays, eating at restaurants, we've got to think about how we can engage everyone for longer and really get them involved.
Is that getting them to come to multiple days of cricket?
Yeah, exactly. And it's not day 1 and 2 you've actually got to work on. It's 3, 4 and possibly 5 to make sure you're getting people engaged in the cricket. And I think this test will set us up for next year because, day 3 and 4 are tantalising, I think. And I think we're going to have big crowds on, typically the days where it does tend to drop off a little bit.
There's a tempest around Virat Kohli in this test match. It plays out in a couple of different ways. Have you seen the vision last night as he goes down the race?
I have, yes. Yep.
As the ground operator, are you comfortable with that? What can be done about that? How did you view it?
You're never comfortable just when you've got fans heavily engaging with a player. Like as the operator, you're just always watching. And I went and looked at the vision last night. I've been in to talk to security this morning. There's been no official complaints from India. They're comfortable. I think a bit of heckling happened late, and Kohli's obviously popped his head back. I'd be concerned if it was really abusive, and any physical contact or abuse, I think that that's pushing the boundaries. So that's where we're always making sure everyone's well behaved.
So there's big separation and there's perspex there. It feels like just about everything. Separate to that canopy that you had from time to time, which is a little bit of a pity if that goes up. Does the look of it feel right to you?
Yeah, look, there is perspex over that race, but there isn't. Over the other race where the Australians are coming out of at the moment, there isn't, and there's the fans can engage, and I love that. And I would hate to see us go to some of the overseas sports where they have tunnels that actually go out onto the ground. I just think we're better than that, and that's why, when you come to the stadium, fans need to be aware that, there's a responsibility to look after the players. And, we've seen it happen over in England. I was over there for the Ashes, when they had the ugly incident in the long room with the Australian players coming off. We don't want that here in Australia. And the moment we abuse that, cricket could change their minds on how much access they get to the players. So I think we just remind everyone to be well behaved and respect the players. I mean, I love Kohli and I love what he's done for our game, and I don't particularly love the booing. I think he should be congratulated on creating the rivalry that he has.
And there was a patron who made his way out to Kohli early in yesterday's play. Is there cause to review what's going on with security in a moment like that?
Always, yeah, always. We can always get better, and what troubles me is that he got to the middle of the ground and actually contacted a player, which is a no-no, and that person has been caught. They've been charged. They're out on bail. They won't be permitted back in this ground for 5 years at least. And that individual was also, I believe, the same individual that ran out in a World Cup a couple of years ago. So, that's something we always try and review, and it's not ideal. But again, we don't want to have so much security here where people actually feel uncomfortable. So you've seen around the ground, we've got a number of security, but it doesn't take much to jump a fence and sprint. And, you've sort of got 10 metres on a security guard before they're even aware. So we can get better, so we will review that incident.
The number of people you've had to the MCG for spectacular events this year, do you keep a running total?
Yeah, we do. We're at about 4.2 million at the moment. Yep. Taylor Swift set the scene early for us, and then we go into, obviously, an incredible AFL year. Average crowds here was 60,000. It's sort of pre-COVID, we were talking at crowds 48 to 50,000 per game. Now we're just entrenched in 60,000 plus. So, and plus we had a couple of big special events, State of Origin, Tottenham Hotspur are out. So we've come off these 2 incredible years where we've averaged 60,000 and we've gone over 4 million through the gates at the G. So that's what makes this place so special. It's one of the highest attended stadiums in the world.
Do you have a prevailing theory on... So it feels like the biggest stuff is bigger than ever, and this ground hosts the biggest stuff in town.
Yeah, it does. I have a theory. People say cost of living's affecting people, and it is. It's certainly expensive out there, and costs are going up. But my feeling is I think COVID had a big effect on people, and they don't want to give up the things they love, and that's sport, it's entertainment, it's coming in here and socialising with friends and family, and people aren't prepared to give that up. And I think being part of these big events, it creates something special for people. So, I think people still love live sport, they love entertainment, and the evidence is in the show rates at these big events.
Are you light on for a major event between now and the start of footy?
We are a little bit, and it's really tricky because our priority is always football and cricket. Elite sport is what this stadium's about, and then if we can fit 1 or 2 concerts or entertainment spectacles in and around those, we will, but we will not compromise the turf in any way. And I think we've learnt years gone by, you've just got to make sure that the turf's always in prestige conditions, because if there's one blemish out there, we certainly know about it and people comment on it.
Does Marvel suffer by comparison to where you are?
Well, they've made a choice to commercialise their asset a lot more than us, and maybe our model is very different commercially. As I said, they've had probably 12 to 14 huge concerts there. They're playing an enormous role in the Victorian economy, but we're just not in the same business in terms of our priority is with football and cricket. And then if we can fit something in around that, we will, but we'll have a very big gap to make sure any turf damage can be repaired in time. And just giving our turf team the best opportunity for success is more important than a big commercial event.
If Cricket Victoria wanted to bring the Renegades here, would you be open to that discussion?
Oh, you wouldn't close it down, but BBL's been suffering a little bit here in Victoria, just simply because the Stars haven't been performing like they've been expected to. But I don't think we close the conversation down, but I think the conversation really needs to be about... I like the idea of having 2 teams in Victoria, but maybe Maybe it's more about should we take some of those games into regional Victoria? Like Geelong's a beautiful market that I would have a look at. Great stadium, smaller stadium, which should probably suit the crowd levels for BBL. So that's what I'd have a look at.
Do you ride the fortunes of the Stars at all? They're 0-4. If they lose tonight, they're totally out of business before you really get to the major fixtures. Does the crowd... I think this is one of the most interesting questions in cricket. Do crowds rise and fall by the success of a team, or is it just the entertainment at the right time of year?
No, I think they rise and fall with the success of the team. We've seen it in the AFL. There's no doubt. And the Stars, let's face it, they haven't performed well, and we've seen crowds drop off. You recall when BBL first started, we had an 80,000 crowd here for the showdown, the local derby. When we've got that coming up soon in early January, and we're expecting crowds of probably 40,000. Now, if Stars are winning and the Renegades are doing well, that could easily be 60 or 70. The popularity's there, but when they're off a little bit, it does affect crowds.
Give them a shake-up, Stuart. Come on, we need you. Where are you with the overall project of the redevelopment of the Warren stand?
Yeah, it's been a little slow. We are still trying to just unlock some funding from the Victorian government. I don't think we're far away. The government are supportive. The Melbourne Cricket Club are determined to start creating a vision for that stand. But you'll see over there we're actually starting to replace seats that are 30 years old on the lower level, and we're about to do the top level as well next year. So whilst it's ageing, we're still trying to keep it going. We're putting new facilities in over there, but I don't think we need to rush it. Our plan would be to start the next tranche of planning early next year and then be ready to go hopefully sort of 231. So it's still a long way away, but we've got to create the vision. It will be an enormously complicated project to build, and obviously capacities reduce and people are affected by it, tenants are affected. So it is a long-term project. It's been a little slow, but we hope to get it moving early next year.
You went to Paris to have a look at the Olympics. What was your major takeout?
Jess Fox was amazing. I did get to go over, and they worked really well with some of their older stadiums. Loved the transport system over there was something else. Being able to get around so easily, I thought it was going to be a nightmare. But working with some of the older stadiums, it worked well. You don't need to go and build state-of-the-art, brand-new stadiums, and I think that's the way of the future because the games are expensive to put on, but it was an incredible experience, some great events, and just saw, firsthand some of the technology, security systems going in and just dealing with the big crowds. It was a great experience.
Does the 100-day committee in Brisbane seek any input from the MCG?
They haven't. Unofficially, I've had people contact me to sort of say, what would you do? It's mainly in respect to the Gabba.
What would you do,
I would knock I think that's the easiest decision in the world. You have to have a showcase stadium for athletics. Athletics is something else at the Olympics. I think it's the best value ticket in town. And you've got to have a showcase centrepiece for ceremonial stuff around the games, but also for those big events. So I just think it's a no-brainer. The Gabba's an ageing asset. It has to be done, not only for the Olympics, but as a legacy piece for football and cricket. The state desperately needs it. So to me, that's the no-brainer. I know it's a complicated piece, it's an expensive piece, but you can build everything else around it.
So rebuild the Gabba or build the new stadium?
I would rebuild the Gabba.
Okay.
Yep.
Great to see you, Stuart. I just wanted to ask you, there's a bit of commentary around your Twitter handle at the moment, which has NAM rather than Melbourne, Australia. Is that a new innovation? Do you know?
No, it's not. It's not a new innovation. I think we've worked really hard to make everyone feel included as part of the stadium and the Melbourne Cricket Club, and it's more us being really respectful of the land that we sit on today.
Have you had much feedback to that? So I take it this is just starting to generate now from some of your members and some portions of the the media. Have you had much commentary
I
about
haven't
that
seen
yet?
anything to date, but I'm sure I'll talk to the media team and see what sort of commentary we've had on it.
Stuart, great to see you.
Great. Thanks for
Terrific
having
test
me.
match. We'll see what happens next. Stuart Fox is the Chief Executive of the MCC. SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Look, Sammy, you see my good drill anywhere?
It's right here, boss. How are you going to get by without an apprentice when you retire?
I'm with Seabus, so I'll be fine. My super's been working hard for years. Unlike some of us.
Righto, big man.
Seabus Super, making hard work pay off. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Seabus is right for you.
I feel like a twilight funeral does sound like a good idea. I guess in the day everyone can go about their busy lives, but then also then have an opportunity to go to that event and celebrate life.
Maybe it is a nice way to remember someone because it's kind of like the last thing that happens in your day.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Take advantage of the VEU government rebate and trade in your old gas heater for huge discounts on ducted reverse cycle systems, multi-splits or split systems.
Our service is professional, prices are unbeatable. We're the biggest and the best, and we do it all for less. So who are you going to call? Weatherworld.
For your free quote, visit weatherworld.com.au.
Introducing the Arvo Sweet Treat Macca's Run, featuring the McCafe iced coffee range with hazelnut, caramel and iced mocha. So, Macca's Run, available for a limited time.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Underinflated or overinflated tyres can affect your safety on the road. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider surf simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Solarium pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
On the road for the holidays? With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to take a break and refuel on your journey. Metro have also teamed up with Mr. Whippy to launch the brand new Mr. Whippy Ice Cream Cup in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours, all in store now. So while you fill up with quality fuel, treat yourself and the family this festive season at Metro Petroleum to a Gatorade 600ml bottle for just $3. Offer from January 1 to January 31.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Good Oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
No morning setup is complete without the good oil. A chance to reflect on what's been and what's coming next. Our pre-matches for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tyler's, courtesy of Channel 7, Peter Lalor is with us. Hello to you, Pete.
Wearing the jacket this morning, Gerard.
Got your badge?
Yeah, you never thought you'd see it, did you? I could not be better because I don't think I remember a more exciting Border Gavaskar Trophy. This is so beautifully set up. It's so exciting. What did we have? 87,000 first day, 85,000 second day. Predictors saying high, it could reach 70,000 today or more. And I know why people are turning up. The cricket's excellent. The series is beautifully poised. Australia can smell blood in the water. Australia probably should have won the last test, but the weather intervened. They should win this test. They're on top. India had a chance yesterday, and an act of self-harm has cost them so dearly, so very dearly. They look like a side that are well behind in the series. They don't look like they're 1-all. They've still got fight in them, but the Australians can sniff this. They can smell a victory here and can smell they'll run to Sydney.
It's all thanks to Makita. Rule the outdoors with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Makita XGT, the professional choice. I did rather like the juxtaposition of the way both of you have come at the day. Peter Lalor has given us, Virat, what it is exactly you have against the world. And Bharat has given us, rather than the last embers of what once was, Steve Smith's century was a harbinger of what's still to come. Hello to you, Bharat.
Great time.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Pete. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed Steve Smith's innings here even more than the one at the Gabba. The Gabba one was, he fought hard. You could see he had made the adjustment to his technique, to his trigger movement. But here, it was blissful, and it happened in the backdrop of the whole Virat controversy and Sam Constas putting on a show. He just went about his business. But yesterday, it was the Steve Smith of old.
Serene machine.
Oh,
yeah.
When Steve Smith starts hitting bowlers down the ground and then starts turning around and scratching his guard, or doesn't even bother about where the ball is going, that's when you know he's in that zone. He's in that. They call Nathan McSweeney Buddha or Buddha, don't they? But that's Steve Smith Buddha zone.
If he could preserve this in aspic for the rest of his career, there's still a lot of excitement ahead for us watching Steve Smith, isn't there? And we weren't sure that was true. I mean, as he said, and we could see early in the series that he was back in form, but the game wasn't having any of it. The game had turned against him somewhat, wasn't he? He was getting strangled down the leg side, finding ways to get out. But no, he's back. He's in a happy place.
He is. And the rest of the column was all about Steve Smith nodding. Our relationship is interesting. We don't use a lot of words, but we nod a lot at each other, Steve Smith and I.
You nod now?
Yeah, I nod. We nod. Yeah, not the Indian nod. I know, Pete, you're a big fan of that, but there's no now with our nod. But and you could see it. I could see it yesterday when he hooked Mohammad Siraj for 6 and he tilted his head and went, I'm bossing this. Then he hit the square drive, a shot we haven't seen Steve Smith play in a while, off the back foot as well. And then when he glanced one of Akashdeep for 4, that's the shot that has been getting him into trouble. But the hips were swiveling. Everything's moving the way he wants it to move. And what a way to get out as well towards the end. And you could see the Steve Smith, if he was unsure about his batting, would have taken a long time to leave the field. But yesterday he knew, okay, I've hit 200s, but I have many more coming.
Yeah, and there was just a nod at the century, wasn't there? There wasn't that outlet of emotion that we saw in the previous Test match. It was, I got this. I've got this. Don't you worry.
These are times to treasure, aren't they? Because these Test centuries are trimmed with history, and then the 10,000 is coming into view. Now, it might happen here. It would be perfect if it happened at the SCG in his home Test match, but it's unfathomable to think that he won't score 51 runs in potentially 3 digs to come. So this phase of a veteran's career, when you're not quite sure anymore, and I feel like Roger Federer had this, you thought, he's probably won for the last time here, and then he won again, and it was a glorious period to fully revel in everything that had been and what was still before us.
And very few batsmen go out like that.
Yeah.
they fade away, don't they?
Or they
rust.
get really grizzled.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing with Virat Kohli.
Yeah, and that's the sadness that Virat's going out like this. I had really hoped that Virat would come here and have a reasonable tour, and be celebrated by Australian fans, because he's given us so much over the years. I mean, we've loved to hate him, and there had been that eventual shift in his character. And look, he got me when we went into bat for Steve Smith in England when the English crowds were against him. I thought, that's a sign of a decent guy, but he's regressed, and he's my point yesterday was I think he's just picked one fight too many. If you go around with a chip on your shoulder like that, someone's going to knock it off. And in a way, I think you could see in the moment of the run-out, the JS World run-out, it wasn't Kohli's fault. He didn't do everything right, and people don't. But it was JS World's fault. But in that moment when he was out there alone at the crease, the Australians celebrating like, they've won the series, because it was such a massive moment. As I say, it was an act of self-harm by India that brought Australia back into the game. One of those really big moments, and possibly one of the moments that will define the way this series turns out. But he just stood there and thought, oh my God, what have I done? Yep. And of course, he almost had one more fight in him on the way off.
Yeah.
That's Virat.
His skin's got too thin, and it's all playing up.
Yeah.
I mean, you see him practice in the nets. There are all these rules around it. You cannot talk, even if you're the media, if you stood above him. You can't get too close to the nets. It's so many signs of a superstar who has seen the end, and he can't do anything about it. Even his reaction, we saw the clip. We don't know what was said to him as he was walking through the tunnel, the way he came back. He's reacting to everything. And in a way, you're right, Pete. It's disappointing that his relationship with Australia or Australian crowds could end the way it started, where he was the ultimate bad boy, right? They did not like... There was no grudging admiration for him when he came here in 2011.
Oh, no, he was a punk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it'll be sad if that's how it ends.
Yeah.
The incident with Constas as well. But he put in the hard yards. Like we spoke about Steve Smith and having found his zone. I thought Virat had found his zone the way he was leaving the ball. 25% of the deliveries he faced, he shouldered arms to. And then the run-out happens and probably break in concentration. Pokes at one that he could have left alone of Scott Boland, and that's all it takes. And the 36 doesn't look like a score of any significance.
Because up until that moment, he had shown great discipline. As had, the Australian bowlers had sort of tried to tie him up at the wicket, and then when they would throw that fifth ball line, he hadn't gone for it. But after the run-out, it was a poke, and it was a clouded mind poke. It was very different to everything else he'd done. And not to take anything away from the delivery, but, that just said something had snapped in that run-out. But, anyway, they've still got a bit of batting to come. They've still got a bit in them, but I can't see them winning this match.
No, it's... The best they could do would be save it, and if they'd got to 2 down at the end of last night, that would have been right on. And so, in terms of Australia, this is Australia. Big first innings runs. We deal in centuries. And then we hunt the opposition. This is what's been missing for a couple of summers, and it's been restored. First inning totals with a 4 in front of it. Centuries in every test match.
Yeah.
This is... And going at the opposition captain. This is Australia.
Yeah, and it's funny, isn't it? The sort of the big changes happened with Constas coming. He's come into the dressing room with his ghetto blaster, and he's put on his modern music, and all the old blokes are sort of, I think I said to you yesterday, no one could hit Bumrah for a 6. The last time, and as it's probably been said a million times before, I say it now, that it was Cameron Green at the SCG in 2021. Was the last time Bumrah was hit for a 6. The kid comes out there, hits 2 off him, and it's like he's loosened the jam jar lid for the old bloke. So Smithy comes and does it. He just freed their minds, and it was such a lesson in what a different approach from one batter can make to the entire top order, and highlights again what David Warner brought to Australian cricket over a decade. When David Warner was there, everybody else's life was easier. Yeah.
Yeah. To sum it up in one word, Sam Constas has walked in there and said, just live a little. And they all seem to be doing that.
Yeah.
It's Khawaja, Smith. You're right, Gerard. The ruthlessness had seemed to have gone from Australian cricket, but it's back now.
Yeah, and it was being rationalised out of existence. But what they had to do was buckle up and get back to it, and they are a formidable team when they play like this. Peter Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan for the Makita XGT 40 VMAX. More power, intelligence and efficiency. More Makita power without limits. See you during the day.
Look forward to that.
Wait, Pete and Bharat with the good oil. Our pre-matches for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. We're closing in on the start of day 3. India 5 for 164. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in everywhere with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
We've got crews putting out a truck fire on the Monash Freeway citybound just prior to Yarra Boulevard. 2 left-hand lanes are closed and speeds are down to 40. Those delays are back to Toorak Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Sexy Lanes Boxing Day sale is on now with up to 70% off. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au. And the Stars take on the Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
AirAsia's big sale is on. Fly direct from Melbourne to Kuala Lumpur from only $299. Visit airasia.com and book your holiday now. T&Cs apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark-approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full-range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The stuck in traffic but dreaming about Waikiki Macca's Run, featuring the new Hawaiian burger range and pineapple sundae. So, Macca's Run? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. As Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, you get the power to choose from a huge range of leading tyre brands. No hard sell, no confusing jargon. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Have you heard the news? Beaumont Tiles, your favourite tile and bathroom specialist, now ranges engineered timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. If you're looking for a quick and easy reno and want to save between 20 to 25% on hybrid flooring, get into your local participating Beaumont store today. It's all in stock and ready to go. Yes, you heard right. Beaumont Tiles now ranges all hard flooring. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Both teams have completed their Ream warm-up. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong. I'm here for the good oil. Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil. This is rapid fire around the world with Adam Collins. Let's start domestically, Colo, with the Women's Ashes squad, which has been named for Australia. And the big ticket item is that Sophie Molyneux will have surgery on her left knee. She won't play in the Women's Ashes at all. A 13-player squad has been named for the limited overs component. Georgia Vole is in. There's also no left-arm finger spinner in this squad.
Yeah, so they're backing the wrist spin of Alana King, who's been exceptional since coming into the Australian squad a few years ago. And Georgia Wareham, who's a 3-time World Cup winner as well. So, yeah, no left-arm finger spin. And of course, they're blessed to have Ash Gardner as well, the all-rounder, who's a dynamic match winner in both disciplines.
She could easily be a frontline spinner herself, even if she wasn't playing as a batter. Again, domestically, the Strikers and the Hurricanes last night. The Hurricanes made 5 for 214. It was an unbelievable batting display. Ben McDermott top scored with 68 not out. The Strikers looked like they were on track for most of the innings, and in the end they fell 11 runs short, 6 for 203.
Yeah, they needed 21 from the final over. There could have been a free hit issued from the first ball of that, which went for 4, which could have changed the dynamic, but it wasn't a no ball. Overton not out 30 at the end, and yeah, they fall 11 runs short.
South Africa versus Pakistan. This is a test that we said yesterday, and we continue to keep an eye on, is very important for the World Test Championship. We know that South Africa need to win just one test to qualify for the World Test Championship final midway through next year. So they made 301 in response to Pakistan's 211, and now Pakistan are 3 for 88. So they trail by 2 runs with 7 wickets remaining, and the key is that Babar Azam is 16 not out. So this is interestingly poised.
This was a roller coaster day. At one stage when Jansen was out, it was 7 for 191. It looked like Pakistan might take a first innings lead, but Aiden Markram, 89 at the top of the list, got them to a healthy first innings lead and a couple of wickets late for Big Marco Jansen coming on second change. How blessed they are that a bowler of Jansen's capacity took a test match 7 for a few weeks ago, comes on second change for South Africa.
He's quality, and I'm calling this the Bulawayo Batathon. Zimbabwe, 586 all out. I think it's their highest ever test score.
It is, yep.
And then Afghanistan are 2 for 95 in reply.
I love this. So Craig Irvine's been playing professional cricket for 20 years. Currently the captain of Zim, made 104, so his 4th test ton. Sean Williams has been with him for most of that journey, 154. And Brian Bennett, love that name, Brian Bennett. It's like he should be playing on the half-forward flank in 1982 or something. Made 110 not out in his 2nd test match to a 21-year-old. And Afghanistan, depleted side. It's a shame that some of their frontline players haven't been in the test squad for this year, or last couple of years. They've been playing test cricket. But yeah, 95 for 2 there, so they're well behind the game. And yeah, look, Zimbabwe are in a strong position, and they're playing a multi-format series here. So there's test cricket, but they've also had white ball cricket in both formats, which is a good thing that teams outside of the World Test Championship and teams off Broadway really are playing it in series that are at the right time of year to get plenty of interest.
We need more of that, that's for sure. The news I reported this morning on the new ball, Tom Curran for the Melbourne Stars nicked his calf at training last night. The Stars are Norton 4. They applied to have Dan Lawrence replace him as an overseas. Cricket Australia has rejected it. It came after the 5 p.m. deadline. The Stars aren't happy, but Cricket Australia is very firm, saying it would open Pandora's box. They can't just have a global pool of players they can call upon the night before a game.
So Lawrence was just in town.
Lawrence is in Perth at the moment.
But he's just around, like, hoping for a contract. Is that how it works out?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
The modern T20 circuit, Tommy.
It's crazy stuff. So you can catch up with that on the New Ball podcast or check our socials as well. Plenty of news around the world of cricket. The first ball isn't too far away here at the MCG on day 2. Women's Ashes, see Australia ignite in the Women's Ashes this January 12. It starts with a limited overs game, and then to February 2, which will culminate in the pink ball test here at the MCG. Search Ashes
tickets. Our pre-match has been for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX, and for Beaumont Tiles, for Tylers, SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean, holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Jazz Halal Financial Services. Gerard Whateley and the team are up next, and we're not too far away from the first ball on day 3 here during the Boxing Day Test. A big crowd expected as Sun beats down on the middle of the MCG.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Jazz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Jolly Christmas Android deals at Telstra, like $500 off Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently road tripping up the coast. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Monty. In a bit of a pickle, and I could really use your Hilux. I promised this Ludwig guy I'd help move his grand piano. Turns out it's $2,000 for my ute. The thing weighs a heap. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind making a detour, I'd love to get this thing to the Opera House ASAP. Call me back?
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Talk to Australia's apprenticeship experts at MEGT. MEGT's local teams come to you and can provide advice about government financial incentives. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. That's gold! Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Introducing the Arvo Sweet Treat Macca's Run, featuring the McCafe Iced Coffee range with hazelnut, caramel and iced mocha. So, Macca's Run? Available for a limited time.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy-duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
A lovely Saturday morning in Melbourne. India resume at 5 for 164. The Australians are out in the middle. In a moment's time, Rishabh Pant and Ravindra Jadeja will join them. India trails by 310. The weather is for Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It's 19 degrees with a top of 23 forecast, mostly sunny. The app I'm using says the chance of rain doesn't start till 6 p.m, so after the day's play. So let's hope we are uninterrupted. And the pitch update for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check to experts. It's a good-looking strip in the middle of the MCG, which we'll just wait to see how it plays as the test match progresses. Gerard Whateley and Simon Katich with you for the first ball of the day's play. Welcome back, Simon.
Morning, Gerard. Good morning to all our listeners.
Great sense of expectation around this now.
There is. The atmosphere's amazing. Sounds like there's a concert going on out there at the G. The sun's out. You mentioned 19 degrees. I was down on the ground when we interviewed Nathan Lyon, and it had some sting in it. It feels a lot hotter than that. Beautiful conditions here, and yeah, what I saw in the wicket, it looks good. I think Nathan Lyon backed that up. He feels like there's still got some hard work to do here, and if Jadeja knuckles down like he did at the Gabba and Rishabh Pant bats the way we know he can bat, then this is the partnership they need to break. Otherwise, Australia will have to toil a fair bit today.
Crowd so far 172,389. And judging by where they are in the southern stand, in the warm stand at the start of the day, is that 70,000 is right in the mix. They're stretched right up to the back rows. And the members is heavily populated for the start of a day's play. So my feel is we're well beyond 30 at the start of things. And Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, is going to pick things up from this members end. He bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 57. Not his best bowling, but maybe his best ball, the one that got Rahul, and he got Rohit at the top. He'll start with 2 slips and a gully. Australia using the fly gully.
Hey guys,
cover mid-off, square leg and fine leg. Rishabh Pant's on 6. Pat Cummins begins the day's play. He bowls and Pant leaves outside the off stump. Ball that barely carries through.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part about this pitch. I spoke to Matt Page earlier this morning to ask him how he felt it's played so far, and he was a little bit uncertain because he said, I haven't got the Hawkeye data yet around the carry and all of that, but he was concerned that it hadn't had the same pace and carry that he's seen over the last couple of years when it's been very, very good. I still think it's been a very good pitch, but some really went through to Alex Carey yesterday, but that was another example of a few balls that have just died and not really gone too far.
Cummins over the wicket, bowls to Pant, who's forward defending. It hasn't been the seamers pitch that since the redevelopment period after 2018, which has been hugely successful. There's been a really difficult batting strip. And the carry is, there hasn't been a ball carry to slip in the test match, which is weird. There's been plenty of edges. Not one of them has carried. And I think we would already say this is the best batting strip since the redevelopment.
Oh, definitely. From what I've seen these last few years.
Where does it take us across the course of a test match? Pant is beaten on the outside edge as he plonked forward to block.
I still think it's a very good pitch, though, because I think, as we just saw with that ball there, like Pat Cummins has hit the seam, just nipped away from Rishabh Pant, and that's carried through nicely to Alex Carey. So if that gets a feather on it, we're sitting here thinking, that's exactly what you expect. But there's good deviation there, but I think in between there's enough to suggest that if you dig in, you can score runs. And as we saw late yesterday, India were in a commanding position when Jaiswal and Kohli were batting, and that was because they were batting with good temperament and good technique.
Pant readies himself. He's on the move. He edges through the cordon. It goes between second and gully and down to the boundary for 4. Legitimate edge. Pant is 10. The first boundary of the day for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
And I think had the fly slip that's down there at the moment, Nathan Lyon, been at third slip, that's probably going to hand. When you look at the replay, it depends how close they were. It'd be close.
Yeah, be really low down.
Yep.
as to whether it would have been catchable, but probably right. He's coming forward.
I mean, it wasn't a full-blooded drive, but just probed enough for it to catch the outside edge.
Smith just cribbed a fraction to his left at second slip. Punt leaves the follow-up delivery from Cummins. I wonder how Punt approaches all of this. His natural game is to be attacking. When we saw him in Adelaide, he started by trying to be defensive, and he was gone before he got going.
Yeah, it's probably a balancing act. I think he's only just started. He's on 10. He's just sussing out how this ball's going to behave in this first 10 minutes or so, if he can get through it.
Last ball of Cummins' first over. Punt is leaving it outside the off stump. 5 for 168 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusting plumbing supplier. It is, 47 overs old, this ball.
Yeah, and I think that's what you do at the start of a day. You respect the fact that the pitch is day 3 now, and you assess what's happening in the first 5 to 10 minutes and assess how it's coming off the pitch, whether there's any movement, whether the ball's still hard or not, whether there's any spin, although we're not going to see spin, I don't think, at the moment. I think it looks like Boland's looking to take the ball. Yep, he's taking the ball at the Shane Warne stand end. So I think it's a lot of it's about assessing quickly and coming up with a game plan according to what you see from the first over or two. And only Rishabh Pant will be able to know how he wants to go about it, because he's the one that's batting. But I think what we'll see from Jadeja is he batted beautifully at the Gabba, and I think he'll bat normally and just try and get into partnership with Rishabh Pant. And if they both get going, then I think we'll see some attacking stroke play, because they both like to score. They're both strong on both feet.
Boland 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24. I did wonder about this. So Labuschagne's put the helmet on at third step and taken 2 big strides forward. Boland, Jadeja, who leans on a ball to the leg side, no run.
Yeah, it's relatively common, that position here at the MCG. I've seen it in the past. Because the ball doesn't carry as much, particularly late in test matches, you do need to creep up. But the challenge is, if there's a big slash and you're that close, you're in trouble if it's coming at head height. That's the reason why he's got the helmet on. Whereas the other slips are probably normal distance. He feels like if it's a thicker edge, he's going to have to come up. But then Mitch Marsh is behind him as well.
Boland is around the wicket. Jadeja is forward defending across the popping crease. He was thinking of going. Punt sent him back as Lyon closed from point.
Nathan Lyon is so good at that cover point region. I've watched him for a number of years now, and what he does so well is he foxes the batsman into thinking there's a single there. That was probably almost a single because it went in front of point, and Nathan Lyon is currently behind. And whenever the ball goes in front, it generally means that there's only a run out on at the bowler's end because of the angle. You can't really run him out at the keeper's end.
Jadeja's full, Boland to him. Jadeja plonks forward and defends out to mid-off.
And because Jadeja was taking off and already a couple of metres down the wicket, he felt like the danger end would be the bowler's end. But Nathan Lyon just foxing to try and lure them in for a single and try and create a bit of confusion.
You'll be shocked to know that the poll is running 60% against Virat Kohli.
Look, I'm stunned. I really am. And I'm the first to admit that, I've worked with Virat Kohli and know him reasonably well, but he was wrong on day one, and I said that. I was happy to say that he shouldn't have charged Constas, so that was as I saw it. But yesterday I saw Jaiswal making a mistake, not Kohli.
Boland switches over the wicket, bowls. Jadeja leaves after initially being drawn to play outside the off stump.
And I think the other thing that comes into it, that people don't realise how good an athlete Pat Cummins is. I mean, he's a big man, quick bowler, but he moves like any of the batsmen would in that position at mid-on. He got to that ball so quickly. I mean, it came to him quickly anyway, but he pounced on it. And I think he had a run-out opportunity at both ends. That's how quick the balls hit to him.
Boland is warming to his work. Delivers to Jadeja, back foot defence. Rides the bounce up near the chest.
And I know there's probably talk around Coley was ball watching, but he sort of had to be because the ball went just behind him. And generally when you're at the non-strikers, you still need to look to see where the ball's gone. And because it went to Pat Cummins so quickly, that's why he didn't go anywhere, because he knew how hard the ball had been hit. It all happened within probably less than half a second. It happened so quickly. So that's the other thing that you've got to take into account. The pace with which it went, you can understand why he held his ground. I think a number of players would have done exactly the same.
Boland around the wicket to finish the over. Jadeja lets it pass. A maiden for Boland to start. 5 for 168 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 5 for 168. 4 runs added. There's 34,763 in for the first ball of day 3. Another bumper crowd on the build. Part is on 10. Cummins bowls to him. Part dances down the pitch. Slogs him high to wide mid-wicket. Bounces once over the rope for 4. There's intent for you. She'll be a lively time while Rishabh Pant is out there. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Oh, Test cricket's changing right before our eyes, Gerard. That was a good length ball from Pat Cummins, and Rishabh Pant just decides to run down and heave it over mid-on. That's a serious shot. Jeez, he's lucky that didn't go straight up in the air, because we'd have been crucifying him.
Mitch Starkett. Wide mid-on. He's just taken, I reckon, 5 steps backwards to give himself a chance for the mistimed shot. Part is 14 from 14 balls. Both 4s have come from the bowling of Pat Cummins so far. What will he do as a reprise? Cummins bowls to him. Part leaves. High rise and a brush on the way through. Carey's sure that that touched.
I heard a big noise. Was it close? I couldn't see, but
It's the conversation just out of earshot. Cummins going to find out. He's using the DRS here. Something happens for IMAR cashback rewards with your insurance. That's IMAR.
Yeah, if you go on the strength of the appeal, it's worth a review.
On-field decision is not out. I've checked the fit placement and it's a fair delivery. Front and first, please.
It rises sharply. Pant gets the bat and the gloves high, and the ball follows. Now, what transpired? First look. Ball coming that's under the armpit.
Yeah, just roll back once again.
So it's not a great review. I totally understand why they took it.
Clear gap as the ball
probably on
passes the bat and gloves satisfied.
They've
no
gone
bat
basically on the
involved.
noise.
Yeah.
Michael, you
That's
will
nowhere
be
near
staying with your not out decision. Stand by. Signal out.
The gloves and the bat were high out of the ways. It brushed the shirt under the armpit on the way through. So Australia burn a review. 5 for 172.
They've only got 1 left now.
Yeah, that's weird that Carey thought that hit something. Part forward to defend the offside. They were unlucky with their first review. The Marsh LBW shout on Jacewell, which just enough of the ball pitched outside leg stump, but that was red hot. That was absolutely worth a go.
Yeah, definitely.
But that one's a weird one.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part about it all, is making sure that it's that conclusive that it's going to overturn the umpire's initial decision, because if it stays umpire's call, it's not getting overturned.
Cummins to Pant, sways out of the shorter delivery. There's a brush on Snicko as it goes past the Dream 11 on the shirt, or it's super weird. And I get the confusion around it. But, yeah, it doesn't look like a great rookie. So we're on the nah of the year nah there. 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Pants on 14. Cummins is to him. Too deep on the leg side now. And he pulls in that direction, safely to grounds. Heads a deep backward square, gets around to his left to do the fielding. Single taken. Actually, it's Constas who's gone the cable nip with the long sleeves out in the deep.
I'd love to know when Rishabh Pant decides which ball he's going to premeditate and play that big shot with.
Yep.
It was first ball of the over, but since then he hasn't done it again. And I know that was the same in Adelaide. You can't keep doing it every ball because it's high-risk cricket, but I'd love to know why he just picks that ball.
Because he goes before it's delivered.
Yeah.
So there are no cues from the bowler. Jadeja faces up. Cummins to him. Jadeja forward in defence. 5 for 173. 5 from it on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
The stuck in traffic but dreaming about Waikiki Macca's Run. Featuring the new Hawaiian burger range and pineapple sundae. So, Macca's Run? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Tyre Power's big December deal sale is on now. Get ready to power through the festive season and get 4 for the price of 3 on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. To find your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 5 for 173. Part is 15. Jadeja is 4. So Part's done all the scoring so far. He will be on strike with Boland to him. And Lyons heading to the fly slip. So he's been in that fly gully position. Last night he took a catch at leg gully. Now he's below us at fly slip behind the cordon. Just takes his full allotment of time to settle himself. Scotty Boland to him, and Part is leaving outside the off stump. We're debating with Tom off air yesterday the use of the DRS as India have got a poor record in the series. My only measure of mistake with it is if you run yourself out of reviews when you needed one to have some error overturned, or if you don't review something that's out. Everything else, because you start with 3 and the replenishment, everything else is a bit speculative. It's just chancing your arm to see if you get something overturned. Part defends on the back foot to Boland. So, well, was it 0 out of 13? 1 out of 13. I'm not critical of any of it. They haven't made an error yet. They haven't not reviewed something that was out, and they haven't run themselves out to not be able to review something to get it overturned.
Yeah, because we're talking about those numbers being over 4 tests now. So you spread those out. I agree with all that. My question is, and I mentioned this previously in one of the tests, I wonder whether, because of all the data around now, I wonder whether the teams are getting the data on the specific umpires that you have in a certain test.
Part plays late, almost caught by Marsh at the gully, diving away to his right. In the air, through the cordon. That's the second from Part today that's gone through vacant third slip. Gets a run.
And the irony was, last over, we were talking about Marnus Labuschagne being at that position, being closer than Marsh. Marsh has come a little bit finer, but that would have gone straight to Marnus Labuschagne. It would have been a good catch because he's getting... Well, he was close there, but he's now moved out and is at cover point because Nathan Lyon is down at that fly slip.
It's a bit mad playing that shot, isn't it? There is a gap between second slip and gully, but you're only getting a single because Lyon's down there. There's got to be an easier single to find than that.
It's a strange shot. And now Labuschagne's coming straight back in, but for Jadeja.
Yes, yeah. Weird. 5 for 174. Boland around the wicket. Jadeja forward, driving to mid-off. Oh, he's set off. He's been sent back. Crow comes. Didn't hit. Cummins to the striker's end. A direct hit, and who knows? Crazy.
That is crazy. And in a way, Rishabh Pant is exactly like Virat Kohli there. He had every right to hold his ground. There was not a single there. And he sent Jadeja back. Thankfully, Jadeja hadn't gone too far. He almost had, because he was halfway down the wicket. But the throw was wide. Yeah, crazy from Jadeja. It never looked like getting past mid-off. And who's at mid-off? That man again, Pat Cummins. And he's a good fielder. It's not like he's a big quick that lumbers around. He's a serious athlete.
It was nearly carbon copy stuff. Jadeja pulls out right as Boland delivered it. Oh, and Cummins doesn't like this at all. He's coming in to have a word with Joel Wilson. And Joel's having a word with Jadeja.
There is movement. It just is wider of the side screen. So I'm not sure what caught his eye, but when there are people sitting down right to the top of the side screen, on the top left from where we're sitting.
Oh, if that had hit, she's on for young and old.
Oh, yeah.
Boland to Jadeja, who's forward running the ball to point. There's indecision between the batters now. This is such a big moment. They call it off.
Yeah, and the problem is Jadeja's causing it, because what happens is the ball goes into a gap. There might be a single there. There might not be. But he takes 3 or 4 steps down. So as a result, Rishabh Pant thinks he's coming. And that's what's creating the confusion. There's got to be more direct communication. Wait, yes, no, straight away. Jadeja's sort of, his body language makes it look like he wants to come, but then there's probably nothing being said.
An eventful over. 1 left in it. Boland to Jadeja on the back foot. Didn't know where it was. Got it down to his toes and was desperately searching to see that it wasn't going back onto the stumps. 5 for 174. Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket, this opening session on Saturday is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. The deficit is a neat 300. Rishabh Pant is on 16. Pat Cummins is in from the members' ends. Pant runs the ball to a vacant point. Labuschagne slides in fields, throws at the non-strikers. Pant is well home. The throw misses.
You love that energy from Labuschagne. That's what he's so good at in the field. There was an easy run on, but he just makes sure that there's a bit of pressure, trying to create a little bit of confusion. But just going back to that discussion around the DRS, Gerard, the reason I say I wonder whether the teams are getting the data on the umpires, because it's no different to the players, really, when you think about it. The umpires umpire a lot of tests throughout the year. They'll have decisions that they get right, others they get wrong with certain decisions, whether it's around a bat pad or a LB or a caught behind, whatever it is. And if the players get access to that data, or the skippers get access to that, and I know we talked about a few years ago, Richard Kettleborough, I think, was 100% for LBW decisions. So if you know that, and that's their history as an umpire.
Silly mid-off, leg gully, both in place. Cummins to Jadeja, who short-arm jabs it to mid-on. Starkfield's no run.
Then it doesn't mean that they can't make a mistake in the next test they're playing, but you've got to have that in the back of your mind if you're going to challenge them with the DRS. And if you know someone's 100%, it's like facing a bowler. You know roughly where they're bowling, and that's how they get a certain percentage of their wickets from a certain length. Then you take all that information into account before you make a decision on the field. So not to say you won't take them on and challenge it, but the way it's going for India, you'd have to start to question that.
Jadeja's on 4. Cummins around the wicket to him. Jadeja ducks the bouncer. 5 for 175. Simon Katich, we've got Bharat Sundaresan joining us in the experts chair for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan foods. Hello, Bharat.
Morning, Jared, Simon, and it's a good time to jump on because just listening to you there, Simon, David Warner did say, and only David Warner can say this, during the T20 World Cup in a press conference he did with a couple of us Australian journalists, that if our stats are put up when we walk out to bat, why can't the umpire stats be put up on the big screen when they walk out?
Cummins strides in, bowls. Jadeja is forward and defending.
He makes a good point, because I know back in the day at the SCG, you walk out to bat in a Shield game, whether you're from Sydney or not, all the stats went up on the board, and it was at the SCG for the season, career, there was nowhere to hide. And if they weren't looking good, the opposition let you know about that. So, and it used to happen here at the MCG as well. So he's right in a way. And look, I think what we've seen this series, we've seen some amazing umpiring, because there's been some really tight decisions, as we saw with Mitch Marsh's yesterday, that they've gotten right.
Changes to the field. Mid-wicket comes in. Silly points rather than silly mid-off. Jadeja sways out of a bouncer that followed him. Had to do the limbo to get away.
It's a brilliant spell from Pat Cummins. And generally when you start a day, you start with your best two, your most threatening two. The batsmen have to start again. We know that Pat Cummins has been brilliant as this series has gone on. He had a slow start in Perth, but from Adelaide onwards, he's hit his straps. And he loves this venue, the MCG. And this is a challenging period.
Constas goes back again at mid-wicket. Cummins changes his angle. Trying to unsettle Jadeja. Cummins bowls at him. Jadeja in behind, repelling. One from the over. 5 for 175 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier.
Introducing the cheeky late night Macca's Run. Starring the new Cadbury Cherry Ripe McFlurry in chocolate and vanilla. Macca's Run, anyone? Available for a limited time.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Long drive ahead? Make sure you check your tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 5 for 175, Pant 17, Jadeja 4. The previous Scott Boland over was most eventful indeed. I was thinking if you were in another sport, you'd take a little time out and just have a word between these two batters. They have taken the time out. They've called for drinks and gloves and just looking to recompose after a couple of most unsure moments between wickets. Jadeja pulled out, probably beyond when he was really entitled to. Pant played a high-risk chip through the cordon. Got to get through the first hour to give themselves a chance, India. Batters take a long time between overs there. I'm sure that is strategic rather than needs be.
Australia are -4 in the over rate.
Yeah, and what have we played? 27 minutes.
Yeah.
Fielders moving around every ball at the moment. Highly strategic from Pat Cummins. Boland will be around the wicket as he bowls to Rishabh Pant, who pulls beautifully up over deep square and down to the boundary for 4. Perfect shape and swivel. Didn't overhit it. Happy to go up over the top. Pants to 21. He's got the boundaries flowing for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Yeah, I think that's a much higher percentage option for Richard Pant than trying to go offside. Scott Boland's around the wicket, so he can use that angle to fetch it from outside off. And deep square's vacant at the moment. It'll be interesting to see whether they drop Sam Constas out there.
It's been up and back and up and back. Boland to Pant for defending.
We've not really seen the best of Rishabh Pant in this series, have we? There's a lot of hype around him. He has 2 good tours of Australia in the past. Obviously, his heroics from 4 years ago. Yeah, he had a couple of manic innings where he's done Rishabh Pant stuff, but he's also been nicked off a few times just defending. Fielder is going back now, Constis, so...
Yeah, 113 at 22.5 is not really him. Part ducks the bouncer with the two back on the leg side.
No, it's not, particularly when his form in that New Zealand series was pretty good.
His only highlight, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Almost took them home in Mumbai.
Yeah. I'll get Tommy to get the exact numbers from that series, but I remember seeing one of them. I think he got the 90-odd in Wankhede.
If you're having a stab at a score that he makes 90 odd's a good number. He makes 90s like no batter I've ever seen. He's got his 6 test centuries and he's left at least 6 more out there. Boland over the wickets. It's a part who leaves outside the off stump.
Saying to someone the other day, it's not so much that you don't get to the 3 figures. It's more about the fact that you don't go well beyond the 3 figures when you're well set. It's the bigger runs that have been left on the run boat that just sails off into the distance and everyone else jumps onto, and you're in the drink trying to scramble for a life vest.
The run boat.
The run boat, yeah. It was always a sad occasion when you saw it sailing off in the distance.
Part plays to the leg, which has been opened right up as the field retreated. Just leant on it, takes one. He was thinking about 2. Jadeja wasn't interested. His head trotted in from the deep. 5 for 181. No, just 180.
It doesn't come back, does it, the run board? Or?
Yeah, well, you wait till you get next innings. That might be the next test. Particularly when there were greedy batsmen around the lineup, teammates.
One to come and the Boland over. Jadeja takes his time to set up. Lyons called to take 2 steps to his left at gully. 2 in the deep on the leg side. Meticulous planning. Boland delivers. Jadeja's in behind. Sounders are off. 5 for 180 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier. Colo's coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Our first session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. We've got Tom Morris talking about the run boat as well. I thought you were talking about the run boat there, by the way, Captain.
The run boat?
Rishabh Pant and the run boat, Tommy.
261 runs at 43. He was India's top run scorer in the recent series against New Zealand. I'll give you the exact scores.
So Cummins away from us. Bowling to Rishabh on 22. Close to the stumps, over the wicket. Driving into the offside. Labuschagne stops it, moving to his left. Saved at least a couple. Tommy.
So India's top run scorer, scores of 20, 99, 18 a duck, 60 and 64. It's not that impressive, but 3 scores of between 50 and 100 without going on. That run boat was just sailing away, Simon.
I mean, yeah, they're not massive numbers, but they were big for that series, considering it was a low-scoring series.
It was a run kayak at best.
A kayak, yeah. With no oar, using your hands as a paddle.
Yeah, pretty much.
Another score in the 90s there too. Rishabh's got 7 of those, 7 dismissals in the 90s. It's 22 here, 5 for 180. Cummins up, northern end bowls here defends. Out to cover again. Labuschagne gets another touch. So in that New Zealand series, the crucial moment in that final day of the final test, where Rishabh was given out with a bat pad decision that went upstairs, divided opinion online. It was a very modern story, that, where all hell broke loose on the internet.
Yeah, I remember watching that. I thought it was a pretty good decision.
Looked out to me.
Yeah.
The process that was gone through seemed thorough.
Yeah. Because his bat hit the bottom part of his pad, so there was a double spike.
And the umpires are given instructions to almost go with bat on ball in those instances. Round the wicket, change of angle, takes on the short ball at the deep backward square where Constis is fielding. Gets one. Constis is 2/3 of the way back throw comes in. 1 run added, 23 for Rishabh, 5 for 181. Sam Constas, by the way, wearing the double jumper today, the long sleeve and the short sleeve. It's not that cold, is it? I feel like he's going through all of his Aussie merch. So he wore one shirt on day one with the number, a different shirt yesterday without the number, and today both jumpers in addition to the baggy green. Clearly loving his life at the moment.
Well, just wait for him to go out there batting in his baggy green. He'll probably want to pull that off at some point.
Oh, for sure. We saw that on Michael Clark's debut, didn't we, when he at Bangalore, when he decided to get the baggy green out despite seamers being on to raise the 100 wearing the cap 20 years ago. Cummins goes back over the wicket, delivers here to Jadeja, leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Leg slip in when Jadeja's facing.
Just back on that Rishabh Pant decision at the Wankhede, and you know how these things work when it's India-Australia. For a lot of Indian fans, it was the first Australian mind game because the umpire was Paul Rifle.
Yes. I did feel for Paul Rifle through that. He's been such a good umpire. Of course, now never to umpire again after making that third umpire decision. No, I'm joking.
Not in India, anyway.
I did ask afterwards, how does one get on the elite panel and off the elite panel? I was curious to find out how the process works, and there is a committee within the ICC that deals with it. Cummins up, bowls here. Silly point in again. Jadeja helps himself to one off his front pad. Constas gets another touch in from deep square. Jadeja 5 for 182. So there is a rigorous process on the way that umpires go up and down with that promotion relegation process. So it's not as straightforward as, Rifle being out of favour as such. He's never out of favour here at the G, that's for sure, Paul Rifle. So Cummins has been back around and over the wicket a couple of times in the over. To Rishabh, he's back over it to finish. 2 slips to gully and the fly slip. Rishabh defending purposefully. Quick single on it. Gets set back. Throw from Labuschagne misses. It was the right call to send him back and the right call for him to scamper back. We'll return to this. 2 runs from the over. 5 for 182. Rishabh 23, Jadeja 5.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal? That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio? How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686 and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542 and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Another instance, Cat, of tip and run from a batter. We've seen it 3 times in this innings and once was fatal for Jaiswal yesterday.
And I think, in my opinion, every single time it's been the striker that's been at fault. And he's been rightfully sent back by the non-striker. That was another great example. There was no way there was a single on there. Rishabh Pant was suicidal.
Had Labuschagne hit, he was gone by about 3 inches. We're seeing the split screen now. Boland up, new over begins to Jadeja leaving alone. This was the point last night, Kate. I wanted to go into this with you. So there was online there was a very different response to the one that we had here on commentary. It was more in line with, I suppose, the hullabaloo around Kohli in the last couple of days. And I kind of get that to an extent. But the view that because Jaiswal had called the run, that Kohli was duty-bound to honour the call in practice?
Not necessarily, because if it's a poor call, it's a poor call.
So Kohli's entitled to send him back in.
Definitely.
As Boland approaches, 3 slips in, delivers here, leaving closer to the off stump. Leaving on length really there by Jadeja over the woodwork.
Because if that's the case and you just relied on the striker or whoever thinks wherever the ball's gone, obviously, in front of the wicket, the striker calls, behind the wicket, sometimes it's the non-striker, depending on the angle, because they got a better view. But if you left it up to that all the time, geez, I mean, it would have been run out by Justin Langham probably about 20 times throughout my career, trying to get down the other end.
But it's like under 12 stuff, right? If it's behind square, automatically it's the call of the non-striker, and the opposite when it's ahead of square. But in practice, as Boland approaches and bowls from the southern end, an easier leave there, wider rather, of the off stump for Jadeja. It's a collaborative effort, and when Kohli sent him back and Jaiswal wasn't alert to what was going on there, I mean, what was Kohli meant to do? I didn't quite understand how Kohli found himself subject to the extreme response last night.
I agree. he had every right to send him back because Pat Cummins is a very good fielder and he got to the ball quickly. The ball went to him quickly in the first place, and that was part of the problem. Joswell absolutely nailed it to mid-on at pace, so it got there that quick.
Round the wicket, change of angle. Boland in, Jadeja plays this time. Inside edge onto the pad. Full of length delivery. So Boland doing a lot right in this over as ever. Took 2 wickets last night.
You can see Nathan Lyon just giving Ravindra Jadeja some grief there. But just to what happened in the last over, so you could hear Rishabh Pant in Hindi kind of tell Jadeja, Jaldi se call de do, basically saying at least call off the run earlier. Don't leave it so late. So that's what. So it was a striker who was still blaming a non-striker.
Yeah, because Jadeja's moving 2 or 3 metres down the pitch, but he's not saying anything.
Boland up to that man, Jadeja on 5. Around the wicket, leaves again close to the off stump. Boland probing here. Building pressure with these high-quality dots.
And that's what causes confusion for the non-striker, because he doesn't hear anything, but then he sees the batsman coming and he's thinking, well, does that mean he's coming? And that's why you try and communicate. It's obviously hard when it gets loud here late in the day, but there's been enough confusion now across last night and this morning to suggest that they need some serious words about how they're calling at the moment.
So 5 dots from Boland to Jadeja. 3 slips, including Labuschagne up close at third. Bowls here around the wicket. Leg stump line. Gets inside the line. Orbit gets himself a boundary. Well played. Leg glance. Waited for Boland to come to him. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. It takes India to 5 for 186 at the end of the over. Jadeja 9 with the boundary. Rishabh 23 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
We've got 30-minute inbound delays on the Westgate Freeway starting at Millers Road with 3 lanes closed on the bridge for maintenance works. You can use Geelong Road and Footscray Road instead. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Dan Murphy's don't match competitors' advertised prices, they beat them. For New Year's Eve celebrations at low prices, shop your favourite drinks online or in-store today. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. And the Stars take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Gentle applause around the G was for the announcement of Nathan Lyon coming into the attack for the first time today. Bowled 5 overs yesterday, none for 18. We caught up with him in the pre-game today. Myself and Simon Katich. He was in a good mood, Nathan. He was very chatty and very much looking forward to sinking his teeth into this Test match. Having not done a huge amount of work, Baz, through the course of the series so far. Just 1 over at Adelaide, not a lot of cricket at Brisbane, and a long time since Perth.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to settle down into his spell yesterday. Jaiswal used his feet and went after him. But I have to say this, Adam, I don't know. I know you follow social media quite closely as well, but the Virat Kohli Jaiswal run out also led to one of the most bizarre things I've seen on social media. It happened on a TV broadcast channel out of India. A human fighting with a hologram. Did you see that? Irfan Pathan and Sanjay Manjrekar.
Let's,
one of the most...
please tell me more as we work through this line over. He's got to start off with punt on strike, his old adversary, with a long off,
then, guys.
deep point, deepish mid-on, almost long on. That's Cummins, and a deep square leg. So inviting punt to go over the top of long on perhaps. Bowls here. First ball. Catches the call, but past short leg, straight of him. Cummins all the way in from long on, collects it at wideish mid-wicket. 2 for Rishabh. He's 25, 5 for 188, intent right away.
So the debate, once again, involving who was at fault, whether it was Virat Kohli or Yashasvi Jaiswal. So Irfan Pathan is here in Melbourne at the MCG, a few boxes away from us, where Sanjay Manjrekar was in the studio back in Mumbai.
Line bowls, slips short leg to catching men. Rishabh pulls hard through mid-wicket, where there is a gap, but didn't quite get all of it. It was a big swing, but Cummins again gets a touch in exactly the same place where the previous ball went, at wideish mid-wicket. 5 for 189, just 1 on that occasion. He's 26.
One misunderstanding between these two as well. Pant wanted a second run, Jadeja did not. So Sanjay Manjrekar has appeared on screen in the form of a hologram, and he's taken Jaiswal's side. Irfan Pathan over here is defending Kohli, and then they get into a proper argument. The only thing is the hologram's facing the other way. and not Irfan Pathan. I've never seen a human versus hologram battle before, but just look it up on social media. Sanjay Manjrekar, Irfan Pathan. It's quite something.
I have been enjoying the hologram at different points through the series. Silly point in for Jadeja. Lines from around the wicket. Catches the call on the deflection. Doesn't quite make it to Travis Head. Nearly did. There's an appeal for the volley up. Maybe we'll have to see a second look at this because it was a lot going on. Bat onto pad. He didn't get there, and then Head flicked it onto the stumps. Not quite. So a lot of noise, but not a lot of action as far as Australia's concerned. But still, line prompts the false shot from Jadeja. Hits him on the pad, skids straight through. Umpire Goff says no. It went straight on with the arm from around the wicket. It didn't get up either, which is of note. Height will not be a problem. Wasn't missing leg. Lyon talks to Cummins. Carey's involved as well. 4, 3, 2, 1. They don't go upstairs. They've blown 2 reviews in this innings. Both of them bad reviews. We'll see it back the first time. Feels like the right call not to have sent it on the first replay. You can see 2.5 stumps where contact's made. Did go straight through with the arm. League before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Lyon bowls again. Jadeja plays defensively from the crease. Lyon right on the money here.
Yeah, I wonder if Australia would have taken it if they had at least one more review left.
Let's see the projection on television here. 2 reds. Umpire's call.
So it was worth.
They would have kept the review, but it would have gone the way of India. Had umpire Goff given it out on the field, though, Jadeja was a goner. He's on 9. He's facing Lyon. Wide of the crease. Round the wicket. Goes back and defends. And completes a busy over. 3 runs from it. And the league before shout. 5 for 189 the score. India trailing by 285. Rishabh 26. Jadeja 9 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier.
50% off everything Christmas sale is on now at Lombard. Stock up for next Christmas at a Lombard party store near you. Shop in store and online now. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
During the big December deal sale, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. We're talking run-outs, we're talking holograms, we're talking punch-ons with holograms.
Run boats.
Run boats. A hologram reminds me of my favourite show growing up, Quantum Leap, where a hologram was a prominent character. Anyway, here's Scott Boland, southern end, delivers here. Rishabh Pant plays from the outside edge, goes past Mitchell Marsh to his left in the gully. Was more or less kept down, no real concern for the left-hander. He advances to 28. 5 for 191. Clearly you didn't get Quantum Leap in India when you were growing up.
I didn't.
No
yeah,
response.
No
You'd like it. Time travel show.
Oh, right. Yeah, this was...
yes, please continue, sorry.
No. Last night, but yeah, India was divided.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to become such a big deal, but Virat Kohli is just all over this test match, isn't he?
It was total zeitgeist stuff. As Boland gets up and bowls here, and ducking the bouncer is Rishabh. He's down on his knees by the time the ball goes past his lid, so an accurate bouncer from the Victorian. And by that I mean there was so much attention on Virat Kohli. The fact that he was involved in a run-out meant it was going to divide opinion. I've got to admit, doing this a long time, I was staggered at how different the response was to how I thought it would be. I just misread that entirely in terms of the public mood. I feel like it's running 90-10 against Kohli. When we saw it live and we were commentating on it, we thought, well, that's Jaiswal's blue.
Yeah.
But I suppose that's the way these conversations tick over online and overnight. The beauty of overnight, as Boland over the wicket bowls and backing away for the second time we've seen that in the session. Once from Jadeja, now once from Rishabh. That's most unusual to see the bowler let the ball go, and we've seen it twice in the space of about 20 minutes. Umpire Wilson goes up to Rishabh and says, what's that all about?
Rishabh seems to be saying something was in his eye, but you can't pull out that late either.
You're seeing it more and more, I reckon. The very, very late pull out. We saw it with Josh Inglis in a game in Scotland where he was bowled from one of those.
That's right. But that was Mark
earlier
Watt,
this year.
wasn't it?
Mark Watt bowling a ball from behind the stumps, which is his prerogative. But still, Boland being clapped in, delivers here. Rishabh looking to hoik it towards fine leg, getting down low in that modern fashion that he does so often, where he tries to lift it over his left shoulder, despite the fact there are 2 men out for the short ball. And he doesn't mind, doesn't make contact, hit in the tummy. We'll see it back on the pay.com.au replay screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, right in the guts. The support staff were ready to come out, but Rishabh waved them away.
Right in the bread basket there for Rishabh Pant. He lifted his head a little too early.
That premeditated shot, despite the risk. Boland delivers and Rishabh plays it again, but it goes straight down the third man. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. That's going to make for an ugly replay. 2 premeditated shots in a row, getting down on the ground to lift it over his shoulder, but instead of going to fine leg, it caught the edge, ends up at third man, caught when he was laying on his back. Scott Boland gets his third. Rishabh's gone for 28, 6 for 191. They're still 283 behind. That may well be a decisive moment in this test match, Bharat Sundaresan.
Oh, it can look ridiculously brilliant when it comes off for Rishabh Pant, but here it just looks ridiculous. Very rarely have we seen a batter sprawled on the ground, trying to sweep a fast bowler and then getting caught at third. But Rishabh Pant does some extraordinary things with the bat, and he's got out in an extraordinary fashion at the worst time possible for India, just when it looked like Pant and Jadeja were building some sort of partnership. That man, Scotty Boland, gets another wicket at the MCG, and that will not make for happy viewing for Rishabh or the Indian team.
And look, to play devil's advocate, he knows where Boland is pitching it from around the wicket. He's always attacking the stumps. He's confident that he knows roughly where it's going to be. But the risk profile with a third man back and a man at fine leg as well. So third man, what I really mean by that, fly slip, right? That's for the uppercut in theory. He's not there to save runs. Fine leg, set fine, and a long leg, all there for a shot just like that. He's essentially saying, I've got to hit it for 6 to offset the risk. It's a, as I say, it's a replay that's going to go around the world, that's for sure. Caught at third man, sprawled out on the ground, on the turf when the catch was taken. Ends a partnership that got India through the first 50 minutes of the morning. But now the game changes again. Nitish Kumar Reddy in at 8, where he's batted throughout the series. Boland in, delivers here, in behind it defensively. So Reddy was carded at 7. Night watchman Akash Deep batted last night, so he shuffles back to 8. He's made it to 40 on 3 occasions in the series. They'll need plenty more than that today, given how far behind they are.
Yeah, he's been so impressive, Nitish Kumar Reddy, in his maiden series, but yeah, that dismissal of Rishabh Pant, he does it so often. We saw him do it on the first morning in Perth to Pat Cummins, but probably went a bit too early. He was already out of position when the ball got to him in a very ugly dismissal.
So Kerry up to the stumps. Last ball of the over. In from the southern end. Boland to Reddy. Plays off the front foot to mid-wicket, off the mark with a single. Completes the over where Australia celebrated the wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. India 6 for 192. Jadeja's 9, Reddy's 1.
Introducing the Arvo Sweet Treat Macca's Run, featuring the McCafe iced coffee range with hazelnut, caramel and iced mocha. So, Macca's Run, available for a limited time.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Underinflated or overinflated tyres can affect your safety on the road. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Great timing to be joined by Ravi Shastri for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. G'day, Ravi.
Good day, Adam. Good day, Bharat.
Well, that punt dismissal, that standing sweep is a shot that does bring him runs. However, and it's big however, Lyon starts his new over, round the wicket to Reddy. Reddy steers in the backward point for 1. Moves to 2, 6 for 193. And trailing by as far as they are, the risk profile so high on it.
Very high risk. That's why, however, is right, because the fine leg was fine. There was a third man specifically placed for that. So, you know, it was a very high risk shot, even if he got it right.
You were saying before you jumped on, he pretty much needed to hit it for 6 to offset the risk.
Yeah, that's how high a risk shot it was.
Yeah. Given there were 3 catches there for it. Lyon bowls round the wicket. Forward comes Jadeja. Back to Lyon. He thinks about pinging it back to the stumps to keep him honest, but calls that off as well.
Steve Smith thought that hit pad first. He was the only one appealing, but nobody else seemed to be bothered.
But he's got to watch that, Jadeja, because he's got out in the past in that fashion. Pad, then bat.
So much rides on Jadeja now. How does he respond? Line full, flights it up, tucks it behind square, gets a single. Jadeja into double figures. He's been out there for 37 balls for 10, 6 for 194.
You've coached Rishabh more than anyone else, Ravi. Like, what do you tell him when he gets? I mean, when it comes off, he looks like a genius, but the timing of the game as well.
Timing, probably explain the high risk factor in it. You know, as opposed to what you gain, how much you can lose.
Lyon's got 3 catching men in close. Round the wicket to Reddy, the new man. Drives out the middle of the bat. Lovely shot. An off drive. All timing. Had one man to beat, did it comfortably. Reddy to 6, India 6 for 198. Our boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito.
Well, he's looked the part, hasn't he? Right through the series, every time he's gone in, he started confidently. That's a lovely shot.
Everything seems so precise with his batting, doesn't it? Very minimal, no extravagance to anything he does with the bat.
Even that first ball stride to Scotty Boland, very confident.
Line again to Reddy. So left in the over. Bowls here. Reddy goes back in defence to mid-wicket where Khawaja will field.
Nice, guys.
So picked to play at 7 this week. So a promotion in the batting order. Extra faith in the young man, 21 years of age. I know he's batting 8, but it was a sign of faith. Young all-rounder. Last ball here. Line to Reddy. Forward again. Takes one. Wide of Cummins a bit off. Does it easily. Keeps the strike. 7 runs from the over. 6 for 199. Reddy 7. Jadeja 10. That's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Main View Collection. The difference is everywhere.
A change of bowler for Australia, shaking up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Mitchell Stark replacing Scott Boland, who struck in his previous over. Stark, none for 48 yesterday.
And Scott Boland's just taken a bit of a break. I just saw Sean Abbott on the field for the first time during this test match. Down there at fine leg.
Yes, beneath us here in the floppy hat.
Interesting that Mana still has his helmet on. Now he's not standing up close. He's in a conventional third slip position.
We'll see whether he takes a stride forward, but that is a bit unusual. He kind of does come closer than he ordinarily would be. Stark around the wicket to begin. Bowls to Reddy, first ball of his day, left alone outside the line.
I think it's a good position where he's standing, and that's why he's wearing a helmet, because you've seen a lot of edges falling short of the slip fielders. I was a little surprised today. Australia didn't start with a third slip. There could have been 2 catches taken there. This is a good position. Reaction time might be less, but you have a chance of taking a catch there as well.
Saw Joe Root do that job quite a bit for England with the helmet on at third slip. Labuschagne today for Australia. Stark in, Reddy, leaves alone again in that channel outside the line, but well wide, an easy lead for him.
Been the kind of series we expected from Rishabh Pant, Ravi. Came into the series after the highs of having batted well against New Zealand, has come back to Test cricket and having had a great time on Australian soil in the past.
The only thing one would want to tell Rishabh is, he's built up a reputation now. And when you build a reputation of that sort, the field spreads out straight away. So there are runs for the taking if you're smart. You just knock the ball around. There are enough singles for the taking.
We saw that in the previous over when Lyon came on. Rishabh was on strike with 4 men back straight away. Stark's third ball round the wicket. Southern end bowls here. Reddy beaten. That's much better. Angled in. Held its line. Just seemed away a wee bit over the top of the off stump. Beautiful.
Yeah, this is a good angle. You see he's right at the edge of the crease, getting the ball to just pitch and straighten. It's a kind of angle where if you're a right-hand batsman, you've got to play at it.
Yeah, that point about Rishabh, that if he's been trusted to do that role at 5, so far behind in the game, it requires a different skill set, surely.
Absolutely.
Stark in. Once more passing umpire Wilson. Wide of the crease, bowls here, leaves alone on length.
It's been that kind of series for India. Almost feels like that second innings in Perth was an outlier. So often they've lost their 6th and 7th wicket before they've got to 200. Bowled out very cheaply in the first innings, both in Perth and Adelaide. They were in big trouble at the Gabba. Jadeja and Rahul got together.
Still 275 behind. Not that the follow-on will be even a thought, but still a long way from that as well. Stark bowls here. Reddy leaves alone. 1 ball left in the over.
And what would hurt someone like Rishabh Pant even more is the ball is almost 58 overs old. This is the best time to bat. This is the best time to cash in. You've got Jadeja rock solid at the other end. It's these 20 overs, 23 overs where without taking too many risks you can still score 70, 80 runs with spin operating at one end.
So last ball here before drinks. Stark to complete his 14th over. Bowls to Reddy, who drives off the outside part of the bat past Marsh at gully for 4. Wasn't in control of the shot. The Slips thought they were in the game. They nearly were. Reddy moves to 11 with the boundary, overtaking Jadeja, who's 10. India go past 200 as well. 6 for 203 with drinks coming out onto the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. On the other side of the break, Gerard Whateley in for me. Damien Fleming will be here as well.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
The tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix Centre with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Ready's himself. He's on the move. He edges through the cordon. It goes between second and gully and down to the boundary for 4. Pant is on 10. Cummins bowls to him. Pant dances down the pitch, slogs him high to wide mid-wicket. Bounce bounces once over the rope for 4. Goes to Rishabh Pant, who pulls beautifully up over deep square and down to the boundary for 4.
Boland delivers and Rishabh plays it again, but it goes straight down to third man. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. That's going to make for an ugly replay.
The drinks break taken after a madcap hour, capped by the exports of Rishabh Pant. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, 6 for 203. Damien Fleming slides back in with Ravi, Shastri, 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. I feel like this was yesterday's conversation, Flemmers. For us on the outside, can we revel in the modern shot making and then still be appalled by what Rishabh Pant just did?
Yeah, I mean, he had to practice the ball before, and we love when Rishabh Pant's going Travis Head, Constas in the first innings, but I think there needs to be more strategy with it as well. We saw earlier today he advanced down the pitch and hit Cummins back over his head. With 2 out on the leg side and the third man, if he's going to take him on, I wouldn't mind that more of a strategy. So he tried it once, didn't work. If he really wants a boundary, why not advance? Because it's a shot that he's already played well against Cummins.
Huge risk in attempting the shot that he did, with the fielders placed specifically for that shot.
6 for 203. Jadeja's on 10. He has the strike. Liners into him from the members' end, and Jadeja leans forward to defend.
So I'm not having a go at his, the mindset to bring a T20 to Test match cricket, and we're going to see more of that. But it's got to meld in with the bowlers bowling and the field that's set.
Line around the wicket. Jadeja plays back, cuts. There's a backward point, no run.
If he uses his feet and gets outside the line, you've just got more options. There's hardly any fielders out there. So I'd be trying to use my T20 shots to where the fielders aren't.
Silly mid-off in place. Jadeja plays back, turns to leg. They go for a sharp single, pick up, throw, home. The throw missed as Reddy scampered to make his ground.
Whereas Rav, you know him as a person. It was almost like, I just want to play this shot.
Yeah. And what one would tell him is, you built a reputation now. The moment you come in, you're there for 10 minutes, the field spreads out. You've got singles for the taking. There are 4 or 5 fielders on the boundary line. You're batting at number 5. You're 200 plus behind. There's every opportunity. The ball is 58 overs old. Best time to bat. It's for you to make the runs.
Substitute fielder Abbott is on the field. He was in the previous play. Reddy covers his stumps, plays Abbott again over to point to do the fielding. A single taken, 205 on the board.
Whereas for most of their partnership, I thought we'd be describing a diabolical run out.
Yeah.
2 experienced players. They're unnecessary run outs.
Jadeja is on 11. Forwards, inside edge onto the pad line. Knew it. The rest had a bit of a yelp.
And if you're batting first time with Jadeja, you've got to be watchful, because he has a habit of playing the ball and then running 3 steps, then the call. So if you're batting first time with him, you could be caught off guard.
Last ball of Lions over. Jadeja forward smothers the spin. 6 for 205 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepex Premium Lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 6 for 205. Reddy is 12. Stark none for 52 from 14 overs. He's bowling from the worn stand ends. Reddy leaves the rising delivery.
Yeah, this is a real test for Reddy, owning his off stump. The angle from the left armour coming around. often right-handers will spar at balls they don't need to, which we saw in the previous over. Also, just his footwork. He seems to get inside the line, which opens up his stumps a little bit more. If anything, I wouldn't mind him changing his guard to an off, or middle and off stump guard, just so that you know that if you forward press and you miss the ball, you're going to be outside the line.
Stark around the wicket. Reddy leaves. That's a good test of nerve.
And that is quite wide of off stump. But it creates so much doubt, doesn't it?
No, because of the angle from where it's coming. And he sometimes bowls from the edge of the crease. So it might be on fifth stump, but you get the feeling as a right-hander that it might hit off stump. So you tend to play that line.
2 slips, 2 gullies and points. Reddy's been quite the figure in the series, averaging 47.5. Stands in the middle of the MCG, faces Stark, leaves again.
Yeah, I think it would have been possibly the great was in Akram, being the first left armour to be as potent over and around the wicket. And it just gives you more options as a quick, doesn't it?
It does, and especially when it starts reversing. Then it's a very awkward angle. Then even Mitchell Stark becomes very dangerous because he's good at it.
Yeah.
Nathan Ryan shared an idea with Pat Cummins between balls. Constas pushed back to deep backward square. Abbott's under the floppy at fine leg as the sub on the field at the moment. It's Boland who's off. Reddy faces up, drives right over the top of it, puts it through mid-off, sends Cummins on a chase under the Warne stand. They race through 2. Cummins slides in and fields, come back for 3. Good running all round, batters and fielder alike. Reddy goes to 15.
He's a confident young player. Even there you could see that stride, big stride forward. Nice full face of the blade. And every innings he's played in the series is he's got a start. That's a big call for him to play ahead of Shubman Gill. So obviously the selectors feel at number 7, 8, he's the right man.
Very impressive start to his test career with the bat.
Let's put the helmet on at 3rd slip. Jadeja faces up to Stark. He's forward, driving, mid-on. Great dive. Cummins got it on quickly through the stumps down. Wow. Jadeja's beaten at home, I fancy. That is a splendid piece of fielding from the Australian captain. There was only just there as a single.
TV umpire director, we have umpire review for run out at the bowler's end.
How good was that fielding and the quick release and the execution?
It's home on the pay.com.au replay screen, but that gives everyone plenty to think about.
Satisfied my decision for the big street.
And he's got a lot of run-outs from that position in the past, not just in red ball and white ball cricket, also very deceptive in that area.
Line down to fly slip. Labuschagne over to second gully. Reddy defends to cover, which has been left wide open and takes a single. 5 from the over. Reddy goes to 16. India 6 for 210. The Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. It's a tremendous crowd already in on Saturday, and in fact it numbers 62,395 at the drinks break, which was just taken. Line 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. He's bowling to Reddy, who plays back and across and defends down the line of the leg side. Come on, boys. 7, 8, 9. We're going to give 80,000 a shake.
No way.
Yeah. Saturday, prospect of Constas batting 62,000 after the first hour of play. Reddy leans forward to defend.
What was the early call? 70?
Yep.
Wow.
Yesterday exceeded by 10,000. There's just a momentum around the game in the series.
It's 170,000. Even who have come in over the last couple of days. And we had the 65 today.
Reddy down the pitch, slices the ball wide of Smith at first slip. Down to third, fielding down, tossed in. Reddy scampers back for two. Smith throws to the non-strikers. He hits the stumps. Jadeja was well in. There's a lot happening. 6 for 212.
So I think Tom will be on the day 3 crowds. Certainly non-Ashes, there'll be nothing close. But this is going to test Ashes test matches day 3.
We'll find ourselves into all-time record territory if we know there's a full day of cricket tomorrow. Reddy's on 18, faces Lyon. Circumspect as he plays to short leg.
Come on, Gary.
Yep, a Sunday.
Come on, guys. Come on, boys.
But yeah, there's not massive gaps around the ground, is there? Looking up at the tier 3 even.
Line around the wickets. Reddy stays home, comes a long way forward, clips the ball down to long on. The single added, he goes to 19.
Oh, me.
And even yesterday, you know, with the MCG members full, you know, that doesn't always happen. And it doesn't look like there's too many spots in the members today either.
Stretch right back, can't they? One to come in the line over. Jadeja to see it and blunt it. 6 for 213. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sale.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat. An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 6 for 213. Reddy 19, Jadeja 12. Mitch Stark is bowling from the Warren stand end. 15 overs, no maidens, none for 57. Bowling back on the field. He's at fine leg. Constas at deep backward square. Stark around the wicket to Reddy, who leaves the ball rising up over the off stump. Tom Morris is keeping the good oil for Cobram Estates, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Well, we had 85,000 people in here yesterday, and Cricket Australia's just told me already there's 500 more people here today than there was at the same time yesterday. So if we can get 80 plus again today, we are well on track to break the all-time record thanks to Matty Donald of 350,000 across the test if it does go 5 days. A few ifs in there, but we're on track.
A lot of people have come from overseas for the weekend. So it's possible.
Oh, for the weekend?
Yeah.
Stark to Reddy, tucked up in defence, drops to mid-on. No single that time.
Yeah, day 1 down at fine leg when they are bowling from the Warney stand. The Indian fans were all from India. Not Australian Indians.
Yeah, a lot from England, a lot from the States.
Yep. How good.
Yep.
Travel to watch your nation play cricket.
The makings of a wave start up before midday. It's Stark who is in. Testing Reddy, who goes after the short ball underneath it.
That's a good one, isn't it? First one he's bowled on the money. If he'd connected, there's no way that was going along the ground. So he'd have to have middled it to go all the way for 6 because fine leg and backward square are out for the catch.
And from that angle, you can easily glove it behind to the keeper as well.
Cramped up with it coming in at you all the time. Stark comes again. Reddy, forward defence, out to mid-off, no run. In the great debate, Ravi, of whose fault was yesterday's run-out, Jasper or Coley, where are you?
I think it was rush of blood from Jasper, because I think what did him was how quickly it went to mid-on. He was looking to play it a little wider. He misjudged the pace at which it went to Cummins, and Cummins is very good in that area. I feel if Kohli had gone, there was a chance of a run out both ends.
Yep, that marries up precisely with what Simon Katich saw in real time. Start to Reddy, forward, leans on it, straight to mid-off, no run. Cummins there again.
It went so quickly that normally you would see the non-striker putting his hand up and saying no. But there was not even enough time for that, because by the time Kohli was, you tend to look towards the ball, no matter who you are. It's one thing trusting the batsman. I think because of the pace at which he hit it, Kohli went a little towards that fielder, knowing Cummins is always tight at mid-on.
Last ball of Stark's over. Thoroughly testing Reddy. Reddy is forward, running the ball to point. He'll deny Stark a maiden and keep the strike with the single. Marsh comes around the field. 6 for 214. Reddy is 20 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Line to Reddy, came down the pitch, smothered the spin when he arrived.
Oh, Gary.
Just how costly was it, Ravi, the run out? They were going to be 2 for 180 at stumps. Anything was possible.
Could be that costly where it could cost you the series.
Yep.
Line around the wicket. Reddy stays home, covers the stumps, defenders.
Yeah, I just think Kohli's so experienced. He would have felt as soon as that ball was hit that hard, without even really thinking about it, he just felt like that there was no run. Yeah.
Reddy plays back, turns to short leg.
I can understand the young man, because he was in the groove with the tempo. He had shifted gears. It was the last ball of the over. 40 minutes to go for stumps. He was eyeing 100 before stumps.
Unfurls, Reddy a long way forward.
It's a little bit like coaching in the under-12s when a youngster hits a good shot, so they feel like they deserve runs. So they just run.
Yeah. He wanted to keep the strike.
But I don't see it a lot at Test level.
Yes.
Because he hit a lot of good shots.
And skips in, Reddy back across, Jags down on it, Smith out of slip to field.
And a lot of great players, or big players, when they're in good nick, you've got to watch that last ball. There's a chance of a run out, because they want to keep the strike.
I've going to name some names from India in the heyday.
Zahir Abbas, there was Javed Mirdad. Always looking for that single, last ball.
Reddy
Sachin Tendulkar.
Reddy played out a maiden, no single off the last ball there. 6 for 214. Tyre Power scoreboard, big December deal sale.
Water is precious. Put your trust in a Philmac original, the only compression fitting range made in Australia for more than 90 years. Philmac's range of rural and metric compression fittings are simple, easy to use, and provide a reliable, long-lasting connection you can trust. They're all backed by a 20-year warranty for peace of mind. Ask your local Nutrien Water expert for Philmac fittings or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
India 6 for 214. The next batter in it will be Washington Sundar. He'll suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. For the moment, Jadeja is 12. He was 4 at the start of the day, so he's on the go slows. And Reddy has moved to 20. Pant the man out for 28. Jadeja faces a first ball, clips it through mid-wickets. That was crisp and wristy. Out toward the boundary, it rolls. Labuschagne doggedly pursues, but to no avail. It's a well-struck boundary from Ravindra Jadeja. A rare moment of aggression. He's 16. It's 6 for 218 here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Simon Katich, welcome back.
Good morning, Gerard, Flem, all our listeners.
Great chase for Marnus. I know he didn't get there, but as a bowler, you'd love seeing fielders put in the big ones like that.
They all reset. Marnus is at a straight mid-wicket, and that is offering the gap. 2 slips, a gully, backward points. Constas now goes back into the deep, so 2 near the rope on the leg side. Marnus at mid-wicket, heads at mid-on. Cummins at mid-off. Starkett's wicketless thus far. He bowls to Jadeja, turns off the hit down to Constas in the deep. Ticks along to 17. How are you seeing it, Simon?
Well, these two are certainly capable, and they've got this window here where the ball's nearly 64 overs old to be busy and looking to score to bring that lead down under the 200 mark. And if they can do that, these two, Jadeja's only playing second test of the series, but Reddy's been consistent the whole way through. I think he's averaging about 50 for the series. And to be fair to him, he hasn't had a big score because a lot of the time he's been caught batting with the tail, so he hasn't been able to go on with it. So he's looked good so far, moved to 20 nicely.
Reddy faces up, Stark bowls to him, onto the pads and turned away economically for a single at mid-wicket. He's 21.
And it feels like the sort of wicket, particularly against this older ball now, that if you minimise the errors, you'll be able to bat on it for a lengthy period of time. And obviously what we saw from Rishabh Pant, well, I know that's the modern game, but God, he just gifted his wicket to Australia. That was crazy. And he, you know what? I reckon he should have learned a lesson from the young kid, because the young kid did it well for a period of time, but then he stopped doing it once the field spread. Young Constas.
But he missed the previous ball, and, you know, I was talking about, like, he does also, it's not his only innovative shot. He runs at the fast bowlers like he did at Cummins and hit him back down. That's a more better percentage play when there's 3 fielders, well, just about every fielder's behind the wicket.
Stark is over the wicket when he bowls to Jadeja. He's forward and defending.
But no, they should be able to dig in. They naturally score quite quickly, these two. So for the second new ball, you think they're going to add another 40, 50 runs. That gets them well and truly under 200 runs.
Well, and the way the over rate is at the moment, that new ball is not going to come until into the middle session. There's probably only going to be another, maybe 8 overs until lunch. And then they'll have to get through another 8 or so after the break.
Stark bowls, Jadeja ducks the bouncer.
So from a batting perspective, it's a good period to know that if you can get through this and then get through the first half an hour, there's still time to score before the second new ball, which will be more of a handful, but still playing very well this track.
Jadeja just has a little walk to the leg side and then readies himself. Breeze not nearly as stiff as the past 2 days. Just a gentle fluttering of the flags up above the scoreboard. Stark bowls, Jadeja leaves. End of the over. 6 for 220. Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sale.
Here's Pat Cummins for Liars Non-Alcoholic Spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, head to the website to upload it.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. 1 check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
Leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Jacewell's 82 yesterday. Leading wicket taker. Before you dig, before every job search, before you dig online, every time Pat Cummins has 3. Lyon starts the fresh over. It's stroked away to the leg side by Reddy. Straight to the field, no run. Reddy's 21, Jadeja's 17. India's 6 for 220. The deficit is 254. Lyon searching for his first wicket. Reddy plays to the leg side, but there's a short backward square in place to 9 him around.
And he'd love some wickets. It's been a tough series for Nathan Lyon, just actually getting a bowl.
He's half a dozen steps. He's in and bowls. Reddy clips in the air past the short leg. Out to Constas in the deep for a single. Reddy goes to 22.
Good signs there for Nathan Lyon. That ball looked like it turned quite sharply. Cramped up Reddy. Squeezed it to the left of Travis Head. But it went quickly enough that he didn't have the reaction time to haul it in.
It's not far away on the pay.com.au replay screen. Silly mid-off when Jadeja's on strike. Lyon bowls and Jadeja back cuts from the stumps. There's a backward point, no run.
Nice, guys,
That's what is he? 3 wickets at 71 in the series as we come to the MCG. It's such an unusual position for Lyon to be in.
Yeah.
He bowls to Jadeja, who's playing corner out. Got jammed in front. He went back instead of forwards. Wrapped on the pad, LBW. He'll come down and have a chat to Reddy to see if there's any sort of reprieve to be had. He's going to try his luck. Jadeja, he'll need some luck. The LBW shout, how's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Well bowled, Gerard.
TV umpire to director. We have
You got
a
him
clear
that
review
wicket.
for
Talking
LBW. On-field
Average down to
decision is
55
out.
maybe?
I've checked the field placement and it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Once he played back, it was following him, and it all got really sticky.
He had a good shout early on, didn't he, against Jadeja?
Yes, doesn't appear to be any bat involved. I need to check that with RTS,
There's
please.
no bat on that. He is out. I think Jadeja's walking off now.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, just roll it once again. Roll back. I can see a clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please.
Yeah, Jadeja's not even waiting for the ball tracking. He knows he's out.
Pitching outside off, impact in line and wicket umpire's call. Michael, you will be staying with your out decision. Your screen signal now.
Jadeja walks for 17. Lyon gets his first. The umpires call up on the bails. The projection had it a bit higher than it felt, but out nonetheless. And India 7 for 221.
Yeah, well done, Nathan Lyon. He's got the opportunity. It's been a dry series, but hasn't bowled a lot in great conditions. So his first wicket in the MCG test. There's another innings to come too, and SCG. So maybe he'll cash in the last 2 test matches, and that's a great luxury for Australia to have. The fast bowlers have been excellent. And now in combination with them, Nathan Lyon will hopefully enjoy this MCG pitch that is turning a little bit. He's getting a little bit of drift as well. And he's the king of just changing angles, you know, and upsetting the batsman's rhythm.
Australia celebrate the wicket for Tobin Brothers. Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
Oh, I love the fact that the fieldy had Travis Head on the offside. Normally he'd have the bat pad leg side, but he's got that fielder under the left-hander's eye line. He's got the same now for Washington Sundar. And the reason I like him there is because it stopped Jadeja getting forward and just defending on the front foot. It forced him back, and that's how he perished in the end, playing back to a ball he needed to get forward to.
Washington Sundar, the new man in the middle, fancies himself as a middle-order batter. He was brought into this test match. He bowled it a lot on day one, but it's with the bat that India is relying on him. They're suddenly 7 down. Before lunch on day 3, Lyon bowls and Washington's forward to defend the offside. He calls for the single, which is there at points. Deficit is 252. 7 for 222 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sale. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Never trade his mate. That's Simon. Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Adam Collins jumping in, Damien Fleming with me. Change of commentary for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Cats here too. 2 wickets for Australia this morning. Partnerships of 32 and 30, but they're still well behind. 252 behind. As Cummins charges in, southern end, delivers here, swaying out the way of a short one is Washington Sundar, who's on 1. Well bowled by Nathan Lyon, wasn't it? The second one he had to go on with the arm. Jadeja playing from the crease. Classic finger spinner's dismissal from around the wicket.
Yeah, it was, and as I mentioned, the field he set to was forcing him to play back. He didn't want to get forward. He was worried about the silly point under his eye line. Even the ball before that he cut to backward point, it was high risk. Skidded on. It was close to the stumps.
Cummins. 2 slips to gully, leg gully as well. The Sundar round the wicket, plays to gully on the bounce. Mitch Marsh takes it to his right, fielding in the short sleeve jumper. I saw on the telly as we jumped on comms there, to avoid the follow-on, India require 53 runs. Of course, it'll never happen, right? But imagine how annoyed the crowd will be here if they don't get to watch Sam Constance bat today.
True. I like this from Cummins too, getting himself back on here.
Sundar's 1. Cummins up. Passes umpire Wilson. Bowls here. Defends off the shoulder of the blade to that man at leg gully. Labuschagne, who collects.
Right on the money, isn't he, Captain Pat? Hitting the bat hard. It's bowled better than just 2 for 3 wickets to go. Maybe just cash in with the lower order, although they did send in deep, isn't it? So Sundar was due to bat 8. It's come in at 9.
Did that at Melbourne in the second dig last year. Cummins had 2, then went bang, bang, bang to get 5 and 10 for the match. Loves bowling here, average of 17. Delivers here around the wicket. Washington short ball, rides the bounce, just keeps it down. Wasn't far away from finding that outside edge.
Yeah, it's a great length, particularly with the field he's got set. He's just shifting it now. Labuschagne was at leg gully, but it looks like Travis Head's going to come into a short leg position, and Constance will go into the leg gully now.
Interesting that Constance has fielded in those unusual positions, a lot of square legs, sweeping, not really front and centre. Not often that you see a top order bat. I wouldn't want to say hit, that's exaggerating it, but
he's 19. He's 19. Taking it all in, isn't he?
Cummins here around the wicket and defending it is Sundar well behind it. Do you think that'll be the main reason? Just day one, let's keep him in.
They probably haven't actually seen him field much.
Yeah.
Either.
Travis Head will be
replacing
disappointed.
McSweeney, who's the gun, isn't he?
Travis Head will be disappointed that he's still in the short leg position.
Who did you hand it over to, Cato? Or did you?
No, I had to do it right to the end, mate. Well, when Husey came in South Africa, I straight away went to him to give the pads and the helmet. And Punter looked at me and goes, "No, mate, you're doing it."
Cummins to finish his 18th over. Sundar again, short ball. That's more convincing in defence. Straight to the man at short leg. Maiden for Cummins. 7 for 222. India, they trail by 252. Reddy's 22. Sundar is on 1 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale.
This week, get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Save now on everything from home theatre to headphones. All you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match or hosting friends and family, Sonos elevates the summer with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos will also bring premium audio to any and every room. Visit sonos.com to shop now. Offers end December 31st.
Lions starts a fresh over, played out to cover by Reddy, where Labuschagne just the fielding. No run. Tom Morris with us for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Nathan Lyon's the 3rd highest wicket taker in Test at the MCG now. equal with Hugh Trumbull.
Line up, bowls here. Dancing, and over the top of his head he goes. Thumps it over the rope at long on for 6. Nearly hit the sight screen. Real authority from Reddy. We've enjoyed the work of him throughout the series. He skips to 28, 7 for 228.
That's how you play off spin. That's beautiful footwork. Getting it right in the zone that he wants. Excellent swing of the bat. Beautiful shot.
This boy can bat. He's been very good all series. Just needs someone to dig in with him.
Great timing as well. Line delivers. Reddy stays at home on the front foot to long on for 1. 6 and a single. Good batting. 29 for him, 7 for 229. The deficit is 245.
So Dennis Lilly, 82 wickets at 22 here. Shane Warne, 56 at 23. And now Hugh Trumbull and Nathan Lyon, both 46. So Trumbull's got a cafe. Warne and Lilly have statues. What's Lyon going to get?
Lyon's got the silly point bowling to Sundar. And he plays it just straight of him to...
Maybe if he was Victorian. Dennis Western Australian, but his record's insane, isn't it? Warney Victorian, Trumbull Victorian. If there was going to be another statue or something, it's got to be Merv Hughes down at Bay 13.
Lyon 3 catches, bowls here. Sundar defends the silly point.
Scott Boland?
He'd need a few more, I reckon.
He's only got 11 or 12.
Yeah.
There's been a big campaign recently for Bill Laurie to have a sculpture at the front of the G. Remarkable that Laurie doesn't have
He'd be
one.
in the top 5, looking at his batting average, top 5 performers in Melbourne Tests.
Lyon to finish the over. Sundar defends not far away from silly point where Head put the left hand out. Ends the over. 7 runs from it, 7 for 229 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today. Go your own way. T's and C's apply.
Coverage is for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Cummins from the southern end. 2 slips the gully, fly slip as well when bowling to Reddy on the front foot, playing out to point no run.
I mean, Bill, I think Shane Warne's clearly the best Victorian cricketer of all time. If you look up Bill Ponsford's record for Victoria, I think he averages 85. So, you know, he was our Bradman. But I think iconic Victorians, there's none bigger than Bill Laurie, is there?
It's kind of remarkable to me they haven't already got a sculpture of Laurie.
I mean, he's got the nets. It's the Bill Laurie indoor nets.
A great addition to grounds around Australia in the last 20 years or so. Cummins up, bowls to Reddy. Defends from the crease, out to point, no run. I wrote a long essay about it maybe 5 or 6 years ago, about how they went about working out how they would place them and how they would build them and the sculptors they worked with on them. And I mean,
the old indoor nets, there was cracks in them. I don't know if you ever batted in them. They were right near the change rooms and they were a nightmare.
Right.
The balls would just kick off a length. I remember facing Jim Higgs there as a teenager. And he was a leg spinner, but the fizz was so much, I had to wear a helmet.
Cummins up, bowls to Reddy. Short ball, that nearly hit him on the helmet. Had to sway out the way and still was in strife. Just got the head out the line of the ball. Accurate and quick from the captain.
The line of that was absolutely on the money. It was very well played in the end, but for a moment there, he would have felt like that ball was just zeroing in on his helmet.
Oh,
just got under it. Just kept coming back at him.
Gosh. That's as good a bouncer as you can bowl. He had to go all matrix there, didn't he, Reddy?
Pay.com.au replay screen. Cummins, head of steam, close to the stumps. Reddy dances, that's getting away with a short one again. So he charged at Cummins after the bouncer, realised he was banging it in and had to pivot and, as you say, go almost full matrix again to mould the body around the ball.
If I'd copped the previous ball, there's no way I'm charging the next one.
Oh, that's just random,
I don't
isn't
want to
it?
get hit.
Charging a bouncer.
And he went a bit early too, so Cummins could have seen him.
think I've seen just about everything possible in this Test match between young Constas,
Hey, we're
Rishabh
not even
Pant,
halfway through day 3.
and now Reddy.
Getto. There's more to come.
So much more to come. Cummins in, bowls here, Reddy, full, straight defended. That's more conventional. That with that sculpture point before about the MCG and who has them and who doesn't, and the different landmarks around the ground. What a great thing as a meeting point. You know, I'll meet you at the Lily.
Yeah, it helps.
You know, it's just a beautiful
direction.
thing. Yeah. Adelaide
definitely.
Oval, they've got the football on one side, the cricket on the other. SCG, I think 4 sports are represented.
What about dizzy bowling to Darren Lehman?
Brilliant. In the back. Cummins to finish. Round the wicket. Short ball again. The new plan for Reddy is very clear. Maiden complete. 7 for 229 as Flem jumps out. Our coverage is for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
Nathan Lyon to continue from our northern end. It's Getty bowling at Washington Sundar on 1. A contender for the player of the day so far, picking up Jadeja leg before wicket for Bingley. Better living every day. Delivers here around the wicket. Sundar well forward in defence. Simon Katich in the box through to lunch, which is 15 minutes from now.
Oh, it just looks like Sundar's more prepared to get on the front foot here to Lyon compared to Jadeja.
Lyon 3 catching men. Bowls to Sundar, who places it square of the silly point. For a moment, there was a single that Reddy wanted, but very quickly Sundar said, no. Not here, not now.
No,
not when you're trailing by 245.
Yeah, it would have been tight. Young Constas at cover point, swooped on it nicely.
Lyon bouncing in, passes umpire, Goff bowls here full and straight and defended to silly point. Saying here, another sculpture at the MCG. Should be Meg Lanning, not a bad shout there. I'm not sure who the correspondent was, but don't mind that. Another here from Leslie Mooney Pond saying they should name the roller after Nathan Lyon here at the G. Don't mind that. One about Bill Laurie and pigeons as well from Andy on the Central Coast. 0433 98 11 16. Suns well and truly out on day 3. Now all 3 catching men are on the offside. Lyon delivers. Sundar off stump line. Places it back to the bowler. Collects it in his follow through. So 2 slips and a silly point.
Yeah, 7-2 field. You don't often see this for a right arm off spinner to a left-handed batsman. Just the 2 men on the leg side, mid-on and backward square leg.
Lyon up again, bowls and Sundar plays down to mid-off. He'll get a single. There's Marchette deep enough back for that easily. He's 7 for 230. Lyon spoke to us this morning about getting spin at the middle of the pitch, which encouraged him yesterday.
Yeah, look, I think we saw evidence of that. The ball that squirted off the inside part of Reddy's bat a few overs ago and went past Travis Head in the air.
It's one look at Reddy. Round the wicket he goes, and Reddy plays it through mid-wicket. Nice timing and placement to Constas, who's in from deep square leg. Ends the over. Reddy keeps the strike. He's 30. Sundar's 2 at 7 for 231. All our numbers on the coverage for Jürgen Heinrich, German engineered forklifts and racking systems.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
13 minutes till lunch. The crucial moment of the first session was Rishabh Pant caught it fly slip for 28 for New Farm. Australian through and through. Cummins here, bowls to Reddy on 30, southern end, full and straight and pushed out into the offside. Gets a single, wide of Stark at mid-off. 7 for 232, trailed by 242. Strike goes back to Sundar as we welcome a man who has making a real name for himself around Australian cricket. Jake Fraser-McGurk from the Melbourne Renegades. Welcome to the coverage.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I haven't really experienced this before, and then sort of just being here and up in the comm box is quite nice. It's a great view. See why you do it, Tommy.
It's good up here, isn't it? Especially with Adam Collins and Simon Katich.
It doesn't get much better than this. Window open, beautiful day. Crowd pouring in. And a chance to talk about your story so far in Australian cricket. Cummins to Sundar up here. Round the wicket, leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Good start for the Gades. Second on the ladder so far.
Yeah, I think just saying our squad's, I think it's the strongest squad we've had in 6 years. So it's been an amazing start, and hopefully we can keep going for our next game in Sydney, I think on the 30th, which, yeah, it's a tough game. We've got the Thunder who are in pretty good nick, but we're in great nick as well. So our squad's very well rounded, and we've started really well.
So busy this time of year. Thunder on Monday in Sydney, then hosting the Strikers on the 2nd. So bouncing around the country. Cummins in, bowls here. Sundar drops his gloves.
It was a good win the other night against the Scorchers, Jake. What was the pitch like?
That's meant to be my sort of question that I ask. Hard-hitting sort of journalism.
It wasn't great. Obviously, we're trying to do a lot of work with the marble pitch, trying to make it consistent in whichever way that looks like. But yeah, it was quite tough. Obviously, we won the toss and bowled first for that exact reason. But the way Cooper batted, he just, took his medicine and then cashed in late.
Cummins over the wicket now. Sundar down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Tried to glance it fine.
Yeah, it was a tough wicket to sort of get your timing and your rhythm on. But the Scorchers are so good to get to 140 from. Not many. I don't know what they were, but in the power play they made 12. So, yeah, to get the 140 is quite incredible. And the way Coop stood up there and the way he has been standing up has been awesome all year.
Is he one of the best young players around that you've come across?
Definitely, yeah. He's definitely developed and sort of figured out his game by game.
Cummins bowls. Sundar catches the call, doesn't quite reach Alex Carey. Went back in defence, found the edge. And for a moment, it looked like the wicket-keeper could dive forward in front of first slip. Gets it on the half volley. Got the shoulder of the bat.
I think it was shoulder of the bat, then into the shoulder.
And then maybe into the arm, yeah. Watching it back for pay.com.au. Might have just been slowed down, as you say, via the shoulder. Good work on special comments there, Jake Fraser. We'll keep you. One ball left in Cummins over. 9 minutes till lunch. Short leg, back leg, gully as well. Delivers here, southern end. Drops the gloves on a second short ball. End of the over, 7 for 232. Reddy's 31. Sundar is on 2. Leading run scorer in the innings was Jaiswal, making 82 for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket nearing lunch on the 3rd day. Seeing another big name, Tommy, on the screen there.
Oscar Piastri down there next to Mackenzie Harvey, who Jake might know better, but has widely been considered one of, if not the best fielders in the country, and he's sub-fielding for Australia today. No, sort of Gary Pratt sort of areas from Australia there. Colo.
Don't mind it. Slipping a short leg. Bowling here, lunging forward. He's ready. Out to the offside, no run. Jake's so young, he probably doesn't know who Gary Pratt is.
Do you know who Gary Pratt is, Jake?
No, I don't. But I was just about to make a comment on Mackenzie Harvey's sub-fielding career for Australia. I reckon he's done it maybe he's had 15 games or 16 games. He went on a full tour. My first home tour against the West Indies last year, he went on a full tour with us.
Slip short leg. Reddy waits for line. Northern end. Cuts him away. Had one man to beat at cover. That was Labuschagne. Out towards the punt road end of the ground. They'll return for a third. Labuschagne puts in the slide. 7 for 235. Reddy 34. The deficit is 239.
Yeah, Jake, if you want to find out who Gary Pratt is, just go down to the 7 box and ask Riggy Ponting. He'll tell you in no uncertain terms who he is.
You might not make it back to the SEN box, Jake. Bring his name up.
There's a bit of 2005 Ashes chat for you, by the way, just to be clear.
I was about 3 years old when that was happening, so...
Yeah.
Subfielder that ran him out.
Oh,
he wasn't too happy, Ponting.
Famously.
What did he say when he came back in the room, Son?
No, it wasn't. You could hear what he was saying on the way off, and you could hear what it was directed at Duncan Fletcher, who was above us.
Line bowls 3, catching men offside, and he carves away out to deep point. Easy single up to drag down from line. 3 for Sunda, 7 for 236, the score halfway through the over. So you got those chances to play for Australia this year, which, I mean, boyhood dream stuff, right? Walking out here on the G, and then going overseas, playing in Scotland and England and playing against Pakistan. What's the experience been like in white ball cricket for Australia early on?
Yeah, obviously it hasn't gone to plan as of yet.
Line, 3 catches round the wicket, delivers to Reddy, who wants to play a leg glance of sorts, but doesn't catch up with it through to Carey.
Yeah, it hasn't gone to plans as yet. Had a few good starts, but then, yeah, just being sort of up and down. I think the hard thing is you know, you're just away for long periods of time, and it's hard to get used to.
Line 2 left. Bowls here round the wicket again. Reddy, full of length, digs it out. Cummins does the fielding from mid-off around at cover. They get a single. He's 35, 7 for 237.
It's also not easy. Like, it's international cricket, and it's a lot different to sort of just franchise cricket around the world. Like, you're playing against the best of the best from different countries. Pakistan was quite challenging, you know, facing Shaheen Afridi. He was... What a bowler he is. He's so skillful.
Line to finish here. Sunda defending to silly point. There won't be a run there. 7 for 237. They're halfway to what Australia made in their first innings. 35 for Reddy, 3 for Sunda. We've got about 6 minutes until lunch. Has it been fun, though? Like, putting to one side the fact that results haven't quite gone your way, are you just lapping up, putting on that gold uniform, playing with some of the greats of modern cricket for Australia?
It's honestly the best feeling you could probably get. And the group itself, the core members of that group are so approachable, and like you can see Sammy being himself, and no one's gonna, you know, tell him off for that. Like, times are changing, and you know, he's loving it. He's getting around the crowd and things like that. Like, that's him, and they don't want you to change who you are, because if you just want to worry about playing your best cricket, and if that's being you, and you know, doing all this other stuff and a little bit of carry on here and there, like, that's fine. Just as long as you can back it up, it's all good. But they will never, ever say, you know, anything bad.
A few cheers around the MCG. That's because Travis Head's going to get a twist here. Southern end, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, bowls to Reddy. Reddy's first ball round the wicket, knocked back to him. Doesn't quite pitch it where he wants Head, but
he's got a knack for getting wickets.
He's got a lot of them in the last couple of years. 13 at test level at 32. Got a short leg and a slip. Bowls again to Reddy, has room to place it out to wideish mid-off. 36 for him. Tom Morris is in as well, 7 for 238.
Jake, I hope you don't mind me asking. I spoke to you about 18 months ago, I reckon, and you're a bit disillusioned with the game. You're still in Victoria. I just want to know what changed in your mind and in your game to allow you to fall back in love with the sport.
Head, a left-hander here in Sunda. Round the wicket and beats the edge. Hard spun off break. That's what Head does so well.
Yeah, I think I just needed a fresh start, a new environment, and South Australia gave that to me. Made me want to go out there and play more cricket.
Head to Sunda. Yorker length, dug out to mid-off. A single to line. Sunda's 4, 7 for 239.
And just letting them sort of getting out of a culture that I didn't think was great for me. Got into a new environment, could be myself, and just gave me the freedom that I wanted, of how I wanted to play.
Head stays around the wicket to Reddy, outside part of the bat. Towards backward point it goes, but Marsh is there, no single.
And yeah, I think it's as simple as that. It's amazing what a new environment and new people can do, and how they can change the way you think about life in general. So that's a massive thing for me.
Head to complete his first over.
Catch it.
Reddy uses his feet, catches the call, but he's gone up and over the top of mid-off, as he's done so often in the series. A couple of bounces over the rope it goes. Reddy reaches the 40s again. 7 for 243. They trail by 231. Cat, it's a lovely bit of cricket, catching it on the full.
Yeah, great footwork there, and he's looking to hit straight. And that's the thing that stood out with his batting throughout this series. He just needs someone to be there with him for an extended period of time. That's why he keeps getting 40s, because no one at the top order's been able to do the job with him. But hopefully, from India's perspective, Washington Sundar, who's capable with the bat and was very good on the last series here, can do that, and they can get to a decent first innings total to turn this into an amazing test match.
He's running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. 40 from 58, 3 4s and a 6. So Lyon will get the last over before the lunch break.
And Jake, you talk about that role in South Australia. You're batting at 6 in first-class cricket. Are you enjoying that?
Yeah, I think it's sort of going to be closer to 5 now. I was listed at 5 last game, but we had a night watchman, so I came in at 6. But yeah, I want to try and get to
Line
5.
to Sunda, bowls here. He goes back and plays to cover. Wants one, but not one on.
And I think that's where sort of the opportunity will be in a few years in this team, the Australian team, is around that 5 and 6 region. Obviously, Greeny's probably going to bat 4 when people go.
Line a bit wider on the crease, round the wicket. Forward again is Washington Sunda defending the silly point, no run.
We're also not sure how long our batters have got left, so there's obviously going to be a bit of a turnover in terms of plays in this team.
Line bowls and Washington goes back and defends to mid-wicket where there'll be one because there's a big gap, so he moves to 5. 7 for 244. So to be really clear, and you've acknowledged this already, but you want to be a 3-format player. I mean, there's the opportunity to specialise in T20 franchise cricket and play for Australia in that format, but you want it all.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think many players in the Australian domestic team would say that they don't want to play all 3 formats for Australia.
Line halfway through the last over before lunch. Round the wicket, ready, 3 catching men, well forward defending from the leg stump line.
It's brilliant to hear that, because when you look at the way these 3 days have transpired and what young Sam Constas did on day 1 and the energy and atmosphere of Test cricket, it's alive and well here in Australia.
Line 2 left before the break. Ready waiting for him. He sweeps and misses. Balloons up off Carey's gloves as well, but a shot with some degree of risk just before the long break.
And you've had plenty of support too from someone as highly rated as Ricky Ponting. How does that feel to hear that?
Yeah, it's awesome to have someone, you know, of his stature say all those things about you.
Last ball of the session in all probability. Line bowls to Reddy, dances and defends. Back down the pitch. We'll look towards umpire Goff. That's lunch, so called by the man behind the stumps. Goff knocks the bails off, and that's the end of the first session on the 3rd day. India began at 5 for 164. They've added 80 runs, but they've lost 2 wickets. Rishabh Pant, who was caught at fly slip from the bowling of Boland for 28, bizarre dismissal, and Ravindra Jadeja leg before wicket from the bowling of Line for 17. This pair have put on a subsequent 23, with Reddy reaching 40 again, which he's done so often in the series, unbeaten on that score with Washington Sunda on 5. Yeah, before we let you go, Jake, the example that Sam has provided to you, I suppose, being able to go out there and play Test cricket on your own terms as and when.
Yeah, and it's something that I've been trying to do in Shield cricket, is just being able to go out there and express myself the way he did out there. And, you know, it takes an amazing amount of courage to be able to play those ram shots and things like that. I'm not sure I've got those in my arsenal. I'll more look at just the sight screens and trying to hit it over them. So, but, yeah, you know, that's sort of the way young players are coming up and playing now. They're just not afraid, and they just want to play their shots. You know, there's another player that I think is going to be a huge player for the Renegades, Victoria, and potentially Australia coming through is Harry Dixon. The way he hits the ball and how clean he hits it is just unbelievable. So there's a name that I reckon, you know, Tom, you know him very well, and I think you can agree with me, mate. Like, the way he strikes the ball is amazing. So I think he should, if he gets a go this year at the Renegades, he's going to be an absolute star.
Brilliant. Jake Fraser-McGurk, thanks for joining us. Keep enjoying the ride. This is a wonderful thing you're getting to do playing for Australia and the Renegades as well. Next game again at home is against the Strikers on the 2nd of January at Marvel Stadium. Tickets at ticketmaster.com.au. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll follow your story closely on SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks, gents. Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll make our way to our first break of the lunch stretch for us. 7 for 244. We'll have the quiz coming up in the second half of it. I think Tom Morris is up today against our caller. Baz will be back co-hosting that with me. He'll also be doing the lunch break in just a moment and discussing what we've seen across the first couple of hours, where India have lost 2 important wickets. Their left-handed batters, Punt and Jadeja, for 28 and 17 respectively. Boland's got 3 wickets for the Aussies. Cummins a couple yesterday, and Lyon 1 nearing the end of this session. Our coverage throughout the course of it is for robot building supplies from stumps to roof. We will bowl you away without better prices. Back in a moment. Tom Morris on the tools.
Dial
Style up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Hi, Ian Healy here. For 50 years, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts have been lightening the load for weekend warriors and tradies alike. Built tough to last, so you can count on them season after season. With a wide range plus parts and accessories also available, Sherlock has everything you need. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, because quality matters. Explore the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Escape the everyday on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday that has something for everyone. You only have to unpack once to discover the picture-perfect islands of the South Pacific. On board, cheer on your family and friends on the Ripcord by iFly skydiving simulator. Then compare stories over homemade pasta at Jamie's Italian by Jamie Oliver with a glass of Ponting Wine's The Pinnacle Shiraz. And wrap up the night with a wow-worthy show at 270 Theatre. Your next memory-making adventure awaits at royalcaribbean.com.au.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix Centre with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
Whenever we get stuck and need quality timber or decking real quick on site, we turn to the robot.
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies always helps us get the job done.
You can rely on Robot Building Supplies day in, day out. Right now, 90 by 35 MGP 10 pine is only $4.72 per metre. Discount for quantity. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years.
They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
During the big December deal sale, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Barbecues galore epic Boxing Day deals are now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off outdoor furniture. And up to 50% off outdoor heating and backyard essentials. Don't miss out. Hurry, online and in-store. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Historical Test cricket moments, thanks to Acquired Financial Services, helping you acquire a better tomorrow.
In 1994, Shane Warne recorded his best ever figures in a Test match, with the English digging in for a draw on the final day at the Gabba. Warne made the ball sing on a crumbling pitch to claim victory with figures of 8 for 71. Shane Warne, averaging 25.4.
Acquired Financial Services. They understand that financing your dreams is more than just numbers. AcquiredFinance.com.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Lions got 3 catching men in close. Round the wicket to Reddy, the new man. Drives out the middle of the bat. Lovely shot. Had one man to beat, did it comfortably. Deja faces the first ball, clips it through mid-wicket. Out toward the boundary and rolls. Lavashane doggedly pursues, but to no avail. Bowls to Jadeja, who's playing caught up out. Got jammed in front. He went back instead of forwards. Wrapped on the pad, LBW. Line up.
bowls here.
Dancing, and over the top of his head he goes. Bumps it over the rope at long on for 6. Nearly hit the side screen.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we will bowl you away with our better prices. India, 7 for 244. They put on 2 for 80 off 27 overs in the first session on day 3 here at the MCG. The batters out. Pant was dismissed with, what was a bizarre dismissal in the end. It's a shot that he plays, but in the end, he only holed out to Nathan Lyon at fly slip for 28 off 37 balls. And then Ravi Jadeja was dismissed shortly after LBW Nathan Lyon for 17. It was Nathan Lyon's 46th wicket at the MCG. Puts him to equal third on the all-time tally behind a couple of absolute greats in Dennis Lilly and Shane Warne, equal with Hugh Trumbull, of course, who has the Hugh Trumbull Cafe downstairs here in the MCC. Bharat Sundaresan is alongside me. He's been watching proceedings very closely. Seems to be a bit chaotic for India until Nitish Reddy comes to the crease. When he comes to the crease, everything seems quite calm.
Why is he batting at number 8 and not number 5?
Yeah,
he's looked good enough to bat in that top half of the batting lineup anyway. And you're right, he just brings such simplicity to proceedings. He can play the big shots. We saw it. We've seen it earlier on in the series. But and he just pulled off a 6 there of Travis Head just before the lunch break. But there's something about his batting which oozes with class and oozes with calmness. Like you said, he just calms proceedings down. And yet again, for the 4th time in the series, he's got himself to 40. And he's got just Washington Sundar for company, and then it's just Bumrah and Siraj. And we almost have reached a point where it feels unfair that he doesn't get a bigger go at batting with the top half.
Well, he should be at 7. There's a night watch which makes him 8. But you're right, he's batting like a middle-ordered player who could face any bowler in the world. But a caution. He's in the nervous 40s.
Yes.
3 times he's made between 41 and 42. I think he made a 40-odd in the PM's 11 game as well. So if he can get through the 40s, who knows what he could achieve this afternoon.
Very much so. And Washington Sundar has given him decent company. He just walked out to bat. I thought Jadeja looked pretty solid, except when it came to running between the wickets. And then, he seemed to be getting locked up by Nathan Lyon just by that ball that doesn't spin and just goes through with the arm, and eventually it was that delivery that got him, and that was a big wicket. But obviously the story of the session will be Rishabh Pant doing Rishabh Pant while getting out like Rishabh Pant.
Exactly right. We're giving Reddy the Player of the Day contender thanks to Bingley, Better Living Every Day. A great stat from our man Benny Jones over at Fox, who tells us Nitish Kumar Reddy has the lowest false shot percentage, 15%, of any batter on either team this series, among those who've batted 4 times. His shot selection is better than any other player on either team.
From the moment he walks out to bat, that big front foot stride and the way he defended Scott Boland, who was in the middle of a very good spell, coming off the wicket of Pant as well. And the way he uses his feet against the spinners, he never looks rushed. He never looks out of position. And you're right. I mean, I'm not surprised he's played the false shot percentage is so low, because he's not played too many false shots, or every time he has, he's got out, or he's gone out, swinging because he's got nobody to bat with at the other end.
It's bizarre that his first-class record is so mediocre. 100, 250s. He averages 23 in first-class cricket. Why is that the case? He's only young.
He's very young. I think, he also doesn't play for one of the bigger state teams, if that makes sense. So he plays for Andhra. I think he really, his batting came to the fore. He made 159 earlier this year in a Ranji Trophy match, which was last season, of course, but also finished as the highest wicket taker for Andhra. And I think all of this is happening so quickly. I don't think he was expected to play international cricket. Play the first 4 tests of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and after pretty much making his from the moment he made his debut, has become a fixture in this side. And there are so many question marks about so many other players. It's interesting that the 21-year-old, who not many expected to be here to start with is the one who looks the most assured.
And with all great all-rounders, they often have periods in their career where they're considered more of a batter and more of a bowler. I mean, Shane Watson started playing state cricket batting at number 8. He was considered a tearaway quick, ended up opening the batting. The opposite was true for Andrew Flintoff as well. So I just wonder whether he's going through one of those stages now and he'll end up as a 5 or 6 and a first change bowler. We're not yet to be fully convinced about his bowling, but he's only 21. He's got time to get that right. The state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipecehealth.com.au. India trails by 230 runs with 3 wickets remaining on day 3 here at the MCG. A bit overcast, but no covers anywhere to be seen. So hopefully we get 2 full sessions of play. That's IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipecehealth.com.au. Baz, I always ask you this question, and you always have a good think about it. What's been the Bendix breaks big moment? Bendix, the best known breaks.
I guess it has to be that wicket of Rishabh Pant, not just because of the significance of it, but the timing of it. Just when Pant and Jadeja had seen off the first 50 minutes of play, there was such a significance laid on them seeing off the first hour. And then for him to get out to the falling sweep of Scott Boland while there were 2 fielders positioned precisely for that shot was a big moment. And yeah, I mean, could well be the turning point of the series.
Jadeja and Pant were batting like cats on hot tin roofs.
Yeah.
You know, like missed run-outs and debates in between overs and you know, sort of bizarre shot selection. I know they play aggressive cricket, but there was no level of certainty about the way they were going about their cricket out there, either collectively or individually.
Yeah, and then we saw that big run out yesterday, and there could have been a couple of run outs today. But you're right. I mean, Rishabh Pant would defend and then suddenly play a ball in a region where there are fielders positioned. Jadeja looked a little more assured with his batting, but not so much with his running in between wickets. So, yes, they survived the first 50 minutes, but like you said, they didn't look very, very convincing. But probably, you know, the timing of that wicket, the ball was just 56 overs old at that point. Makes it the big moment.
We're having a dig at Rashid Pant for Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Light and load with Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Who you're having a dig at? I think it's Rashid Pant, clearly, from that shot in the first session. From the job site to your backyard. Light and the load with Sherlock. What do we expect from the Indians in this second session? They're trailed by 230. We would expect them to avoid the follow-on. I'm not even sure whether Australia would enforce it if they were given the opportunity. But given the deficit that they're facing at the moment, what can they achieve that can actually put pressure back on the Australians?
Well, 7 overs before the new ball is available. So they'll try to make the most of the next 7 overs, whoever bowls it. There'll be a bit of line and bowling perhaps. And look, Nitish Kumar Reddy, like I've said a few times, hasn't always got the support at the other end. But if Washington can hold his own, and the rate at which Reddy scores and the fluency with which he scores, maybe he's got that first big score in Test cricket up for us.
And we're loving this sort of live ladder, which we call in football terms. This is the crowd, Baz. 70,000 people it is now. And it's growing incrementally as the day unfolds, as it did yesterday, to be fair. If we can get to 80,000 again today, you know, we are in line for all-time record sort of stuff. We have to go back to 1936-37, that amazing Ashes Test, to have a day 5 crowd similar to what we'd likely get here at the MCG for this Test match. We had 87 on day 1. How's your maths? 85 on day 2, 70 now. What's that overall?
244.
Oh, great maths. Well, I mean, that's what we're looking at the moment. And and when you combine the TV numbers for and the crowd numbers for the Big Bash on night 1 and night 2, Adelaide Oval last night looked to be packed. Cricket seems to be at the forefront of the Australian conscience at the moment, which is good. And that's part of India being here, of course.
Very much so. And it'll continue through January with the Women's Ashes and the finale of the BBL. So there's a lot to look forward to. But yeah, I mean, this series has already lived up to its billing, and so has the summer of cricket.
Some great text messages coming through here. We asked Jake Fraser-McGurk earlier about Gary Pratt in reference to Mackenzie Harvey, who's fielding for Australia today. He didn't know who Gary Pratt was. He was only 3 during the 2005 Ashes.
Sam Constance that.
And the message is, take the Australian shirt off him. He doesn't know who Gary Pratt is. This one I like. Every Australian in school should be taught who Gary Pratt is. Is enemy number 1. This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Baz, up next. You'll be part of this.
Oh, yes.
The lunch break quiz, 1300 736 736 to win a $50 Ponting Wines voucher. The theme, day 3 at the G. I think the successful caller will be up against me. So you're a red-hot chance.
Wow, yeah,
you're
do.
a red-hot chance to get me, I reckon. So give us a buzz, 1300 736 736. Adam Collins and Baz will be part of that here from the MCG. 1300 736 736.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Leave your weekday worries behind on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday where every day is the weekend. From bumper cars with your crew to a couple's massage for the both of you. Save up to 60% off your second guest, while kids sail from just $59 a day. Plus, book now with a half-price deposit. Whether you're looking to dial up your weekend with a short getaway or escape to the South Pacific, get on board with Royal Caribbean. Conditions apply. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au now.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9-litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Looks like a professional job.
Yeah, but...
I bet that's Tinter Car Octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintercar. Call 13Tint or visit tintercar.com.au. We also tint homes.
Discover Jubilee, a place of affordable prestige and only 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD. Nestled in Melbourne's thriving west, Jubilee redefines quality living with generous house and land packages starting from just $503,600. With amenities like childcare, schools, aquatic centre and gym, Jubilee offers all you need to play a winning game. Celebrate pride of place at Jubilee, where quality meets lifestyle. Mention Live Colourfully to receive $30,000 off your lot. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with a quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
A word from Aussie Test captain Pat Cummins. For Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward? The ultimate cricket experience brought to us by our mates at Liars. There's also runner-up prizes, including signed cricket gear and some other awesome freebies. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, and head to the website to upload it. Easy as.
Visit liars.com.au.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies from stumps to roof. We will bowl you away with our better prices. India 7 for 244 at lunch on day 3. They still trail by 230. Nitish Kumar Reddy batting very nicely. He's 40 not out there with Washington Sundar. They've put on 23 after they lost. Rishabh Pant inexplicably with a stand-up sweep, ended up on the floor, top edge, caught at fly slip for 28. And then Jadeja was pinned on the crease by Nathan Lyon for 17. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me, and because we're at the lunch break, it's time for the
lunchtime quiz with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
Got the right stick today.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Here we go, cooking with gas. Lunchtime quiz time, and we got on the line. Oh, here we go. It's someone who's been with us before on this quiz and done very well. Lenny from Brisbane, are you there?
I am.
Outstanding. You know the drill here. This is fastest finger first.
Correct.
And you have the chance to win a $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's own Ponting wines. Experience Ponting wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. It's Tom Morris. Tommy.
Lenny, I'm a bit nervous. I've heard you're very good, so I might have to actually start trying this lunch break quiz.
Yeah. Tommy got towed up last week, maybe the week before at Adelaide. Yeah. So
towed up's a bit strong. I lost in a tie break, but it was a good game.
Has Tommy got more than one answer right yet?
He got to 2-all last week and then one in the tiebreaker. Right. So expectations are suitably managed. The theme today, Baz, is day 3 at the G.
Day 3 at the G.
Day 3 at the G.
Moving day, as they say.
As every cliched cricket article has ever said when something happens on the third day of a test match. With no further ado, are you ready, Tom?
I'm nervous, but I'm ready. Let's go.
Are you ready, Lenny?
I am.
Let's do this. Okay, question 1. Pumped. This could be a big one. We haven't had a listener win for a while.
Good start.
2 years ago, which Australian made his first test century on day 3 against Tom?
Alex Carey.
That's good. Straight away.
Oh, and one of my favourite pieces of commentary as well, I was on air with Gerard and he said he can call himself an Australian wicketkeeper now. It's a good moment there.
It's Ian Smith with you guys.
Ian Smith, yes, that's right. All right, well done, Tommy. Good start.
Don't patronise me, Baz. Thank you.
Let's see if you can go past 1. On this day in 2021, Scotty Boland took a 6-for-1 debut against England in a magical debut. How many runs did he concede?
Tommy.
I think Lenny first.
I think Lenny just got there on the touch.
Yeah, Lenny
got there on the touch.
7.
1-all.
1-all. There you go.
1-all. 6 for 7.
Review. Can we DRS that?
6 for 7.
Too late now.
Yeah, it's like, he's at a disadvantage down the phone line from Queensland. That's how I'm interpreting.
That's a time lag there.
Fair, yeah.
Half an hour behind.
It's a bit like the DRS with Snicko, right?
Yeah.
You accept there is some...
It's in between frames.
Something like that. Yeah. A decade ago, India played the Boxing Day Test match. Who made a punchy century for the visitors on the third day? Tom.
Rahane. Oh, no.
Who made the 100 that I'm thinking about? The punchy 100 after getting in multiple fights.
Yes,
Australian
you should have waited for the end of the question.
Yes.
Who's the one that got him punch-ons? Rahane got one too. But who's the one that got him punch-ons with the Aussie bowlers? Ding ding. Virat Kohli it was.
Lesson for you, Tommy. Always let the quiz masters finish the question.
Because Rahane never got in a scrap in all of his time in international cricket.
I was right at the point that I answered the question. It was correct.
Classic journo stuff right at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Right at the time.
Always putting his hand up. 2-1, Lenny. All right, here we go. This gets a little tricky now. On 28th December, day 3, 2006, it was the final day of Shane Warne's last test at the MCG. Who was his final English victim? There's a clue here. Think of a big fast bowler.
Tom, who was it?
Stephen Harmison.
Oh, wow.
We are going the distance. We are going the distance.
Am I surprising you, Baz?
Yes, a little bit.
This is 2-all.
Can you win it, though? Come on, Lenny.
Did you have that, Lenny? Did you know it was Harmy?
I had it, but too late.
Too late.
Time is of the essence, Lenny.
Get past Tom's modern biases.
Yeah,
that's fair. It's a little sledge. All right, I want to beat you now.
So 2008 we're going to. It was on day 3 when it all went horribly wrong for Australia as South Africa put on 180 for the 9th wicket to turn the match. Which left-hander made their first test? 3, 2,
Duminy. JK Duminy.
Oh, no, Lenny. He's never going to let us live it down.
Well done, Tom. Well done.
Thanks, Lenny. I appreciate it. You're a gracious loser.
I'm going to give you the chance to... oh, my God. I'm bereft.
Oh, my
You
God.
built this up. Tom's going to be insufferable.
I know.
As opposed to usual.
Can you never be on the quiz again? Can you retire on top, Tommy?
Tiebreaker of sorts, because,
It's worth 2 points a tiebreaker.
If you've been listening, and this is, in a way, I feel like Tom shouldn't be able to answer this because he's, been listening to the coverage. In 1937, Bradman made his 270 not out, which was later voted the best innings of the 20th century. But he batted at 7. Why was he batting at 7, Lenny?
Was that the game that, because of the pitch, they inverted the order?
Yeah, there you go.
Well done, Lenny.
You win as well.
Yeah, that's 3-all.
Lenny,
There's no clear winner.
3-all.
Lenny, let's enjoy this Ponting wine between us. I think it's a good game.
The $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au, you get to purchase Ricky's own Ponting wines, experience Ponting wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. Baz, your reflections on that?
No, that was a very tight quiz, and all I have to tell Lenny is enjoy that wine while you watch Prince Ikea on TV. You know what I'm talking about.
I've got no idea what that means.
Nor do I, but that's okay. We'll let them have their little in-Twitter jokes on that front. We'll be back with the quiz tomorrow on day 4.
Yep. Who do we have tomorrow?
I don't know yet. Okay. But we haven't spoken about India at the G on the quiz. I feel like this is where that might come through. Lenny, you've been a great contestant as always. I look forward to having you back on at Sydney. How's that sound? Maybe you can beat Kat next time or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds good. No worries at all.
Thanks, Lenny.
Thank you, Lenny. Now, Mackenzie Harvey has been the sub-fielder today for Liquorland.
Oh, yeah.
Your
South
12th
Australia's
man
own
bringing
now.
you the drinks this cricket season, choose to drink wise. So that was an interesting one from Fraser McGurk saying that Mackenzie Harvey's sub-fielded for Australia in 15 different matches, going on full tours as well. Yep. That's an interesting niche specialised position he's got going on there.
Mackenzie Harvey is widely considered the best fielder in Victoria and now probably the best in Australia.
Well, why wouldn't he be when his uncle is the great Ian Harvey, who was the best fielder of his generation? Well, both hitting the stumps with both hands.
Carlton Cricket Club as well.
Yeah, but you can't claim him as being Victorian anymore. I mean, he's moved base to South Australia.
Yeah, I know. He's born in Victoria. He'll come back, Baz.
Nah, I don't think South Australia let go of anyone, ask me.
I thought he gave a great answer there, Tommy, on Fraser McGurk, that is, about his desperation to be a 3-format player. There was no tepid, there was no caveat in there. Because, of course, he can go on the circuit and play T20 cricket and league to league and haul in as much cash as he wants. But there's still clearly, for players of that generation, the overarching desire to wear the baggy green. Like that's a comment we should hold on to.
I agree. But I'll always preface, this perspective by saying it's fine at 23 to say that. But at 28 or 29, when you want to start a family and you're battling away in first-class cricket, not close to playing test cricket, and you have to make a decision, that's the test. Are players able to stick it out 29, 30, 31, 32 and keep trying? Or do they go, you know what, this is going to be a bit hard. Chris Lynn did this. I'm just going to play on the tour and make millions of dollars.
The question is the worth of a national contract, right? Because historically the national contract underpinned everything else, including stuff that we don't often hear about, rehab when they're injured, if they have to pull out of a league, that type of thing. Where's the tipping point, do we think, Bharat, where the IPL conglomerates can essentially offer 12-month contracts that will capture everything and make it increasingly difficult to play for your country?
I mean, you speak to anyone from the players' associations, not just the international ones, but all the national ones as well, and they'll tell you we are closer to it than you think. The 12-month contracts coming from the IPL owners or the franchise owners from around the world.
By the way, Jake Fraser McGurk's nearly been bowled by an 8-year-old just then. We're watching him out the window. He's taken an almighty swing, tried to pop one into the Frank Gray Smith bar in the members. The kid can't be more than 8 or 9 years old and gone straight through it.
I know I put it lightly before, but he genuinely hated the game 18 months ago.
Right.
He didn't want to play. He was feeling completely disillusioned with where his career was at. Victoria offered him a 1-year rookie deal. He decided to take up a 2-year senior deal with South Australia, and he hasn't looked back since. He still needs to clearly prove himself for Australia, but it was the career change that he needed to re-inject his love for the game.
Good things happen to people who move to Adelaide. And he's not got his due in first-class cricket over there. I will admit that.
All right. That's us done, I reckon, fellas. Tom Morris, well done on the quiz victory. Bharat Sundaresan, thank you for your company, as always. We'll be back for live action soon at 7 for 2:44, so they're more than halfway to Australia's 474. Their first innings wrapping up around this time yesterday. Reddy's on 40, Sundar's on 5, the partnership worth 23, after Punt and Jadeja fell for 28 and 17, respectively. This has been the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean, holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Back with live action from the G with Gerard Whateley in just a moment. Lions got 3 catching men in close. Round the wicket to Reddy, the new man. Drives out the middle of the bat. Lovely shot. An off drive. All timing.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover. Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Looking for the perfect spot to catch live sports and enjoy great drinks? Head to 388 Sports Bar, right in the heart of Melbourne's CBD. With daily happy hour specials and big screens showing all your favourite sports, the game's always on at 388 Sports Bar.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Looks like a professional job.
Yeah, but...
I bet that's tint to car octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintercar. Call 13Tint or visit tintercar.com.au. We also tint homes.
When you're freezing cold or when you're boiling hot, who you gonna call? We're the world.
Take advantage of the VEU government rebate and trade in your old gas heater for huge discounts on ducted reverse cycle systems, multi-splits or split systems. With solutions for every budget and all the biggest brands. For your free quote, visit weatherworld.com.au.
Who you gonna call? We're the world.
A word from Aussie Test captain Pat Cummins. For Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. There's also runner-up prizes, including signed cricket gear and some other awesome freebies. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, and head to the website to upload it. Easy as.
Visit liars.com.au.
Whether you're first-timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Work Locker, Karen Downs and Packman. Workwear for wherever you work.
Players on their way back out into the middle. India 7 for 244, trailing by 23 runs, 230 runs, I beg your pardon. The partnership is worth 23 between Reddy and Washington. Reddy's 40, Washington is 5. The weather update for Beacon Trader, tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. The clouds are dark enough to suggest a threat of rain. It's 23 degrees right now. And depending where you look, there's a couple of bands coming through on the radar. My app still says we're okay till 6, but it feels a bit like rain in the next little bit. Picture still unmarked for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check 2 experts. Australia just grinding away to pick out 2 wickets, and 1 more really opens things up. It's sort of a national standby as to whether Sam Constas will bat in this session of play. Simon Katich, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard. All our listeners.
How are you feeling about it all?
Well, I think 7 overs to go before the new ball. Australia will try and attack at this first little period. Looks like Pat Cummins is going to start from the Shane Warne stand end, but these two have applied themselves well so far. Partnership of 23, but it's what's going to happen when that second new ball gets taken. That's probably the key to this.
Yes, with Bumrah and Siraj, the next 2. There's 1 wicket. Either just before or with the new ball, and Australia will fancy themselves batting in an hour.
Yeah, I can't see Australia bowling again. It's the follow-on at the moment.
Still 30 runs away.
Yeah, 30 away. Yeah, they have to get 31, don't they, to avoid it.
Couldn't imagine it being enforced though. With the
Don't think so.
Good batting pitch. Yeah. Not quite at the halfway mark of the test yet. Go and bat and plot from the end backwards. The only threat of weather is today. The next 2 days are fine. So
there's still plenty of time left in this test match for Australia. These two could be nuisance value.
Reddy's in the 40s again. 4th score of the series there, plus a 38 not out. Highest test score is 42. It's Washington who's on strike at the start of the session. Big crowd in. Cummins over the wicket, bowls to him. Leaves the rising delivery. Good carry through to Carey.
And Washington Sundar knows how to make runs as well. He's very good in that Gabba test last series when India chased down the runs. Just wonder whether India's next series in England, 5-test series, I think it's in sort of June, July of 2025, where the young Reddy will end up being in the top 6 and giving them that 4th seam option, depending on the balance of the team.
2 slips of gully, only man out is at fine leg. There's a bat pad in play. Short ball fended in that direction, just wide of head. Has been in the action once or twice. Nothing that's had the possibility of going to hand just yet.
Beautifully bowled again from Pat Cummins. That was an awkward high. It got right up under his right armpit, which is hard to keep down when you're riding the bounce. He did well to manoeuvre it away from Travis Head at short leg, who's just shuffling to his left now. He can't be behind because there's already a fine leg and a leg gully.
Reddy faces out. Cummins to him. Reddy edges short of the court. Nothing will carry. Smith gets around the field. Is the short ball tactic is what Flem's been posing the open question around with Reddy. Australia haven't really done it to him. In the previous session they did. It's clearly something for him to handle. He's had his moments. It looks like a good strategy to settle in on for a while.
Yeah, both these two. In terms of, we saw that ball before lunch that I think, clipped Washington Sundar's glove and just fell short of Alex Carey.
Reddy is turning to leg where he'll find a single at mid-wicket. In fact, he might find more than that as Boland has to chase a little further than initially looks the case. So 2. Get the scoring underway after lunch. Sorry, yes, that's Washington who's been on strike. It's in 7.
Yeah, Washington Sundar's yes, he's an spin all-rounder, but he has batted at the top of the order for his stateside, Tamil Nadu. And he's certainly a capable bat.
Washington faces up to Cummins, fends a ball out to point, which is open. Marsh gets going out of the gully. They have a look at 2, but don't go. Marsh right in over the bails.
And that single there is another example of the little bit of confusion that these Indian batsmen create for each other in the way that they run. There was never 2 there, but Sundar made it look to his partner that there might be because of his body language and the way he turned and sort of got a little bit jumpy. There's no need for that. That just creates unnecessary confusion in that situation. And then Reddy got a little bit edgy, all because of Sundar's body language. So I think their judgment of when there's an easy one, just jog it out, touch, and not create that confusion helps.
Now it's Reddy who's on strike on 40. Short ball didn't like the look of that at all. Got struck by it.
Oh, that's hurt.
Yeah, that has him ringing the left arm. Right on the spot, wasn't it? Just couldn't get out of the way. Ended up just hanging the bat and the glove out at it, one hand off the bat. Ooh, got struck.
Has actually gone past his gloves and got him right under the armpit.
Yep.
That would hurt. From experience, had one of those at the Wacker once, and the bruise lasted, I reckon, for the best part of about 3 weeks.
Right.
And you know when you cough, because it's probably right up under your rib cage, and I'm not sure how far high up your lungs go, but it feels like whenever you cough, it just sharp pain.
Medical staff quickly out and sent away. Reddy 40, end of the over, 7 for 247. Toyota scoreboard don't send to you to do a Hilux job. Nathan Lyon bowling from the members end. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50. And starts the over. Back to cut is Washington. Calls for the single, a moment of mix-up, and it got through the field. Not well dealt with at all by Boland, with Constas closing in him. Slipped away between the 2 and they completed a couple. But again, halfway down the pitch, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, and look, there probably was a single there because it was right in the gap. And Sundar knew that because he knew the line. And Boland tried to get down, but Constas just put him off a fraction.
7 for 249. Washington leans forward to defend. 2 slips and a silly mid-off in place.
And I like the fact that both Boland and Constas have distanced themselves a little bit deeper, and that's creating a bit of the confusion, because if you can get too tight, then the batsmen know there's definitely not a single on.
Line around the wickets. Washington defends.
But I like the fact that Sundar is defending Nathan Lyon on the front foot. He's not worried about Travis Head being under his nose on the offside, and that's the mindset you've got to have as a left-hander here. Jadeja had the opposite. He was worried about it. He played back and he paid the price.
Marnus has come out of second slip to go to silly point. They crowded in around the offside. Washington drives down the long off and relieves some of the pressure. Takes a single to Stark and moves to 11.
That's much better cricket.
And that's the 250 up for India in the 75th over.
Yeah, looking to get forward. He knows he can get off strike to mid-off because Mitchell Stark's hovering well off the ring. Good way to rotate strike, but it's also a good way to nullify Nathan Lyon's length.
4 in the deep, 3 on the leg side when Reddy's on strike to Lyon. Reddy back, covers his stumps, plays 2 off. They go the sharp single. Lyon can't do anything about it. He just follows the ball across the square. 7 for 251.
Great cricket again. That ball had no right to go into cover there. That was on leg stump or heading towards leg stump with the spin, but He just manoeuvred his hands inside out, manufactured a single from a ball that probably didn't really deserve to get a single off it.
So zeroing in on Washington, who's edging through the vacant second slip. So the move of Labuschagne to silly point has probably cost them a wicket. Washington survives on the thick edge. He gets 2. And Australia will be left a little frustrated there. 7 for 253. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Oh, look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just carked it. Says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 7 for 253. Reddy 41, Washington 13. Cummins 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 73. Oh, just too cute by half, Simon.
Yeah, look, I think Washington Sundar, I don't think he placed it there. It was genuine outside edge, but it would have been touch and go whether it carried the second slip. That's the only question I would have had.
Cummins is over the wicket bowling. Reddy rides the bounce, plays to point. Quickly Marsh picks up shies. They went back rather than through. And again, the indecision out in the middle is painted in every over.
That was a good piece of fielding from Mitch Marsh. He hunted that down quickly, created the confusion, had a shy, and it was a smart bit of work from young Constas out at deep backward square because the angle that Marsh threw from meant that he had to get around in front of square leg. So he was alert and concentrating. Otherwise, Reddy would have got off strike.
John Wilson telling Reddy, don't be running up and down the middle of the pitch. Short leg has come in under the helmets. It's all set up for the short stuff. Cummins pitches up, beats him on the outside edge.
Superb from Cummins, just masterclass in control and working over a batsman's footwork. Just didn't quite cover the line of the ball there, Reddy. Probably half thinking about the short ball after the last over. And that's the challenge, blocking that out, what's been, and just playing the ball that's coming down. Just didn't quite get across to it enough.
Fly slip, deep point, fine leg, deep backward square. One slip in a gully. Cummins to Reddy, bouncer, stayed out of it.
And I like the field too because there's no real get out here for him, both sides. If he wants to take the short ball on, there's 4 men waiting. And I think in terms of where they're positioned, the only area he might be able to access is if it doesn't quite get up height-wise and he can fetch the ball from outside off stump and get through the vacant mid-wicket region. But that's going to take some doing with fast hands.
Cummins setting Reddy up. Reddy drives. Cummins fields in his follow-through. Keep him pinned. Cover open if he wants to have a drive and see if they can nick him off.
Yeah, that's a good field. He's got catching men in certain areas, deep backward point, fly slip, deep backward square and fine leg if he wants to take on the short ball, but then he's still got the slip and what is probably a third slip where Mitch Marsh is now.
Seb Constas has got the crowd going. That clap is inspired by him. Orchestrating the crowd. Cummins bowls, Reddy, bouncer. Did the limbo to get out of it.
Yeah, it's very Coliseum-like at the moment, isn't it?
Great height on the bouncer too, as Reddy had to tilt right back and lean, and it still went past the emblem on the chest.
This is the thing about Pat Cummins and why he's so good. The control there, it's not an easy leave, that. It's a tough leave.
Last ball of the over. Cummins to Reddy. Drives. Cummins fields on the follow-through. A maiden over of the highest quality. 7 for 253. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Jimbo, could really use your Hilux right now. Took my ute off-roading and I managed to get it wedged between a rock and a hard place, which is another rock. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. The deficit is 221 with 3 wickets in hand. Washington 13. He has the strike. Lyon with the offside field set, pitches up, driven wristily straight in and off the boot. It kicked up Lyon.
Well, that's hurt.
That has hurt Travis Head, who goes tumbling away. Lyon took it on the full, appealing in various manners behind the stump.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's straight to the ground. Let's have a look.
Lyon knows it went into the ground. It's no consolation for Travis Head, who's worn that. Lyon back to it. Washington forward to defend.
Tell he's hurting. That's going to be sore, that hoof.
I look at the replay on the pay.com.au replay screen. Straight into the ground and into the boot. Ouch.
It looked like it was towards the instep.
The left instep. Washington a long way forward to defend the Head, who is hobbling. Yeah. He hobbles at the best of times, Travis Head.
Yeah.
Very good, guys.
He's got the groin strain and bruised foot.
Just follows you around.
Pads on anyway.
Oh, he's giving him some reprieve. He's at silly or short, real short cover.
Halfway down the pitch. Now Head's come back. Line to Washington. Inside portion of the bat to the leg side. They go through for a single as Carey has to come out from behind the stumps to field. 7 for 254. Just the importance of that single. Don't let Lyon have the 6 balls working over.
It's so important knowing where you can get off strike for both the left-hander and the right-hander.
Lyon to Reddy. Covers the stumps, runs it to point. Takes a single as Labuschagne has to get chasing.
There's no doubt Nathan Lyon loves to work over a batsman for the full set or a couple of sets of 6, and he's just not getting that opportunity here. These two are rotating the strike nicely.
42 for Reddy. That's a 3rd time in his tour, his Test career, that he's been to 42. Washington back to face it. He's leaning to the leg side, smothering the spin and helping himself to a run. He'll be on strike for the fresh over. 7 for 256 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
It's happening at Crown. Celebrate Indian cuisine at Crown's newest restaurant, Kolkata Cricket Club. Try Melbourne's best butter chicken, tandoori seafood and other spicy favourites. There are 18 top shelf bars to explore afterwards.
Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
Here's Pat Cummins for Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, head to the website to upload it.
Travis Head's reward is to be handed the ball to have a bowl. He can barely stand upright.
He might just have to stand in the crease and wheel him down off one step.
Change your bowler, shake up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. This is happening because it's over number 78 with this ball. Washington has the strike head around the wicket. Washington clips a short one away to the leg side. It's an easy single out to Boland in the deep at mid-wickets. Dull skies, lights are on. A few moments ago it was so dark in fact that you could see each fielder marked with an X on the spot, and if you squint really hard that is the case. 1:30 in the afternoon in Melbourne. Reddy, 42, strokes the ball for his highest Test score. He's 43 as it heads down to the long on.
And I mentioned about Reddy potentially going into the top 6 for that England series. And the reason being, he's been so consistent in this series, and I think the reason he hasn't been able to go on and get big scores is because he's batting too low. He doesn't have enough substantial partnerships to work with the top order players. He's been caught with the tail a number of times. Sundar's hanging in there nicely with him at the moment.
Washington back, covers the stumps, plays it back to head.
But the big challenge is coming up in 2.5 overs time when they cop that second new ball.
Head balls, Washington leans forward, defends to extra cover, no run. They're only giving up singles and twos with the old ball too. Washington forward to defend.
But technically, he's had a few little issues with a couple of those very well directed short balls from Cummins, but that aside, he's looked like he's got the complete game.
Balls, Washington back, cuts. He'll find a run to backward point, but just one. As it's fielded by Constas on the other side of the umpire. 7 for 259. 3 singles from the over. Toyota Scoreboard don't send you to do a Hilux job.
Financial freedom. What does it actually mean? Paying off your mortgage, extra income, or setting yourself up for retirement? Whatever it means to you, Invest by Metricon can help make it happen by building a brand new rent-ready investment property. So take advantage of the Queensland property boom and start your property portfolio today with Metricon. Search Invest by Metricon or call 1300 Metricon. Build wealth. Build today. QBCC 40992.
Middle session of day 3 for work cover. Work locker. Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. 7 for 259. Washington 17 kept the strike. Lyon 1 for 59 from his 17 overs. This will be the last of his for the time being. Lyon around the wicket, bowls, and Washington plays to ground on the offside. So they're crowded in around him. Smith at first slip. Labuschagne has come to silly mid-off. And Constas has gone in under the helmet at silly point.
Smith is at first, but he's moved a lot wider to his left.
Washington back, plays through the crowded field on the offside, but Head is covering up at point. So
generally he would be a lot finer there, but it's almost like he's covering both first and second slip where he's moved to now.
Lyon to Washington, back under edge to the offside.
Come on, guys, and I think part of the reason he's done it is because his dominant hand's his right, so he's going to back himself if there's a fine nick. He's going to back himself to his dominant hand to take a one-handed catch if it goes fine.
Lyon, Washington smothers the spins and then playing desperately for the outside edge here.
Move for bowling, guys. Come on, the bald eagle.
The bald eagle delivers. Washington defends to Labuschagne, pats it back at the stumps.
I love it, I love it, I love it. One little sweep shot. Paddle ball. Right, guys.
Lyon bowls. Washington smothers it again. That is a maiden over from Nathan Lyon. 7 for 259. Toyota Scoreboard don't send you to do a Hilux job.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Last over with this ball. Travis Head to send it down. 7 for 259. Reddy 43. They're back at deep mid-wicket. Long on, long off and deep cover. Does Reddy want a piece of Head? Around the wicket he comes. Reddy drives inside out down to the long off. Goes to 43. In the last overs of the old ball, Australia were just punishing India in consecutive test matches as they've kept India well contained Washington plays to the leg. Oh, it's off and back. Reddy as it trickled past the infield to the line at mid-on. Labuschagne just added enough confusion that Washington didn't come. It's helter-skelter running between wickets and has been right through the innings. Washington forward to defend with an open blade out to backward point, no run.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to the actual body language of both runners. They cause enough confusion because of how they look.
Washington inside portion of the bat to the leg side. This time they do go. Marnus slides over the top of the ball. So he's looking to get to the bowler's end. They don't seem to use weight, Simon. They seem to have yes, no, and a bit of a stare.
Correct.
The weight is actually quite useful.
It is very useful. Very.
Come on, Eddie.
Not many orange lights in India.
No, it's just a constant flow.
Yeah.
Depends which pace you're going at, though.
Reddy's 44 reverse sweeps. Can't beat Stark. Who was at backward point, which turns short fine leg. Cracked it straight to the fielder. Got it cleanly enough.
Open it up, Trav.
Last ball with the old Kookaburra. Reddy is forward defending the Docks. 2 singles from the over only. 7 for 261. Toyota scoreboard don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. The new ball's on its way to the middle.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
India 7 for 261. The shake-up is on here. The man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weights. Mitch Stark has been handed the new ball and will be at the members' end. The deficit is 213. Reddy 44. Washington 18. It's a batting innings that has seen Rowett 3, Rahul 24, Jaiswal 82, Kohli 36, Akash 0 today, Part 28, Jadeja 17. Reddy 44 at the crease with Washington, who's on 18. It's a 40-run stand at the moment.
I see Sean Abbott at mid-off, so I'm not sure who's gone off the field here.
Mitch Stark. Gloaming red ball in hand. Smiles to Washington, who leaves outside the off stump. So let's have a look. Boland's down at fine leg. Kawaja, Smith, Marnus, Marsh, where you expect them to be. Lyons at points. Constas its head, who's gone off for a bit of treatment to the foot.
Fair enough too. Probably need some ice on that thing. Otherwise it's going to get bruised. Maybe hobbling around when he has to bat.
Stark with the artificial lights holding sway at the MCG. The breeze has just about dropped entirely. Stark swiftly in. Washington drives. Cummins fields at mid-on. No thought of a run.
You look at the light out there and it's not natural light because the lights are all in full effect. It feels like it's about 5:30 in the afternoon. It feels like we're heading towards the close of play, but it's only 1:35.
Three slips. Gully and point. Lyon just coming in to have a word to Marsh, but then retreating to his position. Washington's 18 from 58 balls. Stark trying to dislodge him. Bowles. Washington down the leg side. Had a fling at it. The ball ended up at second slip. So that's come off the inside portion of the bat, past the stumps, and somehow to Smith at second.
I think it's come off the back of his bat, and as it's hit the back of its bat, it's ricocheted back around towards second slip. Let's have a look at this replay now.
Hey.com.au replay screen.
Yeah.
A flick back of the bat in the air, flying towards second slip. Smith dropped it.
Dropped it. But to be fair to him, he probably thought that ball was going down to fine leg.
You could not have known that's coming.
That had no right to end up there because that was going miles down leg.
Washington played it with one hand off the bat. It was so wide.
Yeah.
Smith's dropped the catch, diving away to his right.
That's another thing I've never seen.
Never seen it before. Stark to Washington. Defends the Yorker out to point, no run.
We're going to have to start writing a list, Gerard, because it starts with Constance on day one.
Yep.
I think we're almost at the probably 5 or 6 things that never seen in a test match before. That's one of them. I don't think I've ever seen someone try to glance it down a fine leg, hit the back of the bat, and then come around, hook around a second slip, and go for a catch that gets put down. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Smith's dismissal, 4 steps down the pitch, inside edge onto his pad.
Yep, that one.
And then it just trickles and trickles and trickles and dislodges a bail. Stark bowls, Washington stays out of the bouncer.
Rishabh Pant's dismissal today.
God.
I've seen that in T20, but not in Test cricket. Not with a guy back at fly slip.
Yep.
Basically straight behind the slips.
We're not even at the halfway mark of the Test either. That's remarkable.
I'm not sure I've ever seen Travis head, shoulder, arms and lose his off stump either. Not after coming off 140 and 100 and plenty at the gather.
One left in Stark's over. He lets fly. Washington leaves. High bat lift out of the way. A maiden to start with the new ball. 7 for 261. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Pat Cummins is the leading wicket taker before you dig, before every job search, before you dig online every time. Well, he's not actually 2 for 73. It's Scotty Boland who is 3 for 37. But regardless, hello to before you dig. Reddy rides the bump of Cummins over. He plays it away into gully. Marsh does the fielding. So the figures, none for 64 Stark. Cummins 2 for 73. Boland 3 for 37. Lyon 1 for 59. Bits and pieces from Marsh and Head. None for 15, none for 11, 3 overs each. Brett's a hard marker. Smith drop-catch ratio this year seems like 50-50. But James is right. Smith deserves credit for just reacting quickly enough to get a hand to it.
Correct.
Reddy's on 44. Cummins over the wicket to him. Reddy leaves after initially shaping to play.
It's a good leave, that. He definitely looked like he was lining that one up to drive, but thought better of it. That would have been on the up, probably around 5th stump, and just leaving him. So he would have had to get everything right to get that one through mid-off or cover. That's what it, just looking from afar, it just looks like every ball that Pat Cummins bowls, you've got to make a good decision, because if you don't,
he bowls past the outside edge of Reddy.
Like, there's a difference in batting when you know you get a ball, you see it out of the hand, and you pick up the line and the length quickly, and it can be an easy leave. It can be an easy leave on the back foot. It could be because it's wide, or it could be heading down leg. But Pat Cummins just feels like, whether it's short, whether it's on a good length, whether it's full, it just feels like if you don't get into a good position, you're in trouble. And every ball, you have to be at maximum concentration, and that's what it looks like from afar. Because I remember facing him back in the day when he was a kid in the nets, and it certainly felt like that then because he was rapid.
Cummins bowls, Reddy drives on the up, wide of mid-off, safely away. It races out towards the rope. He didn't get all of it off the blade, and Head is back in business and called the run immediately. Reddy gets 3 and goes to 47.
Travis Head hobbled his way all that way out to deep mid-off there. Just checked the shot there, but got enough on it to clear mid-off. He looks ginger, Travis Head. But yeah, no, when it comes to Pat Cummins, Just relentless.
He's running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong.
And in a way, watching Scott Boland is pretty similar. Except he probably doesn't bowl as much short stuff.
Head under the helmets. Washington edges, short of third slip. Marnus dives away to his left, gets it on the bounce.
That's probably been the biggest indicator of the carry in this wicket. So many outside edges have fallen well short of the slips. Admittedly, it was a defensive shot and his hands were very much dead. They just dropped down as soon as the ball hit the bat, and he knew it had done him off the length. But we've seen that time and time again over the last few days, the ball dropping short.
Last ball of Cummins over, around the wicket, bowls. Washington leaves outside the off stump. 7 for 246. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Adam Collins is moving in now for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Mitch Stark away from us, northern end. Lights are on. The weather is coming. 3 slips the gully. Delivers hit already on 47, who leaves alone a ball on length. We've got Kat with us as well for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Afternoon, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo.
Flem's making his way to the bench as well.
I've loved this little period with the new ball. It's only a couple of overs in, so I've still got a long way to go, but love the way these two have approached it so far from a batting perspective, trying to be as disciplined as they possibly can, keep trusting that if they do the yards now, it'll gradually get easier. The Australians, 82 overs under their belt now.
2 young players we've seen twist in this series. Plenty of them so far. Can they dig in? They're put on 43. Stark bowls here, leaving alone is Reddy. A ball that might have just flicked the knee roller or the flap of the pad on the way through to Carey. G'day, Flem.
Colo, Cato, listeners. Great time to bowl, isn't it? It's just got darker. The red ball's glistening, isn't it? Enough movement. And a big wicket, because I reckon they'll knock over the next 2.
Yeah, I was just saying to Gerard earlier that it feels like we're at like 5:30 in the afternoon, just given the way it's gotten so dark.
So Stark's wicketless in his 19th over, but he has bowled well. Corden all there for him. Reddy 47, bowls here. Reddy drives through the offside. A square drive scorches across the outfield. What a way to bring up his maiden Test half-century. Receives the applause of both the crowd and the non-striker. And Simon Katich in the box as well. This kid can seriously play. He's 51 not out, 7 for 268.
Yeah, he liked what he saw there. He had width and a full length from Mitch Stark, and he just threw the hands at the line of the ball, absolutely hammered it out the deep point. Love that. That's just instinctive play. Saw it, hit it. It was there, and he backed himself. And he's impressive, this young man. He deserved that. He's worked hard all series. He deserves to double it up.
Boundaries for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tool. Stark to Reddy, 51. Goes in that direction again. Cover drive. Just snuck it past where the gap was. So Cummins will get there in time. They add 2 more. The crowd are involved over at the city end of the ground. He's 53. 7 for 270. They trail by 204.
Cover driving. Wow, against the new ball.
But he's got good footwork. He gets himself into a really strong position, and that's what helps.
But it's a simple technique.
It is.
Couple of times through the biz covers. Save with biz cover, business insurance on the go. How will Stark respond to this? Still got the Corden. Second new ball in his hand. Bowls here. Reddy leaves alone on length. Where do you think he ends up as a Test batter? Where in the order do you imagine he ends up in a couple of years' time?
Well, I just said probably half an hour ago, because they're playing in England 5 Test series in June, July next year, I can see him being in their top 6.
Yep.
Because I think there'll be a transition period, and it's about to happen in this team, depending on what happens in these last 2 tests. But he needs to bat higher to be able to get bigger scores, because he's wasted at 7 and 8. He's batting beautifully, but he can't get big scores when he's only getting a couple of partnerships with the tail.
The energy has changed at the G. The Indian flags are waving, making plenty of noise. In here is Stark to finish the over. Reddy, leg stump line, just outside the leg stump. Misses on the glance, but still 6 runs coming from the over. It included Reddy's half century. He's 53, Sundar's 18-7 for 270 the score on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
This middle session is for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. So Pat Cummins will continue from the southern end. They're not in any real hurry. Just worth noting the over rate's -3 at the moment for Australia. As Cummins makes his way in, around the wicket, delivers here, short ball left alone. Had they dismissed India inside 80 overs, that's neither here nor there, due to the Usman Khawaja rule that came in during the Ashes in 2023. I don't think that's unrelated to Travis Head bowling a bunch of overs in about 90 seconds apiece.
Yeah, they were -5.
Yeah. Got Tom Morris who can build on that in terms of what the point deductions have been through this World Test Championship cycle for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Get Tom back in a minute. 3 slips the gully for Cummins. Round the wicket. Sundar's 18. Partnership is 49. Goes back and makes it at least 50. Nice punch off the back foot. They'll take 2. They'll consider 3, and they'll take on Constas, and why not? They're racing through this young pair. The deficit's 201. The partnership's 52. Sundar's 21. 7 for 273. They're getting a lot right.
And the other thing, just going back to Reddy for a little bit, is that what we've seen of him this series is he's valued his wicket. He's played with a good sound technique, and he's been consistent. And I think if you're Gautam Gambhir, who's new in this role, you want to reward that, because if you're not rewarding that, the message it sends to the rest of the group, and particularly when someone like Rishabh Pant, who's a senior player in this team, plays the way he did today, you have to send a message to the group saying, well, that's not good enough. And if you're going to keep batting like that and not valuing your wicket, we're going to reward some of these young kids that are.
Cummins on the charge. Over the wicket, bowls to Reddy, who deflects to backward point where there's a sweeper, Nathan Lyon. He's 54 with the single, 7 for 274.
Well, you're a coach, Cato. So I haven't thought about this, but Gambhir's got this series to find out, one, where he wants this team to play, what style, but also who's actually going to be in that team. He gets to mould his own team.
And there's no doubt it's just about to come to transition time, because we've seen it this series. India came here thinking that they could turn things around after losing 3-0 to New Zealand, something that's never happened in India before, getting whitewashed by a touring team.
Cummins staying over the wicket to the left-handed Sundar. Delivers here, hits him on the pad, balloons up, nowhere near short leg, no inside edge anyway.
And knowing Gautam, having worked with him in the IPL at KKR, he's been hugely successful. He's just come off another successful season there, coming back into the fold and winning the tournament as the mentor, which has practically been like head coach. He won't be able to keep putting up with this if they go on to lose this series. And
he should if you take the gig.
Correct.
And you're a winner.
Correct. He's a winner.
But I can understand it takes a series to do that.
Yeah.
Seeing it back, there was an inside edge on the previous ball. Cummins again, bowling quickly. Round the corner, tucked though by Sundar. 22. He's faced 68 balls for that. 7 for 275. And the applause around the MCG reflects the fact that India have avoided the follow-on. 199 behind, a long, long way to go. Australia's first innings tally of 474. But from where they were when they lost Hunt and Jadeja in quick succession, this is now building nicely.
Nice 54-run partnership.
Yeah.
It's just the way they're doing it. They're fighting. They're making Australia work for the wicket. They haven't just handed it to them on a platter, and that's what Test cricket's all about.
Cummins to Reddy. 2 slips and 2 gullies. Bowls here. Hits him on the pad. Umpire Wilson says no. He was caught on the crease. Cummins has burned a couple of reviews already. That'll be a factor here. He's got 1 left and he goes to Carey.
Height down leg.
Body language suggests he's not going to go and he's walking away. There will be no review. We won't see the third umpire. And it completes the over as well. 7 for 275.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At MoleMap, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. 1 check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by 1 battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Our coverage is for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. That replay, Flem?
It showed what we thought, wasn't it? Too high and going down leg. I think with only one, you want one that looks plumb, don't you, to go upstairs. And these umpires are pretty good, so they're probably giving that one out. Good partnership. And second new ball, runs are flowing.
Saw that again on the pay.com.au replay screen. Stark's new over, his 20th. Bowls to Sundar, well wide of the off stump, and he leaves it alone. Credit to Joel Wilson. He's got a lot right in this test match. I know he's got a reputation of sorts when it comes to Australia, but I don't think he's had any reviewed or overturned, rather, at his end in the test match.
Yeah. But it, excellent partnership. I mean, these are good swing seaming conditions, aren't they?
The weather is coming too. I saw it on Mitch Scott's radar before. It's on the way.
Oh.
So great conditions now. Have to make the most of it. Partnership of 54. Stark up, bowls now. Leg stump, line squared up. Spits out to backward point, gully rather, where Nathan Lyon's collecting it.
I tell you what, if you're in the slips or gully and it's going down leg side, be ready for a catch. That's almost another one. That Stephen Smith one was bizarre. There's no way you'd think the ball would get to you second slip. That was 30 centimetres down the leg side. That one was going down the leg side and almost went to line at point.
Very odd trajectory for the ball there.
Keep ready.
There's Kawaja and Smith, Labuschagne and Marsh and Lyon all back there. 6-3 field. Stark looking for his first wicket. Bowls here, full and straight and pushed out past backward point. Lyon was diving but wasn't able to quite reach it. Marsh gallops after it, but they'll take him on and get a third. So the Indian flags wave again. Sundar to 25, 7 for 278. Just returning very quickly to that point before about over rates. Just because of the way the World Test Championship works with percentages, and Tom Morris has got some info on this for the Cobram Estate, you wouldn't want to lose a deduction at this stage of the cycle. Tom, thoughts?
Well, Australia's lost 10 points already this cycle due to slow over rate. England's lost 22 points. Not that it particularly bothers them, as Ben Stokes has said.
Stark. Split cordon. 2 slips and 2 gullies. Over the wicket, bowls here. Reddy off the hip to square leg. Costas Fields, no run.
And so the way it's calculated is if every over beyond 80 matters when it comes to over rate. And if you are bowling less than 15 overs an hour after you've bowled 80 overs in an innings, then every over you're behind is 1 point. And every over you're behind is also a 5% deduction to your match fee. Australia and Usman Khawaja and Andrew McDonald argued for 2.5%. The ICC said, no, it's going to be 5% per over. It used to be a lot more, up to 80% some players lost.
Stark bowls here. Reddy goes back and defends. Gets a quickish single. Labuschagne after it from third slip, but they wait it well enough. Reddy 55, 7 for 279. And that number on the scoreboard, -3, that's a number that's it's a dynamic figure. It's not just a hours divided by overs thing. They are working on that, the umpires and the match referee and the fourth official as well. So that's not a crude number. That's the real number as it is right now.
And it's impossible to be better than that once you take the new ball, I'd imagine, as well, Colo.
Yeah. So that accounts for, when Jadeja and Punt were pulling out earlier and that type of thing. That's already built into the allowance DRS reviews, wickets being taken, that type of thing. Stark to finish the over, 4 runs from it. Another one here through mid-wicket. Great timing from Sundar, playing off his pads towards the rope, but won't quite reach it. Nathan Lyon collects a couple of metres inside, and they'll come back and run hard for an all-run 4. You don't see them too often in modern cricket. Stark doesn't like it. That takes Sundar to 29, 7 for 283. And that's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Our coverage for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Seeing it again, Stark not happy with the all-run 4 whatsoever.
Yeah, he's frustrated because the ball's not coming out perfectly for him either.
Back to Cummins, southern end. Bowls to Reddy, who defends down the pitch or near enough to it. Cummins collects in his follow-through.
Yeah, frustrating times. Not that I don't think they're bowled that way, but almost like the second new ball will look after itself wickets-wise, but it hasn't. It's been an excellent partnership between these two batsmen, particularly against the second new ball.
22 runs in 4 overs.
What a great start. What a great start. That's putting it back on the Australian quicks.
And that's the benefit of having put on 40 between them before the second new ball arrived, taking advantage of those overs of spin at both ends, which they were rushing through. A trail by 191. Cummins up over the wicket, close to the stumps. Reddy opens up the blade, runs it down to deep backward point. Lyon does the fielding. They get 1. Reddy's 56, 7 for 284. Mentioned before, Flem, we've seen a number of unexpected twists in this series so far. Imagine these two bat for a couple of hours.
Yep, certainly so. I mean, their natural strike rates are quite high. But it, it looks a good batting pitch, isn't it? It's generally pretty predictable. I think it's been a really good cricket pitch so far, hasn't it? Everyone's had a little part to play. Yep. Probably Nathan Lyon wouldn't mind a little bit more spin in it.
Cummins over the wicket. Got a short leg for Sundar. Not needed here. Thumped out the middle of the blade and off drive. A checked off drive. Collected by Constance diving to his left, but you could hear through the effects mic he got all of that.
Yeah, and that's, a confident shot, and that suggests to me it is a very good pitch, wasn't it? Cummins fast, hostile, bowling on a good length, and Washington Sundar feels comfortable just to get a nice forward press and just lean in the ball, and that comes straight out of the middle of the bat.
How does Australia respond to this? It's under a little bit of pressure here. Looking for their 8th wicket. Cummins here bumps him. Sundar underneath it. This strategically was what India wanted, wasn't it? The lengthened batting lineup with aggressive players coming in down the list, and it's working at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd help them get 20 test wickets, but it certainly is going to make it tough for the Australians who, let's be honest, in this last couple of years, the last couple of wickets have been a problem for them, haven't it? It was terrible last year. Jamal and I can't remember the other Pakistan fast bowler's name, runs. Even Deep and Bumrah up at the Gabba, didn't give Australia the chance to send them back in.
Cummins, 4 on the cordon and a short leg over the wicket, bumps him again, and the same approach from Sundar, bending his knees and letting it fly over his right ear. But what do you make of the...
This has got... This has got big bolo all over it. As soon as he gets the ball, he'll nip him out.
He's warming up now. I can see number 19
he might
on his
bowl
back.
the next over.
Yeah. Because it has been the modern approach that when they get to situations where it's tough, they try and bowl a lot of bounces, and they invest in the data on that front. They think that's more effective than bowling at the stumps. But often is. 1 ball left for Cummins here. He's bowled his 2 bounces in the over. Into Sundar, who leaves alone on length over the top of the off stump. Quicker delivery to finish. 1 run from the over. 7 for 284 to score. India trail by 190 with Reddy on 56. Sundar on 29 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Wait for the roar. You called it, Flem. Here comes the man with 3 for 37 to his name, Scott Boland. We'll have a crack from the northern end replacing Mitch Stark. Still in no hurry between overs for what it's worth. Sean Abbott came out for a long chat and drink with Pat Cummins, the 12th man.
Let's hope that Bolo can get it done. He's had another fantastic test match already, Big Bolo. You just imagine his natural length will maximise the movement in this ball.
And so often strikes at the start of a spell, we know that. Bowles hit already on 56. Here's Boland, fallen straight, driven through cover. Check the shot so it won't have the steam to reach the rope. But again, they come back for a third. Cummins, who's bowling at the other end, sucking in the big ones as he gets the ball and collects it and throws it. He's done a lot of work out there, Pat Cummins. 7 for 287. They trail by 187. Reddy with the threes, 59.
He is a classical cover driver, isn't he? Just that forward press into the ball, the front leg leans to where he wants the ball to go. He delays his back swing until his front foot's completed on the ground in such a stable position.
Beautiful for the photographers, isn't it? Strikes a lovely pose. Boland for the first time to Sundar on the front foot, pushing just in front of point where Lionel field. They thought about one, but called it off.
And annoying, isn't it, when you've got to adjust to the right and left-hander? Boland loves just getting one batsman down there and just working them over. Plenty of dots. Generally hitting the splice of their bat.
The point you made before about it feels like 5:30. 5:30 is bowling time, and it is dark at the G. Not dark enough to worry about bad light, but the lights are on, and the cloud cover is thick. Boland away from us. Delivers here to Sundar, past the edge, not far away at all. You can tell that by the Cordon's response.
That's a bowling beauty. That is the avenue of apprehension. How that's missed the bat, I don't know. And it's a good length. It drives the batsman forward. But it's not a half volley. It's just short of a half volley. And the angle's gone past the outside edge.
Got to play at it. Pitching on middle stump. Doing plenty. Boland always does enough to stay in the game. Delivers here to Sundar. Shimmies forward and meets it with the full face of the bat to mid-off. Takes one on the misfield. A throw, a shy, not quite. Had it been on target, it would have been interesting. Travis Head was the fielder. But he's through. Sundar into the 30s with the single. 7 for 288. Second time for pay.com.au. It was the indecision there, Flem.
Well, one thing Gordon Gambier might have to get is a running between the wickets coach, because it's got to be a dozen times in this innings there's been indecision between the two batters, which has nearly led to a run out. The significant one obviously being Jaswal and Kohli, but there could have been another 10.
Not wrong. Boland, 2 left in the over, delivers here inside part of the bat. Reddy was trying to put that through the covers as well. Instead, it arrives at mid-on where Head fields. It feels like a basic of the game that, for whatever reason, maybe it's this team in transition point the Cat was making. Guys that haven't played a lot together, struggling with their communication between the wickets, knowing their body language and that kind of thing.
Coming up to the stumps now, Carey.
We'll need the lid.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? As a fast bowler, in Boland's case, who's looking to find the outside edge, I understand it'll be to try and deny Reddy the ability to shimmy down, but is that a cutting nose off to spite face type move? Just for one ball. Boland up, Carey up as well. Reddy down the other end. Plays it through mid-wicket. Inside part of the bat. Wasn't convincing, but enough muscle to get it wide of Travis Head. They think about 3, but Head's throw comes into the keeper's end. So another busy over. 6 runs taken from it. 7 for 290 the score. 184 is what India trail by. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job. Reddy's there on 61 and Sundar's 30.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Nearly 71,000 people here at the MCG. Plenty of cricket to come. All our numbers for Jürgen Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. 3 slips to the gully. Cummins from the Shane Warne stand in. Bowls to Sundar, who goes back in defence to cover. No run on Constas here. Still wearing the 2 jumpers.
Well, the runs continue, don't they? Like they're not reckless at all. You know, this is just good, aggressive test batting from Reddy and Washington Sundar. And those wickets that were expected with the new ball haven't happened.
Washington Sundar now has Cummins around the wicket to him. Change of angle, short leg stays. Bowls here. Forward he goes, pressing out to point where there's 1.
It's good batting, isn't it?
Marsh goes around to collect from the gully. Sure is. 7 for 291.
It's a good
Sundar
ball
31.
from Cummins. And Sundar calls on all his defensive abilities to just blunt the pace. But just open up the face and got a single. Get down the other end. Now Cummins has to come back over the wicket and get his line right against Reddy.
Easy to forget that Sundar averages nearly 50 in Test cricket. I mean, it's not a big sample size, a lot of red ink in that, but still, of course, that 62 on debut against Australia at Brisbane 4 summers ago. Back to Reddy. He's 61. Cummins up to him here. He's bowling a back of a length delivery that's worked just into the onside. They're finding the gaps at will. Reddy 62, 7 for 292.
I think the bounce is a good option to Reddy, but you've got to get it higher. You've got to get it above eye level, so he takes a risk when he plays it. With no bat pad, he could just ride the bounce and drop his hands.
I mean, seeing that back, got very high on the splice. Nearly hit him on the glove, but there's control there. Playing with soft hands. Pay.com.au replay screen. Put on 71 and 136 balls. Nearing drinks as well. Cummins delivers. Sundar beaten. The ball that straightens after pitching at about middle and off stump line. Committed to the shot. It is a relatively new ball after all. Only 7.4 overs of work into it. So there'll be balls that will do that, Flem.
Yeah, he's definitely angled it in, but it has seemed away, like you said. You know, great ball. If you're a little bit critical, I think you could afford to be a metre fuller.
Do you think they'd be full enough today? Full stop?
Probably not. Probably not.
Cummins 2 left in his 26th over. A lot of work in his legs. Bowls here, still back of a length. Sneaks it past Marsh, who took pace off it. Diving to his left in the gully. The deflection gets him 2. Labuschagne does the tidying up. 33 for Sundar, 7 for 294. Hasn't been a quiet over in a while.
Safe shot, wasn't it? Just opened up the face.
I'd be surprised in the half an hour we've been on together, Flem, whether there's been a single over where they haven't got at least 4 runs.
That's what can happen with the second new ball, though. For all the wickets, you have more aggressive fields. They've got a little bit more defensive now with just the 2 slips in place.
Should be the last ball before drinks. Cummins up to Sundar. Bowls here and he defends from the crease. A bit awkwardly, but it's fine. Out to the offside. Drinks are called by umpire Wilson. So India have advanced since lunch without losing a further wicket. They're 7 for 294. A most impressive partnership for the 8th wicket, unbroken on 73 so far. Nitish Kumar Reddy reaching 50 for the first time in Test cricket. He's 62 from 94. And great support from Washington Sundar, who's 33 down the other end. Our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley in to replace me.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply. Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9-litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Want to maximise your tax refund? Visit rjsanderson.com.au and update your information. Whether it's personal tax returns, business, company or self-managed super funds, RJ Sanderson will ensure they claim every expense available to maximise your refund. rjsanderson.com.au.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, two experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
Bowles, Washington down the leg side, had a fling at it. The ball ended up at second slip. So that's come off the inside portion of the bat, past the stumps, and somehow to Smith at second.
Corden all there for him. Reddy 47. Bowles here. Reddy drives through the offside. A square drive scorches across the outfield. What a way to bring up his maiden test half century. Start to finish the over. 4 runs from it. Another one here through mid-wicket. Great timing from Sundar, playing off his pads. And they'll come back and run hard for an all-run 4. You don't see them too often in modern cricket.
Right. Drinks break for Billy, Superior Instant Filtered Watered Systems. 7 for 294, so 33 runs in 8 overs since the new ball was taken. It started with a maiden, so it's 33 and 7 since then. This is stoic resistance from Reddy and Washington, 62 and 33 respectively, and collectively a 73-run stands. This session belonging to India for the time being worked like a Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Scott Boland to get things underway after drinks. Bowling to Reddy. The keeper is up. He runs the ball out to gully. No run. So Australia have the keeper up, 2 slips. Lavishane's in the gully. Lyons at a close backward point. Abbott is at cover. Cummins at mid-off. Head is on the ground, so he's at mid-on. Constas is at forward square. And Stark is down on the rope. Larger and Smith in the cordon. So Marsh is the man off the ground at the moment. Boland over the wicket. Bowles. Reddy. Oh, that's hit the hand, I reckon, and Carey took evasive action. It's ended up in front of Smith at second slip. Reddy is shaking the right arm and has reared up and got him on the back wrist. Carey's throwing himself out of the way. Everyone threatened to get hit by that. And Reddy's going to have a welt on his arm. Bharat, hello.
Come on, Scotty. Come on, boys.
Let's find Bharat here, shall we? There he is. Reddy faces up to Boland. Reverse hook struck in front. They're up and asking for the LB. Boland and Carey. Isn't it interesting with the keeper up? It's a total mess. It has scrambled Reddy.
Doesn't look like they're going for it. You're right. He's just because he's been batting outside his crease to pretty much everyone he's faced so far. Already seen one dismissal to a modern shot. Let's leave it at that. That would have been really costly.
So he's down so low, he's trying to reverse sweep that over the cordon. And it's taken all manner of ricochets. Boland's again ready on his pads, fends it away to Constas out of mid-wicket, no run.
Sunil Gavaskar has already popped one now. I don't know if you've been reading the headlines.
I have, yes.
So, not sure what he would have made of that, but he's once again, honestly, look, the most accomplished of the Indian batters, consistently, innings after innings. Finally, he's got some support at the other end from Washington Sundar. He's got himself his first half century. Looks like Alex Carey is dropping back because Sam Constas has been pushed back to the boundary. So maybe there's a short ball coming, or that's what they want Reddy to think.
Yes, so don't be up over the stumps when the bouncer comes. Boland's pitches up. Reddy shoulders arms.
He's also shown once again that he's got the will. He's been hit twice. We just saw it in this over. Just shakes it off. And this is reminiscent of what we saw 4 years ago, Jared. It was Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur at the Gabba. Australia made around 370 on that occasion. This time they have the extra 100 runs to play with.
Deficit is 180 at the moment. Boland to Reddy, who drives past the stumps of the non-strikers. Cummins is after it under the side screen. He won't get there. Lovely drive from Reddy, who's 66, and it's the Indian crowd who are holding sway at the MCG right now. 7 for 298 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a highlights job.
The sun had gone behind the horizon. The small band of clouds and the sky behind it just went the most incredible light orange, dark orange, light pink, dark pink. It was really spectacular.
Pretty much any sunset that's from my mum and dad's house is a beautiful sunset to me. I just love going home, especially in summer.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 7 for 298. Medical staff out with Reddy to check the arm, which has been bandaged. So the right forearm, where he was struck by Boland in that over. Reddy 66, Washington 33. And Brett has been here every day of the Test match. Has the MCG ever seen 3 better days in a row? I've never experienced anything like it. What a magnificent end to 2024. Brett, it's lovely to be hearing from you, listening on SEN Stadium all the way through. And in less welcome news, Gerard, it's starting to rain down at Sorrento.
Oh, no.
I'm told it's raining at Avalon as well. So there's one decent patch on the radar, but there's nothing behind it. So if it does hit the MCG, it'll delay things for a while, but it won't wipe us out. How about the Indian chorus right now? Bharat.
Star in the making in front of them.
Nathan Lyon's been brought back into the attack from the worn end. He's bowling to Washington, who's forward and defending. So this is the 90th over, the 10th over with the new ball line is getting. The pacemen haven't quite been able to conjure the magic.
Come on, crack it open, Gary.
Well, that's what they need.
Come on,
they
Nate.
need to crack it open. As you heard through the stump mic.
Line bowls. Washington plays it dead to leg.
Come on, we're close here, lads.
They've been close for a while. 8th wicket stand of 77. Washington plays back in defence.
And just about that roar from the Indian crowd. I mean, a lot of them couldn't make it 4 years ago because of COVID. The epic nature of that series, Gerard. Some of us wrote a book about it.
Line unfurls, Washington forward, defence.
I think it's what has ensured that so many have travelled from India and Indian expats from around the world, Canada, and the US, from Europe.
goes Washington forward, defensive.
I think I'm safe to say that majority of the crowd today is Indian. You can always make out the Indian roar always sounds different to the Australian cheer.
Last ball of Lions over. Washington will play out a maiden as he drops it at his toes. 7 for 298. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today. Go your own way. T's and C's apply.
Want to win 10 cases of Yan-R 0% alcohol beer for your cricket club? Go to I Can Win or the SEN Win page and tell us in 25 words or less why your club needs Yan-R this summer. Yan-R 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
7 for 298. 2 left in the sheds. Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj. So it all rests with these two. The next batters to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. Reddy 66. Washington 33. The deficit reduced to 176. Australia trying a lot with the new ball. Boland is going to have the fly slip, fine leg, deep backward square. 2 slips and a gully. There's a lone seagull just to the left of the square, out in the middle, unfussed by the fracas. Bouncer from Boland. Reddy swayed back and out of the way. And the seagull comes in a little closer. Why wouldn't you want that view?
Is it also a sign of how there are no demons on this pitch, Gerard? Jasprit Bumrah this morning on TV said there are a few Christmas presents for the batters on this pitch. It's not been easy being a batter in this series till this point.
Crowd is 77,418 and growing all the time. Reddy faces up. He runs the ball out to gully, goes with the stroke. Marsh back on the field, around to his right, does the fielding. A single taken. Reddy 67, India 7 for 299. It's my great thrill to welcome the Australian women's captain to the box, Alyssa Healy. Alyssa, welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks for having me.
Taking a break from Fox?
Taking a break from Fox. I've just had some banter in Triple M, but nice to be doing the rounds.
How are you finding the commentary?
Actually really enjoy it. I tend to find myself watching more cricket in the commentary box than if I'm just here out in the ground itself. So it's been thoroughly enjoyable.
The BBL last night, didn't you?
BBL last night with Hutto. That was good fun.
Full book going. Washington on strike, leaves Boland and it carries through. You're here because the next test match here is going to be an Ashes test match that you'll be a part of, and the squad's been announced for the white ball portion or the start of the series. Yep. So how's your squad look?
Looks pretty good. I mean, it looks similar to what we just had in New Zealand, funnily enough. No real surprises to anyone, but it's a really strong squad we've picked. A lot of fit, healthy bodies that are playing some really good cricket. So I'm excited to see how that all unfolds from January 12. And it was a nice reminder today that this isn't the last test match at Melbourne this year. We've actually got one more at the end of January, which is cool.
Boland to Washington, beaten on the outside edge. So Sophie Molyneux's the hard luck story, isn't she?
Yeah, that's probably one of the headlines that's come out of it, that Soph's in for knee surgery next week. I don't know the ins and outs of the injury itself, so I can't give you any update there. But, yeah, a real sad thing for her. She's obviously battled away with some injuries of late, and proud Victorian. Would have been amazing to see her run around here in the baggy green, but not to be. But we're all right behind her as a team to make sure that rehab goes as fast and as smoothly as possible for her.
Boland rattles in. Washington defends to leg. So you've had a great build-up as the series against India, and then you've just been to New Zealand. I take it really all the selection questions were answered by form, given how much cricket you've played.
Yeah, I think so. I think probably the question mark was me, really, as to whether the skipper was going to come back in the side after everyone who's taken my job at the top of the order in the last couple of seasons have all made hundreds. And so that's been really exciting to see the depth on show in Australian cricket. And when we do require someone new to come into the squad, they come in and they're ready to perform, which I think is great signs.
Boland hits the crease. Washington leaves. So I guess you had a decision to make around keeping.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
I did, yeah. I've unfortunately got a knee problem at the moment, which has made wicket keeping being quite challenging, but pushed really hard. Rehab went really well to be able to get on that New Zealand series as a bat only, and got to spend some time at the crease. I feel like I've hardly played any cricket over the last 8 or 9 months, so to be able to have that opportunity and give myself the confidence going into an Ashes series that is a viable option, that if the knee doesn't quite get up and running the way we want it to, that Beth Mooney's happy enough to take the gloves and I can run around in the field like I did when I was 18. So there is that option available. But, yeah, I'm really pleased with how things are going, and hopefully the 12th of January sees me with the gloves on.
So will you be a day-to-day proposition? Will you try to make a decision in advance? Will you make a decision for a period of time? How will you handle whether you can or you can't? Lyon begins the fresh over, 7 for 299, and Reddy defends back to the bowler.
I think in my mind, I'm trying to be as less disruptive as possible to the team, and I guess being there as captain and a batter first and foremost, and actually not having to change the team. If I can run around in the field and hold my own, then that's a win.
Lyon to Reddy, defence.
But it is quite literally a day-by-day process. It's an angry joint, right? So if we push it too hard and it blows up, and then I can't do one of my jobs and that be a key role in batting, then it becomes a problem. So we're just managing that at the moment and understanding what that's going to look like, and we'll give everyone enough notice.
Reddy plays back, knocks the ball just past Cummins, who got a hand to it, couldn't stop it though, and they're able to nick a single. Reddy's 68. Have you given... Oh, that's the 300 for India. That's in the 92nd over of the innings for the loss of 7 wickets. And again, the Indian crowd. That's the roar fill the Melbourne air. Have you given any thought to shelving keeping?
It has crossed my mind. It was a real possibility. There was a lot of chat about what it might look like.
Washington drives to mid-off, and he'll take the single to go to 34.
Yeah, it has come up, and actually Mitch and I have spoken about it at length at home as well, about what it might look like. I'm still keen to have the gloves and maintain that role that I have been doing. But if push does come to shove and I do have to make a decision, then I'll be comfortable with whatever way that does fall.
Around the wicket to Reddy, who's playing to the long on, so able to milk a single from every ball at the moment, 7 for 302. Do you have a specialist spot in the field, or are you searching for one at the moment?
I'm sort of Mrs. Fix-It in New Zealand. It was obviously, as captain, you're the last one that's sort of placed in the field, and I ended up just filling a gap, and sometimes they were in some serious hot zones and I had to get myself out of there. I'm not quite moving as well as a Phoebe Litchfield at 21, so I had to be a bit smart with it.
Washington defends the last ball. Are they able to have a look at each other and go back? 7 for 302. It's on the Toyota scoreboard, customer safety first. Yeah, so you'll have to find a spot in the field. What about when you've had such an absence from batting? Have you had enough? Do you feel ready for it?
New Zealand was a great opportunity to just get out there and spend some time at the crease again and sort of get back in the contest a little bit. I felt like coming back from the T20 World Cup was working hard to get back to the WBBL, and then that kind of fell away as well with the knee injury. So for me, I still love playing the game and I love being a part of this Australian team, and I just wanted to get back out there and feel that again. So the batting will take care of itself. There's obviously a lot of training that goes on behind the scenes that I can feel like I'm ready to go, but I've been hitting the ball really well all summer, just haven't been out on the park. So I feel ready. I feel ready to contribute and to be out there, and make a couple of 30s. Not go on with it, disappointing, but at the same time, just to spend some time out there at the crease was crucial.
Scott Boland begins the fresh over. Reddy's on 69. He plays the ball to the offside. Labuschagne closes quickly from cover and no run. Gee, you've got some players in form. Annabelle Sutherland's batting in recent times. What have you made of that?
She is, to have your number 5, we've been looking at Travis Head doing it for Australia for a long period of time now, and to have your number 5, especially in white ball cricket, to come out and make hundreds in that format is so invaluable. And then she comes out and takes wickets with the ball as well, so she's a real asset to our side at the moment, and just a really mature head on a young body, which is exciting.
Reddy tucks up in defence to the leg side and moves to 70 with that single. So getting to 5, she'd been batting too low, hadn't she? She was the most unrealised talent in the team.
I think unrealised, not fair. I think we knew it. We just didn't quite know what to do with it. When you've got the likes of Elise Berry, Beth Mooney, some players that are, are still scoring heavily for Australia and doing those jobs. How do you utilise all that? And we kind of figured that at the T20 World Cup, and something we've reflected on it. How do we utilise the depth that we've got? How can we reshuffle things so that these amazing players are getting opportunities apart from just retiring people?
Boland into Washington, defends the ball to Gully.
Yeah, because I think the older, more experienced players in our squad still have a really crucial role to play, but it's how do we showcase this young, incredible talent that we've got that are willing to go out there and play the new brand of cricket. So it's been a tricky balance, and as skipper as well, working with coaching staff and selectors as to how we move forward and how we take our game forward. And it's been an exciting one to be a part of, so it's kind of reinvigorated me and made me excited for what the future holds for this team.
Boland striding in, bowls, Washington pulls the bat inside the line. Elise Perry, her evergreen form is as good as ever.
It is as good as ever. Making that 100 for her in that Indian series just to kind of reaffirm that, yep, she's still one of the greatest to have ever played the game. I think it was nice for her, but more so I think just having her experience around our group. We are a really young group. Some of them have played a little bit of cricket now for Australia, but still inexperienced in terms of the amount of games they've played overall over their career so far. So to have somebody like her on our side, a nice calming presence around the group, is invaluable.
Boland to Washington, who leaves. So the test match here, it's a big stage, it's a big opportunity. It'll be so interesting. And then for your preparations, so there's so much white ball cricket, and it's a big part of the series. At what point do you prepare for the test match? And we've spoken about this before, is the desire to play more than you get to.
Well, I've never seen a more compact Ashes series in our schedule before, and it's going to be hard. I think the Poms came out and had a bit of a concern about it as well. I think we get 2 days of training with the pink ball before that test match. So from my point of view, I'm hoping we've wrapped up the Ashes series beforehand and we can go out there and just play a one-day style.
To Washington, wrapped on the pads, that looks good. No, Scotty's denied. That's the best shout with this ball. Michael Goff, though, shook it away. And even though Pat's desperate that a little bit more came, there's nothing to go on with. So it'll go as an unrequited shout. 7 for 303. Reddy survives. Bharat, we've got Alyssa Healy with us.
Oh, indeed. Alyssa, there I am.
Here you are.
Yeah, generally tough to miss. You spoke about the multi-format series.
Yep.
You're now used to playing in them, and you spoke about how you want to finish it off before you come here for the big test. So how do you prepare for it? Like, how do you go one game at a time or one format at a time?
Yeah, I think that's a very hard question to answer because I'm not sure anyone's really nailed that, how to approach the multi-format down yet, especially when the formats keep changing. I think initially we had the T20s first, but due to broadcasting, they flipped them around so that there's a bit more airtime for those. But I think you got to be willing to adapt really quickly, and I don't think the thinking around the one day and the T20 changes too much. It's just about making that really adapting a lot quicker and sort of taking the game on in that regard. So it is tricky, but I mean that's the beauty of the multi-format, and that is what makes it so exciting, is that teams have got to be really switched on and ready to go come each format change, which is awesome.
Boland's last delivery pitched outside leg. That's why there was no cause to go on with things. 7 for 303. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. Lions bowling to Reddy, who's on 70 back and playing the ball back to short third, and he'll take a single.
You fan of a pink ball? You played one test.
We had one pink ball test at North Sydney Oval last time the Ashes were out here, which finished in a draw, sadly, but I anticipate things will be different this time around, I'd say.
Yeah. And the crowds here for the last 3 days have been fantastic, and we're hearing there'll be 40,000 people for that day-night test at the G.
Washington has the strike on 34, runs the ball to short point, no run.
Yeah, I think if we get between 20, 30, maybe 40,000 people here for the first 2 days of that day-night test. Obviously, the weekend will then take over, and hopefully a lot more families are able to be here and be a part of it. But it sounds like they're putting a lot of hard work into it.
Line to Washington, plays it to the short backward point. They go for the single, picked up, throw to the non-strikers. Blake Kawadri misses. Washington gets home, 305 on the board.
But people in Melbourne just love an event, and I think that was kind of the purpose of having it here, make it a real event on the back of the Australian Open. People will be down here, go play the golf for the week, come to the test match the week after. I think they tend to turn up. So fingers crossed we see that unfold.
Partnership is worth 84. Reddy's on 71. Lions over the wicket to him. He's back and he lets it pass. So what does the Ashes mean to you and the team?
Yeah, it's a big one for us. It's still the most hotly contested series in our calendar outside of World Cups. The Indian series is getting up there each and every year.
Reddy back. He does cut this time to deep point. They have one. There's room for two. As Khawaja has to get around. 307 on the board.
I think it's even more special for our group because initially that was the only time we got to play Test cricket. So it still has a special place in our hearts, and it's always really hotly contested. It was 8-all last time we played it in England. So we've almost got a point to prove, especially in the white ball format, to them that we are still the best side in the world, and we're ready to showcase that. So I'm looking forward to it.
We all are. We all are. Reddy faces the last ball of Lions over, well flighted and clouted through extra cover for 4. That's a good belting from Reddy. He's 77, 7 for 311. Alyssa, thanks for stopping by. The best of luck. We look forward to following your fortunes.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Australian captain Alyssa Healy with us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now.
Looking for caravan finance that's simple, fast and tailored to your needs? Call Acquired Financial Services. Accessing over 63 lenders, let their experts secure the perfect loan and best rates. Visit acquiredfinance.com.
Australian credit licence number 488607.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The boundaries flowing for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. The partnership is worth 90. It's 7 for 311. Reddy 77. Washington is 35. Going to shake things up with a change in the attack for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Mitch Starc, 20 overs, 1 made, none for 78. Replaces Scott Boland. Bharat is still here. Simon Katich comes in for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. There's some serious batting going on here. Starc strides in, bowls. Washington cuts, bang, 4. Wow! Absolutely lashed. Stand and deliver stuff from the Indians.
This is what happens when you get a couple of young, hungry Lions out in the middle. Look at them go. I should say Tigers.
Yeah, they are
Indian Tigers.
Indian Tigers.
Yeah, this has been brilliant. They valued their wicket and now they're starting to flourish because they're in. They feel set. That is a serious shot from Sundar. He climbed into that.
Lions or Tigers or Bears, oh my. Down the leg side, Starc through to the keeper. Partnership's worth 94. They are doing with ease with Dynabreeze, industrial strength, heavy-duty fans.
I just love the way they've applied themselves. This is proper Test cricket. They won the battle after the break, then they weathered the storm of the new ball. They were circumspect, saw what it did. Now they like what they see and they're expanding their game, and they've earned the right to do that.
Oh, Stark's just feeling for a muscle in his back here. He's pulled up rather sharply and grimacing.
He looks sore.
Pat Cummins has come over to have a word to him.
Yeah, he looks sore.
2 balls into a new spell. So these are crucial moments, aren't they? Starc bowls, Washington drives, cut off by Cummins. Starc just a bit ginger in the pull-up. Crucial for New Farm, Australian through and through.
He's grimacing again there. He's still grimacing as he's walking back. You can see he's really stiff. Doesn't want to move it too much, but just come on, these two are enjoying each other's batting. When Reddy smacked Lyon for 4, you could see Washington was applauding, and Reddy did the same to Washington when he slapped the first one for 4 here.
Starc sets in, 2 slips and a gully in place. Washington's on 39. He stays out of the ball well outside the off stump.
But they've done it just being sharp. Like that there. is controlled. He could have easily slashed to that if he wanted, but he didn't like the look of it, so he let it go. But they've just played each ball as it's come and built on that momentum that they've got from doing the hard work early and laying a strong foundation. And both of them technically have looked really good.
Stark taking big, deep breaths as he goes back to his mark, blowing the cheeks out. He's bowling to Washington, who plays upright to cover Labuschagne Fields, shapes to shy.
Yeah,
but powder dry.
We have a 21-year-old and a 24-year-old here. We all saw Constis and wondered if this is the future of Test cricket, but these two are proving you can still play traditional Test cricket and then earn the right to play the way they are, like you said, Simon.
And they've had to do it this way because they're so far behind in the Test, but now they're getting themselves back in the contest. This partnership of 94, only trailing by 159 now. They've just got to keep trying to chip that away and get down to the 100-run mark. If they do that, India will feel like they're back in this Test match.
Last ball of Stark's over. He delivers a bouncer, so it's a maiden over. Just to put the brakes on a little. 7 for 315. SEN Test cricket is for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. And Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
27 minutes until tea. And Mitchell Marsh is being turned to for the first time today. Partnership worth 94. They need a partnership breaker. Adam Collins jumping in with Simon Katich. He's with us for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat Sundaresan with us as well. Marsh operating over the wicket, bowling to Reddy on 77 and flying, and he deflects the first ball into the gully where Khawaja does the fielding no run. Riveting cricket, this.
It is. It's brilliant. Amazing how things can swing on the back of a partnership. There's still a lot of work to be done for India, but they're getting themselves back into this Test match because we always know that the third innings of a Test is where it can really be high pressure. If you don't get it right with the bat, you allow the opposition back in for a chase on the last innings.
Marsh bowls here, Carey up to the stumps. Reddy defends the cover. Bit going on at fine leg, Tom Morris.
Yeah, there is. Mitchell Stark's being attended to by one of the fitness staff, physios at Cricket Australia.
Nick Jones, yeah.
Nick Jones. Just that side caused him some issues in the previous over.
Mitch Marsh no ball there at 121 clicks. Upstairs with the third umpire. Yeah, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Marsh up again, southern end to Reddy, middle stump line, that's better. Defends awkwardly out to mid-off, no run.
And we were joking about it just yesterday at the back of the box, Simon. Adelaide 2003. I know I keep reminding you of it. Famous Test match in Indian cricket history. Ricky Ponting got a big score. Australia made 500 in the first innings.
550
and the rest,
India came back, and Ajit Agarkar is chief selector now, 6 for 41.
So Marsh up to the crease, bowls to Reddy, and Reddy defends, deflects, wants one the point where there isn't. And it's Labuschagne with the left-handed throw. Not quite, but he thought about the left-handed throw. Stays at 7 for 316.
Once again, a good call from the non-striker there. And it's common. The striker wants to get off strike here, but there was no run there, particularly not to Labuschagne, who's sharp on his left.
So Stark's doing some calisthenics beneath us as well, stretching out the upper part of his body with Nick Jones. Bit of side to side as well. There's something clearly going on with him. Marsh bowls here, wide of the crease, back of a length, deflected to Khawaja in the gully for the third time in the over.
Yeah, hopefully it's not a side.
Nice shape, Mitch. Nice shape, Mitchie.
He does historically find it harder the deeper he gets into a series. We know that from the numbers. Tommy will get them for us, I'm sure, for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil, that Stark's numbers as you get to Tests 4 and 5 in a series, do get worse.
And that's why we questioned what happened at the Gabba the other day. Stark and Cummins shouldered the load once Hazelwood went down.
In the absence of much from Marsh. Fourth over of the innings here. Flick down towards Stark at fine leg, and he makes it not quite to the contest. Nearly got there. Would have been a great catch. He was diving forward. For a moment, it looked like he got his fingers underneath the ball, but it half-volleyed him, and it goes for 4 instead. Reddy, with a degree of risk to 81, with that boundary, 7 for 320. They trail by 154.
Yeah, I'm not sure Reddy was trying to get it that fine, but he got a good piece of it and nearly carried the fine leg to Mitchell Stark. He didn't quite pick it up straight away. It was a tough one, dipping at the end. Dived forward, but couldn't keep it in play, and it just got behind him and trickled over the boundary line for 4.
Yep. Half-volleyed into the heel of his hand. Bowling here is Marsh, and pushing hard through. Cover point is Reddy. A far more convincing stroke. Out to where the Indian flags are waving at the city end of the ground. A little bobble over the rope as well. They'll wave some more. Nathan Lyon out there right in front of the active Indian support. A big over for them. 9 runs from it. They trail by 150, 7 for 324. Reddy's up to 85. All happening at the G. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think picking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Our coverage is for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean if Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Start to continue after Reddy's given some tap to Mitchell Marsh there, Kat.
Yeah, not for the first time either in this series. We saw it in Perth in the second innings. Treated him with absolute contempt at the Optus Stadium. And he likes what he saw in that first over, so he's not going to let Pat Cummins dictate terms here with the change bowlers coming on. He's going to put them under pressure and force Stark, Cummins and Boland to keep bowling. It's good tactics from these two. 103-run partnership now.
So how does Stark respond here? Delivers here to Sundar. 2 slips the gully, the shortly going to waft at 1. Partnership up to 103. That's gone above the blade as well.
Yeah, it was there. He was just trying to uppercut that down to third man. It's vacant, so no problems with that. It just bounced a bit on him, and in the end, it's been called a no ball.
So we're seeing it back again for pay.com.au. A clear overstep, 2 in 2 overs. This happened in Perth as well in the second dig, where there were a lot of front foot no balls. Into the 97th over, out there for well over a day now. Not going to get any easier. Stack tries again to start his 22nd set. Bowls to Sundar here. That's a better delivery outside the line of the off stump. Tom Morris has got the good oil for the Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Looking at Mitch Stark's stats late in series. So in the 4th match of a test series, he's played 9 times in the 4th match of a series. His average is 50. Of course, his overall career average is a lot better than that. It's 27. And in the 5th match of a series, 5 times his average is 32. So across the last 2 matches of a 5-match series, or the last match of a 4-match series, his average is considerably worse than what it is in the first 3. And his economy rate is worse as well.
Tom Morris for the Cobram Estate. Stark up to the crease, northern end. Bouncer ducked easily by Sundar. Ducked it early, ducked it comfortably.
Once again, just Reddy applauding him, just clapping on the bat. It's been the game awareness as well from these two. They've known when to push back to second gear and then when to attack. Mitchell Marsh's over was perfect. All right, so Pat Cummins has thrown the last dice almost for this period of play, brought Mitchell Marsh in. So the best way to deal with it is hit him out of the attack, literally throw the ball back into Pat Cummins' court and say, okay, what next? What do you have left for us?
Sundar, thorn in Australia's side in the past. On 39, Stark to him here, leaving alone in the channel outside the line of the off-stump. A fraction full of their attempter.
And you love these kind of stats, Collar. I just saw on social media. At the moment, these two are in the top 10 with the highest average ever for India in Test cricket. Obviously, a long way to go. Both well into their late 50s at this moment.
Nitish Kumar Reddy in this series. 41 and 38 not out at Perth. 42 and 42 at Adelaide. 16 at Brisbane. And 85 not here. Got 42 in the PM's 11 game as well. Loves making 42. More than double that now. Sundar averages 50 in Test cricket. Facing Stark here. Full and driven to Labuschagne at extra cover. No single to him.
Yeah, and bats at the top of the order for Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
So he's no mug with the bat. And that's why I know there was probably a lot of controversy around the selection. But there's no doubt that Gautam Gambhir sees a lot in this young kid. Saw what happened in the previous tour here. In fact, he nicknamed his dog the Gabba after what he did at the Gabba.
He bought a puppy and named it the Gabba.
That's how much he loves Australia.
That's a Labradoodle, by the way, Kat. I don't know what we were talking about before.
Perfect. Thanks,
Correct.
mate.
No worries.
I thought it might have been a terrier, but that's my lack of dog knowledge for you.
Got 3 scores above 50 in Test cricket. A 96 not out and an 85 not out. Stark to him here. Sundar, second bouncer of the over that is able to duck easily. What's the radar on that, I wonder? Will we get it? We never get it when we want it. Yep, 141. So the pace is still there, but he's seeing it so well that he's into position in his tuck before the ball gets anywhere near him.
And you talk about this partnership blossoming. The best part of it is that it's been instinctive. You know, they've gone out there, got through the first part of the new ball with traditional play, been watchful. But then since then, they've realised when it's gotten easier, we can put pressure back on here, and that only comes by being out in the middle and understanding what's happening.
The cameras are still on Constance trying to get the crowd fired up. Not working quite so well today. Leg slip for Stark. Changing field. Bowls to Sundar on the hip. That's the direction he goes, through about leg gully. But safely to find leg. He's into the 40s with the single. 7 for 326, Tom Morris. No, we'll do that at the end of the over. My apologies. That deficit is now 148 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Trade up and drive away in style at Chadstone Toyota.
Looking for a sleek sedan or a spacious SUV? Drop by and make a deal. They'll beat any trade in price.
And check out their competitive finance offers today. Your dream car awaits.
T's and C's apply. MCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
India's leading run scorer is Nitish Kumar Reddy on 85 for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Tom Morris, what are you seeing?
Seeing the plays go off for bad light, I reckon.
All right, you are. So the bails have been knocked off by umpire Wilson.
What? Bit of rain?
I mean, we know rain's coming. It's...
it is raining.
It is raining. And it's not raining in the way that the ground staff are moving in a hurry. They are now. Here comes the truck, a little bit belatedly. Normally the truck precedes the players leaving anyway. They're not running off. It's not heavy in the slightest.
I'm glad you said it's rain, because if that was light, it's been exactly like this the whole session.
Yeah.
It's actually probably looks brighter now than it did when we started at 1:30 or 1:10.
But there's no urgency to this whatsoever. The Hessian's about to be laid, and tea will obviously be taken early, so 15 minutes early. No major concerns on that front. So getting here on the text line that it's raining in Richmond, so it's been coming from that direction. So we'll stand by on that front. While we're taking a beat here at the G, we'll run through what's happened in this session. Well, it's been all India, really. They've advanced their score to 7 for 326. They've been out there for 97 overs, more than a day. 105 added between Nitish Kumar Reddy, who's 85, and Washington Sundar, who is 40. And after those 2 wickets from the more experienced men, Rishabh Pant and Ravindra Jadeja, in the half an hour or so before lunch, these two have done a magnificent job. I mean, yes, they're 148 runs behind, but if they're batting at stumps, or indeed if they're batting for another hour or 90 minutes, it'll feel like a different test match, Kat.
Oh, it will. It's completely transforming this test match the longer it goes. And there's every chance they can get it under 100. The way these two have applied themselves, and particularly what we saw at the Gabba with Bumrah as well. He's still to come, Siraj. The ball's now 17 overs old, the second new ball. This has probably come at the right time for Australia, just to change the momentum, have a break, go and reassess, see what they've done in this last probably 40 minutes or so, and realise that they need to change a few things around.
Is it just me or is it barely even spitting?
Yeah, it's very light.
I mean, normally the threshold to take players off is quite high. To keep them off, yeah, different story. We all know that it needs to stop entirely, and there's a whole process the match officials go through. But, I mean, we were told it was raining. Looking out the window here, barely felt it.
Yeah, you can see it against the backdrop of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely some rain in the air, but normally the type of rain they play through. Maybe this is a bit of a preemptive strike, knowing that a big dump's on the way and they want to get the covers down, something like that. Either way, we're just waiting for the formal calling of tea. Tom Morris remains with us for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tommy?
Yeah, 77,418 is the crowd at the moment. I was just about to tell you what Sam Constas was doing down in front of Bay 13. Oh, yeah. He was doing the Cristiano Ronaldo celebration. Sue! Like that, so where your hands are crossed and you pull your hands down in front of the crowd and spin at the same time. Right. Nick Kyrgios has also made it his own here in Australia. So every time he was doing it, everyone in Bay 13 was going "Sue" like that. And you know, I was watching it on the TV, and then the rain started, so the players were going off.
Well, some Gen Z knowledge there from Tom Morris.
We know
something like that.
We know who Ronaldo is.
No, that's true. We know who Ronaldo
and
is.
Kyrgios.
And Kyrgios. Let's be. Yeah, that's quite fair. You know what, Kat? It is tea. It's just been called now by Cricket Australia in the official channel. So, with tea taken at 7 for 326, we'll take our leave for the time being. We'll have Tom Morris hosting the segment after the break with Nitish Kumar Reddy, as we mentioned before, on 85. Washington Sundar 40. A great session for India. This pair putting on an unbroken 105 for the 8th wicket. India 7 for 326. Make sure you stay up to date with everything BBL on the Big Bash app. Live scores, exclusive content, player stats, personalised for you on the Big Bash app. Download today. Our coverage is for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Back in a moment.
The Filmac OptiFill float valve is a high-performance compact float valve for large and medium troughs with high demand. Its unique smooth flow outlet design optimises water flow and reduces turbulence to minimise float bounce. Combined with the patented soft close technology, which prevents water hammer and provides a reliable shutoff every time, saving your pump. Keep your stock well watered with a reliable Filmac OptiFill float valve. Available at your local Nutrien Water Store or nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Let's face it, no one likes losing. Like when your team misses the finals. Or when you're reeling in the big one and it gets away. But sometimes losing can make you feel like a winner. Just ask any of the 2 million Aussies who've lost weight with the Man Shake. So whether you'd like to shake off a few unwanted kilos or transform your life, if you want to feel like a winner, go with Australia's #1 shake, the Man Shake. Weight loss that works. Start now at themanshake.com.au.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Looks like a professional job.
Yeah, but...
I bet that's tint to car octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintercar. Call 13Tint or visit tintercar.com.au. We also tint homes.
iPick Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, iPick's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipechealth.com.au.
Financial freedom. What does it actually mean? Paying off your mortgage, extra income, or setting yourself up for retirement? Whatever it means to you, Invest by Metricon can help make it happen by building a brand new rent-ready investment property. So take advantage of the Queensland property boom and start your property portfolio today with Metricon. Search Invest by Metricon or call 1300 Metricon. Build wealth. Build today. QBCC 40992.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
You made everyone else happy over Christmas. Now it's time to get yourself a present at Sexyland's famous Boxing Day sale. Up to 70% off Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, sexy lingerie, costumes, and loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
The new highly anticipated limited XUV 700 Black Edition is now at Werribee Mahindra. It's the ultimate family vehicle with black design highlights and a range of unique extras from $43,990 drive away.
While stocks last, T's and C's apply. LMCT 12710.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Bowling with Reddy, who drives past the stumps of the non-strikers. Cummins is after it under the side screen. He won't get there. Reddy faces the last ball of Lions over, well flighted and clouted through extra cover for 4. That's a good belting from Reddy. There's some serious batting going on here. Stark strides in, bowls. Washington cuts, bang, 4. Wow! Absolutely lashed. Stand and deliver stuff from the Indians.
The tea break for Dakin, transforming your home into the ideal haven. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
It's drizzling at the MCG. The players have taken tea. The covers are on. Not the big covers that cover the whole square, just the covers that cover the pitch and the couple of pitches adjacent to the main one. India. It's been India's day. 7 for 326 they are for the match. 2 for 162 for the day. And no wicket for 82 from 24 overs at 3.4 runs per over for that session. It's Reddy, who is on fire for the Indians. He's playing some amazing cricket, batting at number 8. He's 85 not out from 119 balls. His partner, Washington Sundar, who we know can bat, is at number 9. He's 40 not out of 115 balls. And the second new ball has done precisely 0 damage. This partnership is now 105 between these two. Well, I call them tail enders or lower order batters, but they're certainly batting like legitimate batters in themselves. And India are having a fight back. They are now trailing by 148. They're still a long way behind, and hopefully we can get some more cricket after this tea interval when the rain stops. I have looked at the bomb. The radar doesn't look particularly good in the short term, but hopefully rain subsides and cricket isn't too far away. Damien Fleming is alongside me. This is the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. That is the state of play for iPick Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. Some of the best batting we've seen all series, Flem.
Yeah, they've batted well. They might have missed a beat with batting Reddy so low in the whole series, isn't it? I mean, he looks a legitimate top 6 batsman. Washington Sundar down at 9, but deep was the night watchman, so that pushed him down. 8's too low for him too. I mean, he has a test 96 not out.
He does.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, they're both averaging over 50.
Yeah, I mean, we brought us the stat before. Bharat brought us the stat that if you're going to stop Test cricket right now, they're in the top 10 averages of all time for India, albeit from a small sample size.
Yeah.
That does that. So Reddy's
but the thing is, too, we've probably got the best pitch to bat on for the series. I mean, that has to come into play, like yesterday and today. You know, there's still some incentive for the bowlers, but there's less. There's less and less, isn't it? Like, you have to get it absolutely perfect. And really, the most likely mode of dismissal has been the running between the wickets, which has been disgraceful for international standard.
Yeah, especially the first two, Rashid Pant and Jadeja, just made a meal of sort of one or two incidents every over. That is the state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eiphealth.com.au. Reddy is the player of the day contender thanks to Bing Lee. Better living every day. Flem, what about this? He's 21 years old. He's top scored in the first innings of the first test, the first innings of the second test, the second innings of the second test, and now the first innings of the fourth test. How high can he bat?
How high can he bat?
At the SCG?
Well, you wouldn't open him. He can bat from anywhere from 3 down, what I'm seeing with that technique. I mean, he has as simple technique, footwork-wise, than anyone in the team, maybe besides KL Rahul, I reckon. And he's got a beautiful bat plane, isn't he? I mean, he hits in the V beautifully. His cover driving is world-class, world-class. And he showed that in his first test match at Perth. And then he can also accelerate, can't he? If he's in when Bumrah and Siraj come out, he can go T20. Yeah. You know, he can hit the ball long range. So he's got a lot of potential, and he's not the worst medium pacer. He'll get better. I'm not saying that he'll get a heap of wickets in the subcontinent, but they go to England. That little medium pace will be handy with the Duke balls.
Looks like some more covers are coming on now. It'll cover the whole square. The rain is getting a little bit harder as we speak. Flem, you know better than anyone. Most all-rounders start their career as more of a bowler or a batter, or more of a batter than a bowler, and they find their level as their career goes on. It seems like Reddy's been picked more of a bowler, but at this level, in these conditions, he's probably more of a batter. Reddy.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think he was ever picked as a bowler.
No, but he's batting, he's batting at number 8. And they pick him as an all-rounder, but he's more of a batting all-rounder, isn't he?
Oh, I would have said that in the first test.
Yeah,
that's an unusual thing to say.
But why is he batting at number 8? Why is he batting so low?
No, he was 7.
Yeah, he's 7. He's pushed
dropped
down
to 8
1
because of deep night watchman.
Oh yes, true. That's exactly right.
I wouldn't. I'm not to go against you totally.
No, it's fine.
I would have always thought he was a batting all-rounder.
Batting all-rounder.
And he was picked to bat 7.
Yeah. But you're saying he can have a significant impact with the ball in certain conditions, like England.
Yeah, but I mean, he's more a batsman, isn't he? I just think that the great technique. And they don't know. I think Gordon Gambier, we were talking about it before, you know, it's his first series as coach as well. So, I mean, you want to win the series, but he's also, I think, working out the players that he wants going forward and the game plans. And I'd say Reddy would be front and centre of that. Washington Sundar's an interesting one. I don't know he's the opposite. I think his bowling could work in India, you know, because of the inconsistent bounce, and you're bowling fast offies.
Yeah.
Some will keep low, some will jump. But on pitches like Australia, I don't think he's going to have a lot of impact. So, you know, he might need to make it as a batter that bowls handy off spin. Because I think if they were going to try and get 20 wickets, Ravi Ashwin would have been a better scenario. But I think Ravi retired thinking that he'd been told he's not going to play again on this tour.
Yeah, either had been told or he had assumed that.
Yeah.
Which might have been a bit premature. Certainly, Washington bats at the top of the order in first-class cricket. So that's probably a sign that he's more of a batter as well. So
they could have players, because of Pant where he bats, you know, from 7 up, that are, you know, if Reddy and Washington Sundar's batting are good enough to be in the top 7, they've also got a handy medium pacer and off spinner.
What about Jadeja as well? That's a lot of all-rounders in one team.
Yeah. But their stats, well, between them, I mean, Jadeja's a genuine wicket taker in the subcontinent. He's not bad everywhere. So that gives them some flexibility to maybe play an extra a quick if they've got a real genuine fast bowler. And then the context of this series, I mean, bit of rain here. The pitch is flat. This was the criticisms of the drop-ins years ago because they've been put in plates and all that. You know, they just don't deteriorate and crack.
Are you a bit concerned about this then?
I'm a little bit concerned that there's not going to be enough in it for to get 20 wickets. Yeah, Australia's the one that'll need the 20 wickets. You know, India might get lucky that Australia declare, but what would you be comfortable declaring with their batting's got massive. You know, Jaswal's well, we know he can get double hundreds, but, you know, he's 150 off 120 ball man, isn't he?
India can chase anything, and that sounds weird given how they've batted so far this series, but a fourth innings chase, I reckon, would excite them. They'd treat it like a one-dayer, like probably what they would have had at the Gabba.
And this weather's not going to deteriorate the pitch.
No, I was looking at the forecast then. So the weather tomorrow is 23 degrees, then 26 on Monday. It's very comfortable, but it's not going to break it up. And you need it to break up for Nathan Lyon's sake, don't you? And probably for the Indian spinners as well.
Oh, even just to burn off the grass a bit too. So there's inconsistencies there. So, you know, it's been a fascinating test match and it's been well attended. Yeah, I reckon we could possibly... it could possibly be a draw. But we saw up in Brisbane, you know, Australia did want to set a total and lost wickets going that way. We were built up for a fantastic final last session, weren't we, up there that got rain affected?
That would have been amazing in Brisbane, but it might be a different story here. I wonder whether Pat Cummins would be as aggressive, knowing that if India wins this test, the Border Gavaskar Trophy is gone. There's no way they can get it back because at best it'll be 2-2 in Sydney. Whereas if they'd lost in Brisbane, the unlikely situation is that Australia wins the next two and they win the series. So who knows? They might be as aggressive again, but there's a bit more to play with now. It's a bit more sudden death. And there's still a long way to go. We're just over halfway through the test match. And what have we lost? 17 wickets, but only 2 wickets today. So the pattern of the test, given yesterday's lower order batting as well, is that it's harder to take wickets the longer it goes.
Yeah, this rain's getting heavier now.
Yeah, it's not good signs.
No. I mean, it's not baking or pouring rain like up at the Gabba. So you'd imagine if it stops, they should be able to get there back on soon. But it has to stop, doesn't it?
Has to stop. Yeah, there's no currents on the field like what we saw at the Gabba. So Reddy's the player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. The Bendix break, big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. Anything in particular come to your mind?
Gee, what do you think? I mean, the punt dismissal was pretty big. Reddy's first 50, and he's still out there. I might go the punt dismissal because the previous ball he tried a ramp and then gets out playing a ramp and there's third man in and 2 out at square. And early in these innings, and we know if it comes off, we're all going, what a shot here. But the chances of hitting that ball, it had to go for 6 not to be out, wasn't it?
Yep.
But he played this lovely straight drive off Cummins early in the day where he ran down the pitch, got inside the line and belted Cummins back over his head. I'd rather him go that way than ramping because even if he mishits it, it's still unlikely to be caught, isn't it?
But if you're a coach, if you're India's coach today, do you take the good with the bad or are you saying, Rashid, what are you doing? Like, we're playing a test match. Because it's the product of modern-day cricket. If it works, it comes off like we saw with Sam Constant in the first innings. It looks phenomenal. But if you get out Glenn Maxwell style, it looks terrible sometimes. So how do you balance that?
Yeah, I mean, Rishabh Pant's one of the great characters of modern-day cricket and one of the great batsmen to watch. I'd still, if I was coach, you know, I'd still be questioning the tactic.
Yep.
And questioning why, you know, if that was in a IPL match, and there's no one in front of the wicket, where are you going to try and hit the ball? Makes sense, innovate, but hit in front of the wicket.
Yep.
And that's what I said. His goal is to run down and get outside the line and just be able to free his hands. That's unlikely. You got to back he's got a great eye. So even if it's a ball that's full enough to hit the stumps, I bet you he'd whack it back over the bowler's head. So, yeah, I think you're okay to go. We love the innovation. We love your scoring rate, but you've got to tactically be better. And what's still the percentage play? Because even in T20 cricket, The good teams, there's set plays, isn't there? So there's still, even though there's innovations these days, they practice it and they're still playing the percentages.
There's still room for nuance. And I think Rashid Pant will play the same way all the time, but just what you're saying is pick your ball and make sure the fielders are in the spot.
I'm saying just pick your shot.
Pick your shot.
I don't think he even thinks about where the ball is. But I'm saying if he wanted a boundary, I don't know that the ramp didn't work the previous ball. The field is set to get you out if you play the ramp, and then you play it and get it out. But if you look up, there's hardly a fielder in front of you, and you've smashed Pat Cummins over his head earlier. Why didn't he do that again? Why didn't he just run down and... So that's what I'm questioning is just the actual tactic.
Yep. Keep cool this summer with Ream Solar branded Cool Cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. This has been the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India 7 for 326. The covers are on, which isn't great.
Hasn't been that heavy, but it's got to stop, hasn't it?
We need some more cricket. That was engrossing. At the very time when you're going, I'm loving every little bit of this, the rain starts. It's so frustrating. It must be frustrating for the 77,000 fans in here today as well.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't remember the last time we've had atmosphere like this on day 3. Yeah. Like when you're down there, it's electrifying. Yeah. How good though, Tom? And why can't we get 50 tomorrow?
Why not? It's a Sunday and it's a holiday. It's just after Christmas in Melbourne. I've always found it peculiar that day 1 was so well attended, and it gets worse every day, when often the best days, moving days, are days 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah,
if India bat this afternoon and let's say they trail by 50 and get bowled out, it's game on with 2 days to go. We should get 80,000 here tomorrow.
Constant batting. And Smith might get his 10,000th run.
Well, people will come in to watch Constas.
Bowling.
Yeah, imagine that. People will actually come to watch Constas, won't they, now, based on what they've seen. All of a sudden, he's blockbuster in the space of 1 innings.
Yes.
It's amazing how quickly it can happen. Anyway, Damien Fleming, thanks for being part of the tea break. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, Gerard Whateley and Cricket Etal's Peter Lawler are with you next.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider Surf Simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Silurian pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepex Premium Lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
iPic Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, iPic's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
Dad, are you okay?
Yeah, mate. Just having a flashback to the old Car City ads.
What's Car City?
What's Car City? Car City. Know that one?
No.
It's Car City, mate, on Maroondah Highway, Ringwood. You know the one. Selling cars for 35 years and now with better deals than ever. Up to 1,000 cars on site, over 12 acres and 3,000 cars online. All makes and models, new and used. There's easy off-street parking, even a cafe. At Car City, 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo.
That's gold!
Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Afternoon legends, another big day smashed. Now tackle your hobbies, side hustles or workouts with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Boost your energy levels and maintain your focus with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into water, let it fizz and tackle tonight. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
We're about to get back into the cricket, and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
We are theoretically heading toward the final session of play. It is still drizzling, but it's no more than drizzling. I've got an app that says the rain stops in 15 minutes' time, and the ground hasn't really sustained any damage across this time. So the weather update for Beacon Traded, Tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It's significantly lighter than it's been for a couple of hours. So hopefully we're on the way out of this. The pitch for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check 2 experts as undercovers for the time being. The ground staff kept it to the minimal covers to start with, and they've rolled out the big square, but they haven't left, and they're ready to act at a moment's notice. So just before we delve into our conversation where we are and where we might be going, because it is intriguingly poised, it is time to celebrate our Liquorland local legend. Liquorland, supporting local legends, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. Today we recognise Ravi Hamadri from the Clydesdale Farm Cricket Club in Western Sydney. Ravi is president of the club, a key player. He recently took a fiver. He's a key part of the community as well. And he's picked up the $100 Liquorland voucher. You can get your nominations in by texting 0433 98 11 16 or emailing cricket@sen.com.au. Peter Lawler. Hello to you, Pete.
Clydesdale Farm Cricket Club.
Do you know it?
No. Wouldn't mind getting out there to have a look at that one. Yeah. Hello, Gerard. Fancies it being here with you when there's a covers on. It seemed like every time we were together in Brisbane, the covers were on. Now we've got it in Melbourne.
It's 7 for 326. We have a partnership brewing worth 105. Reddy's 85 and Washington is 40. And in some of the stroke play in that session, and more particularly the way the environment changed. This was Indian fans' moment to take over.
I think if you'd walked into the ground during that session, you would have thought that India had this game, had their hands around the throat of this game, that they were on top. And you might have had to just actually check where you are as well. Is it Mumbai or Melbourne? Yeah. That was... really felt like 80% of this crowd. How many are here? 70,000 on
77. I suspect we're probably at 80 by now.
Yeah, and I reckon 65,000 of them were supporting India, and they had a bit to celebrate in that.
They did.
Didn't it? That was a fantastic session for the Indian team. You notice, the worry for me is that the Australian bowling is just wearing down a little, looking a little bit tired. I think they needed that drinks break to regroup, and they probably will appreciate this little bit of time off for the rain as well. It's a long series, even when you're winning. It's easier when you're winning, but that show of frustration from Mitchell Starc when Nathan Lyon ran around and picked up the ball and they'd already run 3. Lyon didn't throw the ball in because he thought that they'd stopped on 3, and they scampered through for a 4th. You do not often see Mitchell Starc show his frustration like that. He threw the hands in the air. He said, any effing chance, mate? And stormed off at the end of the over. And Paddy Cummins was looking at him and thinking, oh, that's not good. That's not good. But this is the 4th test you played in this series. And that was a trying session. You actually felt like you were the away team, didn't you? You felt like a Victorian team visiting Adelaide on a Friday night.
Australia took the new ball 7 for 261, and there was a feeling that would do the trick. But what it did is it opened up the scoring rate, as the second new ball sometimes can, and 65 runs without really crafting much of a chance.
Well, Reddy and Washington were set then, weren't they? That can happen, and they're not bums with the bat. Excuse that expression. Kumar Reddy could bat higher than he does, definitely, as could Washington. Washington, I think, has got 3 halves. He nearly got 100, didn't he? He's got about 3 half centuries, and he hasn't played a lot of Test match cricket. So they've got a long batting lineup. India, God knows they've needed it. When they got past the follow-on, you would have thought that they'd hit the winning runs, or alternatively, it was that escaping the follow-on in Brisbane, where there was so much more consequence of perhaps not getting there. But this fan has loved every little bit of it. This crowd. Did I say fan? I like this text we've
Alex
just got here.
Sort of
Alex,
hit on this as well.
Yeah, Alex is the guy that comes in. He's on a tractor often, isn't he?
He is, and he's from the tractor usually, he says. You and Dad are the only people who call me Jed, but Alex has picked up on that. Hi, Jed and Peter. I went to the Ashes in 23 and I went to the first 3 days of this test. This test is the first test since the Oval at the Ashes that I felt the intensity the same way. The cricket has crackle to it. Is it the crowd? Is it the style? Or are both teams playing at a higher standard? Regards, Alex from the tractor usually.
I think that's a great observation. The cricket has a crackle to it. What the source of the crackle is, I suspect it's the crowd, to be honest. I mean, the cricket's been fantastic. I mean, Constance set them alight on the first day and then Smith on the second day, but Indian crowd has shown up on the third day, filled the stands, and the Indian team has provided for them, which they didn't do the day before. And look, we've had the controversy, haven't we? Kohli has played the pantomime villain to perfection. And there's so many little narratives going on here. And even as I mentioned, Starc looking tired and possibly having tweaked something.
Yeah, so he felt for his back after the second ball of his last spell that we saw. So he was fresh back into the attack, and he was clearly worried by a muscle just under the 5 on his shirt. And he grimaced his whole way through the over and blew his cheeks out between each ball. He continued to bowl, but clearly felt some source of discomfort.
Yeah, that's not great, is it? That's not great. And I was even thinking earlier than that, does Mitchell Starc get the 5 tests in this series? He deserves to play 5 tests if he's fit and about, but that makes me even more concerned about him playing in Sydney. He desperately wants to, and I again say he deserves to. An outstanding bowler. I had a discussion with David Warner recently. Fair to say that hasn't always been a great relationship between David and the bowling cartel, but he speaks so highly of Mitchell Starc. He says Mitchell Starc is one tough guy. He doesn't complain. You never know if he's hurt. He pushes through a lot more than you ever think he is, even when you're in the team. But so for him to feel at his back like that and blow his cheeks out and throw his arms around, that's frustration that you don't usually see from Mitchell. He is getting a bit longer in the tooth, and lighter in the hair region, fair to say. I do like a bowler when their hair starts to recede a little bit. I think maybe because I saw the progression of Dennis Clilley as a kid. You know, you become that sort of hardened old professional bowler. You know them when you play club cricket too, and you look up at those players. And you've been bowling for 20 years. You're a hard bastard.
So the strategic choices that have to be made is Hazlewood played off a break, broke down. Stark, whether it's just wear and tear or a level of fatigue, if he plays, you've got to have insurance. And Mitch Marsh doesn't represent insurance with the ball at the moment. Probably for a couple of reasons. He doesn't bowl a massive overs, and when he does bowl, he gets treated with a bit of contempt, to be honest, particularly by Reddy. So that's... If Marsh is not going to make runs in the second innings, and there's going to be a proper second innings in this test, it becomes that big question is, if you need the insurance of 12 overs a day from somebody, is Marsh going to be able to give you that? Do you get that from a second spinner in Sydney, or do you have to bite the bullet and go, well, Webster will give us 12 overs? We might just have to make the strategic...
I'm not sure that Webster's even in the squad for Sydney, not that it makes any difference.
So he's in the squad and he's been released.
So they can wind him back in. I think a change needs to be made there. He hasn't provided anything with the bat, and there's diminishing sort of effort. He started... His first ball here today was mid-110s. What's that? Anyway, it wasn't 120 kilometres an hour, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not surprised that he gets treated with a little bit of contempt, because you've had Stark and Cummins and Boland coming at you hard, and then the speed backs off like that. I mean, sometimes you jag wickets in those situations, but he's struggling to dig the ball in, isn't he, and bowl what you need from him. If I had my selector's hat on, I'm not picking Mitch Marsh in Sydney.
And then a lot depends on where we are in the series. Does Australia forge through and win this test match? They set up with that first innings. Do they get repelled and held to a draw? Do they risk a result at the end, knowing that defeat means they can't lift the trophy? If it's 1-1 and it's all on the line in Sydney, if it's 2-1, you still have to not lose to make sure you lift the trophy. So from an Australian perspective, it's live. As long as they don't lose here, it's live no matter what happens, and that adds to the immensity of those decisions.
And this partnership between Reddy and Washington, which is 105 runs now, is critical in that, isn't it? It's critical in wearing down the opposition. And we've seen India do this in the past. But we don't see many cricket teams do this now. Limit the damage, make the other side work for their victory, or work for their position, work harder for their position in the game. You see that ridiculous approach from Rishabh Pant. I mean, I suppose that's Rishabh Pant's approach, and he's picked to play like that. But still, something like what you're getting now from Reddy and Washington is what you need in these situations.
Yes. So this was we tiptoed towards this conversation yesterday after living through the Constas innings and the thoroughly modern thinking. Sam said it. He said 20, 30 years ago, they thought about batting the whole day. That's not our generation. But there has to be a level of judiciousness, doesn't there? The Rishabh Pant is a delight. He's my favourite international cricketer, that's not playing in Australia. But that was ludicrous, what he did, is the field was set for that shot.
Yeah.
Which he failed once to do, and it was simply a matter of ego. He wanted to hit that no matter what, and he wanted to hit it for 6. There were 3 back waiting for it. That there was no judiciousness in playing that shot.
Nothing at all, and it didn't go where you expected it to go, but Cummins had that man set at that fly-slip position and went off the top edge. I mean, what do you do? That's the way he plays. If it comes off, you all applaud him and the audacity of it, and it's entertaining. But to get back to what Constas says, I don't know if I said this to you earlier, I had a chat to one of the senior coaches in Australian cricket who took a group of kids recently up to, I think, the 19s, to the Gabba. Said, when you play at the Gabba, one thing you've got to do often in the first hour of your innings is put away the drive. You've just got to tuck it in, get through that, and then you cash in. So we're going to do a drill. We're going to do an hour where we don't drive. Now let's remember that Sachin Tendulkar's most sort of celebrated / controversial innings was that one in Sydney where he didn't drive for 12 hours or something. Got an Uber all the way to the big score. One of the kids says, well, that's not going to happen. What do you mean it's not going to happen? No. Well, there is no I cannot conceive of playing cricket for an hour and not driving. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Yeah, it's a new generation. It is a new generation.
And, you know, we've been hearing stories of junior coaches and parents and in the nets, and they ramp. That's a totally legitimate shot.
Oh,
but not in every circumstance. But there is your point is you can't cut everything. You can't drive everything. You can't pull everything. Or guess what? You can't ramp everything either.
No, but there is a new V. It's the flying V, like the guitar. It's behind the batter. And it's a very effective manner of taking down the other side. We saw what Constas did. He found the thread that you pulled on that Indian sort of seam, and it fell apart. That you have to change the field. You have to put somebody back there. You take somebody out of a catching position. You open up singles in other parts of the ground. You confound the opposition team. It's funny. That ramp that he plays, that Root plays, that the good players play, seems a relatively safe shot, Gerard. Not so much that one that Punt plays, that commando role, insanity that he has.
Yep.
Yeah, but...
the acrobatics in it, the lack of control as a result of it. And I also think once the field goes back into the inverted V, attack through the regulation V.
That's right.
Well, there were scoring zones everywhere in front of Punt.
Well, that's got Punt.
But ego got the better of it.
Yeah, that's the stupidity of Punt. Yeah. I think Constas was a little better than that. He at least played in front of the wicket once he'd moved them round.
He got all his runs on the ramp while no one was there, and then once the field moved, he was slapping it around in front of the wicket, and he played all sorts of different shots. The umpires are out, the ground staff are starting to do their work, taking the pegs out. It's light and it's bright, and the rain is finished, so they'll start the preparatory work to put all of this together. And so the next phase is just so interesting, Pete. Is Australia have bowled 97 overs, 22 from Stark, 26 from Cummins, 21 from Boland. Lyons bowled 21. Marsh has only bowled 4, and Head's done a little bit of filling in for 3. Is the difference between Australia cracking through and finishing this in 8 overs and being made to work tomorrow morning, or just say for 25 more overs tonight, is hugely impactful at the back end of this test match, and it's a pretty sharp turnaround to Sydney. Now, if Stark is feeling his back, they don't like backing Boland up test match to test match. So how many overs does he end up bowling? And Cummins has done so much work. So, and this is true of India as well, is Bumrah's got a calf issue that just niggles. This is the beauty of the 5-test series, the attrition.
Attritional cricket, which we don't see enough of, and which, again, we come back to this 105-run partnership that they've batted sensibly, but it's been damage limitation at best, but now it's inflicted some damage back onto the other team. To come back to that Constas thing, I was on Brunswick Street last night, Gerard.
Don't say.
Hey?
I would have picked you for Brunswick Street for what it's worth.
And at Mario's, and a kid came up. He was out quite late. He said, cricket reporter. I said, yeah, you play cricket? He said, yeah. I think he would have. I don't think he'd be even in his teens, this kid. I think he said he was in grade 5. Noisy restaurants my age, I can't hear anything that anyone said. But I said, who's your favourite player? Sam Constas, like that. He's got in their heads so quickly. I've never seen such instant stardom, except maybe David Warner from that T20 match here against South Africa, whatever year that was. Was that 2009, 10, 11? Something like that. Doesn't matter.
And it was the same phenomenon that night. You knew you'd seen something different.
The world had changed.
Yeah. The baseball references on the front page of the paper. We instantly knew we'd seen something we hadn't seen before.
That's right, wasn't it? The Age had a picture of a baseball player next to David Warner. They had it wrong, but it was understandable why they did, the way he'd taken down that South African side. And and the day that paper came out, I was driving along Anzac Parade out to David Warner's parents' house. He was the biggest story in town. Going out to the commission housing area in Matraville, talking to his mum and dad and his girlfriend and his brother. We all wanted to know everything there was to know about this guy called David Warner.
By the time we get to Sydney, do we need a side hustle? Do we need to be selling Constas shirts out the front of his
I
own
think
test
that'd be
match?
fantastic, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think that's exactly what we've got to do.
Would you go with a curled lip under the helmet? What would the image we went with be?
I think I think that is a simple graphic image of the curled lip, the little Milo stain moustache,
Yes.
and of course that sort of the mullet hang out the back of the helmet. Yeah, and what a phenomenon he is! 100,000 Instagram. What do they call them? Followers.
Yes.
Added yesterday. New language coming about. Where is this? We've had some of our readers on. Cricket et al. Sending in suggestions for how we can describe the shots he plays, and of course I can't find them right now. But was it doesn't matter.
No,
I'll
I'm
find
so interested in that because
Scoop Larky, the Scoop Larky. Sorry, they're all Greek food references. There was one that referred to the spanakopita, but I can't remember. They're not quite working yet, Gerard, those references.
we've got to we have to build a language around him and what he's going to do.
It's such a shame he doesn't bowl off spin, because then we could dub him Greek Orthodox.
Your Greek Unorthodox was fantastic on day one. Your Greek Unorthodox.
Greek Unorthodox,
on Boxing Day was fantastic.
Yeah, we all run for those things, don't we? Yeah.
What's your when we travel together, we travel together, but once you're in Melbourne, we're sort of our own separate entities. What's your pub of choice here?
Oh, well, I've moved my love to the Labour in Vain.
Yep.
It's a grungy old front bar with big shop windows. It's a very unique-looking sort of establishment on Brunswick Street. You know, I lived and worked on Brunswick Street for that region for about 10, 15 years. Rarely noticed that pub. You know, because I was working down the road at the Newry. Late when I've had to sort of ban another pub for taking my beer off the tap, I've moved to the Labour in Vain and fallen in love with it. Barman there called Tom. He was at the cricket yesterday. There's another barman there in a nice halter top that he probably borrowed from my daughter. He's also a big cricket fan, and it suits my love of dingy. Well, it's not dingy, but just grubby old pubs that have got nothing flash going
Sticky
on.
floors and that sort of
they
thing.
play 70s Aussie rock
Yeah.
on the speaker system. Where are the words going, Peter? They've got a pool table. So you hear bands like this. You won't remember these bands, but bands that played at like the Sunbury Pop Festival, like those biker blues bands, Chain and Lobby Lloyd and the Coloured Balls and those sorts of things. I was so moved. I actually bought their T-shirt last night. I'll wear it tomorrow for you.
The band or the pub?
No, the pub T-shirt.
pub?
It's a ripper. Yeah, it's an old Aussie crest with some sort of crest with a kangaroo and an emu and all that stuff going on. They don't serve any food except for salt and vinegar chips.
Bless.
Oh, maybe you get some other flavoured chips, but they're the only ones I can eat.
Which beer got taken off tap?
My Linus Blanket beer, Cooper's Pale Ale. Yeah. Am I allowed to mention them on SEN? Yeah.
Whatever you drink, whatever you drink.
It's the original gangster beer.
Yep.
For years, for 100 years, when everyone was drinking lager in Australia, they stuck to their guns and made pale ales, and they made an Australian pale ale. So when the craft beer industry comes around and everyone wants to drink ales, these guys have been over here doing it for 100 years. But it's because the Australian craft beer industry makes American pale ales. It's super hoppy, too strong, all those sorts of things. It tastes like fruit salad, some of them. I like this more traditional Australian one, family owned. Did get themselves into trouble over some conservative thing or other, but they're from Adelaide, so you have to give them a bit of an excuse on those things. There's someone on the, what do you call this thing?
It's the text machine. Just let me tell you, the play will be at 4 o'clock, so quarter of an hour.
Yeah, all right. Well, don't interrupt, because I'm talking about stuff here. My brother has a question for Pete Lawler. What's the best bar and pizza joint you went to on your most recent trip to New York? That's such an easy one to answer. Yeah. There is and I'm going to sound like a complete wanker, but anyway, there is a cocktail bar downtown called Attaboy. If you get the address, you still won't find it because it's just a grey door with no signs around it. And you stand outside this grey door and eventually they will open it and tell you that you can't come in.
Right.
But maybe if you come back sooner or later. But I'd heard that the owner, who is part owner is an Australian, was a cricket fan. So I said, what's his name? And I got in first. It seats about 25 people. But when you first get in, you have to stand in the naughty corner. And they bring you a cocktail in the naughty corner. And then you sort of graduate to a seat at the bar. And if you're really good, you could get one of the 2 or 3 tables available there.
Yeah.
They don't have a menu. And they are rated one of the best cocktail bars in the world. So it's super exclusive, super difficult to get into. But I got in there 3 nights in New York and had a great time. It's pretty hard to leave once you get in. They make a famous cocktail called the penicillin. I took Benny Horne there.
Yeah.
Ben Horne, who's never drunk coffee, never drunk a wine. He lives on chocolate milkshakes, very plain beer, and nothing else. Oh, sorry, he will drink a hot chocolate too if it's cold. He'd never had a cocktail in his life. And I described his taste to the guys and they said, we reckon we could do something like that, something like a chocolate milkshake with alcohol in it. Yeah, good. But the penicillin cocktail they make there is famous. It's a really nice one. It's a smoky cocktail.
Yeah. So Attaboy.
And then you wander about 4 blocks over and there's a place called Prince Street Pizza. Does the pizza slice. A thing that hasn't really caught on in Australia. No. The pizza slice, and I think we're all poorer for it because there's nothing like after you've had a couple of cocktails or a few too many beers, wrestling a pizza slice on the way home. The Attaboy, the Prince Street Pizza, it does a vodka tomato sauce, and they do the deep pan pizza as well, which I've never really liked. Honestly, just next level, like nothing I've ever eaten. If you're in New York, go there.
Well, there you go. So just repeat those names for us.
Attaboy is the cocktail bar and Prince Street Pizza is the pizza joint that you go and line up. It doesn't have tables or anything. You have to go and balance it on a rubbish bin or something like that to eat it or sit in the gutter, but that's okay.
All right. Brett, hope that does the trick. And what was your Brunswick Street pub?
That's called the Labour in Vain. But it's not as good as I say, so don't go there.
That's right. So Pete doesn't want company.
Yeah.
Dear, where was David? Please let Pete know I was drinking that Cooper's Pale Ale from the tap at the Union Club yesterday.
Oh, it's back on.
All is good, mate.
Oh, it's back on. Well, there you go. That's excellent. I suppose I could let them back in my heart, but I've already bought the T-shirt to the new pub, so.
And do you eat at the same place every night, or do you mix it up in Melbourne?
I tend to eat at the same place every night, yeah. And I'm on a Mario's Jag at the moment. I've loved Mario's. When I first lived on Brunswick Street, Mario's was a butcher's shop. Yep. There were only 2 cafes on Brunswick Street when I was a young man. This is true. It was a ghost town down there. There was a place called Baker's. It was owned by a guy called Michael Baker. And I think the year I came to town, which was 1981, they opened the Black Cat. And now for my money, apart from sort of places, like those sort of pensioner cafes that you wouldn't go into, there was only op shops and sort of vacant lots and things like that on Brunswick Street. The Black Cat was cool, but then Mario's opened 40, was it? It's 40 years ago now.
Really?
Yeah, 41 years ago. And still has some of the same staff that were there originally 40 years ago.
So good.
So you got to love that. And Mario's a nice fella. Yeah. And it's a bit of a cricket place as well. You go in there and people talk cricket.
Nice.
Don't get a lot of cricket on Brunswick Street, but at Mario's you do.
Do you order the same every night? Do you order the same every night?
No, I actually branched out last night, but yeah, generally I will order the same thing every night. There's something about routine, Gerard.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, you're a routine kind of guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll go with other people or I'll go alone. I don't mind. Yeah. It's better to go alone, to be honest, because you can get in when it's crowded. Single people have the best fun.
Peter Lawler's tour diary here in Melbourne. 7 for 326. Shall we take a moment? Because the ground is being prepared for play. It's 3:50 p.m. It's doff your hat time. Crowd being invited to join in the Shane Warne tradition honouring one of the greats of Australian cricket and a man whose name is emblazoned on the southern stand here. So floppy whites are being tipped right the way around the ground. There'll be the best part of 80,000 in when play resumes. And if it's anything like it was on the way to tea, we have some sprightly cricket ahead of us. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9-litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
The XUV 700 AX7, an exceptional value 7-seater SUV, is now at Werribee Mahindra. This safe and feature-packed family SUV packs in upmarket equipment and technology from just $36,990 drive away. T's and C's apply. Werribee Mahindra.
LMCT 12710.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Go your own way. T's and C's apply.
Looking for a personal loan that's simple, fast and tailored to your needs? Call Acquired Financial Services. Accessing over 63 lenders, let their experts secure the perfect loan and best rates. Visit acquiredfinance.com.
Australian credit licence number 488607.
Are you a gamer? Get the Acer Nitro gaming range with the latest Intel Core i7 processor, delivering the power and performance you need. Buy today at Harvey Norman.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
Reddy faces the last ball of Lions over well-flighted and clouted through extra cover for 4. That's a good belting from Reddy.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover.
Nitish Kumar Reddy is 85. Washington Sundar 40. India 7 for 326. We're 4 minutes away from the resumption of play. And we're being briefed that play can continue through to 6:46 p.m. Only cricket would come up with something quite so precise. Pete?
Tell Mario's I'll be late for dinner,
Yes. Got an anniversary dinner I'm going to be a bit late for too, as it turns out.
Your anniversary, is it?
Yes, it is.
Happy
Aaron
anniversary.
from Druin has text through, love a good pale ale, just knocked off and got a 4-pack of St Andrews Beach on the passenger seat, waiting for me to get home. Driving along and some peanut didn't give way at a roundabout. Slammed the brakes, 4-pack went flying into a 3-inch nail. Leaked everywhere on the carpet. No pale ale for me this evening. Aaron from Druin.
Oh, that's a very sad story, Aaron. St Andrews Beach beer is made by David Warner. So maybe if David's listening, he could send you around a 6-pack. That's his brewery. Yep. I think they've got the rights at the tennis centre this year. Yeah, they've got a bar there.
That's a good contract to have during the Australian Open.
Someone else wants to know if Jimi Hendrix played a flying V. He almost exclusively played Fender Stratocasters, but in 67 he picked up a flying V, and there is a rumour that he might have used a flying V on All Along the Watchtower, the Bob Dylan cover. There you go.
And Chris from Bateman's Bay texts through, I like this. I saw Pete on Channel 7 today. First time I'd laid eyes on him. And I must say, he's a lot tidier and more distinguished than I expected. Got the whole salt and pepper thing going. Good job, Pete. The ramshackle was just not quite as true visually.
There was a lot of time in makeup and wardrobe every morning. A lot of time.
Pete's distinguished in his Channel 7 blazer as he travels throughout this summer.
And
righto.
Okay, we should get back to the cricket, but just one more. Kane says that the chicken livers at Mario's are ridiculously good.
Mitch has decided to straighten us up. He sent a Simon Katich into the experts chair for 420 pies, Australia's original fan food. Hello to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Pete, and all our listeners. I'm not sure about straightening up.
We should quote the chef, Simon Katich. Have you ever done chicken livers?
No, I haven't. No, it's not something I've really warmed to.
I thought Croatians were kind of not offal people.
Oh, I've had offal as a kid. Yeah, like kidneys and liver and brains and all that. But
Righto, Mitch Marsh is going to open up. So the skies are bright, the lights are on. It's overcast, but the threat of rain has passed.
What would the thinking be when opening with Mitch Marsh in this situation? Trying to switch ends or something?
Just got to do some work, I suppose.
Yeah. 4 overs, under 24.
With the workload that's being put into Stark, Cummins and Boland is shoulder a load. The value of this partnership is measured in all sorts of different ways. There's a deep point and a fine leg. Just going to trade up what they were doing in the slips. So Smith's gone to first and Khawaja's headed toward gully. Labuschagne set a backward point. Constas is at deep point. Then you've got Lyon at cover, head at extra cover, and Cummins at mid-off. So there's been a lot of thought clearly put into this during the rain break. That is a very interesting offside field for Sundar. There's a fine leg and a mid-on. So Marsh would want to be outside the off stump. Just have to wait for the clock to tick over to 4 o'clock. God forbid we start early after we've been delayed for more than an hour. There we go, 4 o'clock. Let's get to it, shall we?
And of course the batsman's not ready.
No, he's still got to mark his guard out. He wouldn't have done that in regular time. India trailing by 148, and yet momentum felt like it was with them. Marsh starts and Washington leaves outside the off stump.
This is going to be a game of patience now if Mitch Marsh just keeps dumping it outside the off stump on a length and seeing if Sundar wants to drive on the up or cut. He's got protection and catches in square of the wicket behind and in front, and then protection out in the deep to try and save the boundary. Maybe they're just going to try and dry things up for a period of time here and test his patience.
Marsh to Washington. That's the exact tactic. About sixth stump, angling across him.
I think Marsh has slipped Alex Carey $50 and said, don't come up to the wicket, mate. Well, this is what you need from your extra bowler, isn't it? Just to bang them in, dry it up, maybe chance a wicket.
Washington's 40 from 117 balls. Marsh bowls to him, and Washington, that's wider still, and Washington wanted no part of it.
Very wide and full, that one.
Well, the way the run rate had built, it's not surprising. Australia needed something just to rein India in.
Yeah, and they'll no doubt be concerned about the fact that his partnership's 105 and the lead's only 148. If these two were to take it under 100, then it starts to put Australia in dangerous territory with its next innings.
Marsh right arm over bowls. Washington leaves. Rinse and repeats.
Can't afford to slip up in the third innings and then have a situation where India potentially get a chase. And this wicket, it's held together nicely. We're seeing what happens when you get through the second new ball now, nearly 18 overs old. It's comfortable.
A dry line after the rain delay. Crowd's eager to get into it. Marsh outside the off stump. Washington wants no part, doesn't carry through to Carey.
Going to be interesting to see how long Mitch Marsh can sort of bang them in back of a length.
Well, and the other thing this does is if these two are patient, which it looks like Sundar's going to be, it allows them to get set again and get used to the conditions after the break. Watch the ball, track it, get a feel for things, and if it gets them in, then it might make it harder to dislodge them.
Last ball of Marsh is over. Washington's happy to let it all go by. Well outside the off stump, so a maiden 7 for 326. That was all scripted, wasn't it? The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. What from the other end? So this is where Australia attacks, and in a promising sign, Mitch Starc is going to keep his spell going from the members' end.
What were we worried about? As we say, he's a tough guy, Mitch Starc. I think he'd insist on bowling even if he was hurt.
Going through his warm-ups down below. At the start of this spell on the previous side of the rain delay, just left reaching for a back muscle, and he's doing a lot of stretching and flexing to loosen himself up. Didn't come off. That was clearly inhibited to a degree. And again, Cummins is being careful with how he sets his field. 2 slips at gully. He's pushed third around and brought point up. Cover is where Labuschagne's going to be. The captain himself's at mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. Reddy's on 85. He has the strike. Starc is over the wicket to him. It's full outside the off stump. Again, doesn't quite carry through to Carey.
Same tactics here. Just going to angle across, test the patience. But you'd have to say the way these two have applied themselves throughout their innings so far, they'll just see as an opportunity to get in and bat.
It was the wobble seam, and it was only just on the surface, really. And a grimace from Starc after he'd bowled it. Past the sawdust that's been planted on the turf. Starc over the wicket, bowls. Reddy nibbles the ball away to point. That was on the off stump rather than the dry line. No run.
And this is a ploy that you don't often see too often at the MCG, particularly teams attack the stumps, look for bowls and LBs, particularly as the Test match progresses, but Australia feel like that run rate was getting out of control. The partnership was going beautifully before the rain break, so that came in their favour, really.
Stark in, bowls, Reddy. It's full. He chased it on the popping crease. Missed it.
$85 not out from your number 8. It's pretty handy, isn't it?
Yeah, he shouldn't be batting that low. Obviously, dropped down one because of Akash Deep doing the not watchman duty, but he's capable of batting higher than this, much higher.
So Fox Cricket just had the graphic up that the record for a number 8 in Australia batting for India is Anil Kumble's 87. Stark to Reddy. Runs the ball to point and he'll find a run. Labuschagne dives, can't haul it in. It will make no difference as it trickles out into the deepest, fielded by Lyon. Single easily taken. Reddy's 86. India 7 for 327 with a couple to come in the over.
Field resets for the left-hander.
2 wickets have fallen today. Who threw it away on 28, and Jadeja got pinned by Lyon playing back when he was 17. India began the day at 5 for 164. It's now 7 for 327.
Stark was feeling for his back a little bit there.
Washington's on 40. There's a bat pad in place. Stark over the wicket, short, left alone.
Can't be too bad when you're banging them in like that. It's 140 kilometres an hour, 141. It's the extra effort.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that after the break haven't started with either Cummins or Boland and started with Marsh, but maybe that's because of the tactics they want to employ. So if they're going to do that, they're not going to burn those two out bowling wide of the stumps.
Stark is in the high 130s, 139.4, 138.7, 136 flat. He bowls to Washington on the back foot defending. Stark concedes just 1 run from the over. It's 7 for 327 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix. Plus, being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The constituency is not wrapped that Mitch Marsh is bowling after an extended break. Let's see if he can produce something or whether it is just the donkey work. Bowling the dry line. He's bowling to Reddy, who's shaped and left. Standing over the top of it to give it a good clout. Level pass. This is the interesting part, is if Marsh does bowl this line, is Reddy wants to treat him with contempt.
Yeah.
We've seen that through the series.
Yeah, I can see him absolutely throwing the sink at one and smacking it over Travis Head's head at cover there. He's sort of short, so if he gets any sort of length to work with, I think he's just going to try and climb into one over cover.
The Lions back at deep cover and Constas is at third. Marsh bowls. Reddy goes after him, slices it down to third. It was the outside edge. It went between gully and backward points. Constas fields a single taken. So that is such an interesting duel. Reddy 87. That might be the method in the madness. 7 for 328.
That was intended over cover, but he just sliced it fractionally. Right in the gap.
Crucial moments ahead for New Farm, Australia's number 1 on hard to kill weeds. Washington faces Marsh. He runs the ball into the gully. rather than leaving. Floating slip, gully, backward point. That's sort of an odd-looking cordon, but that's how they've set up in the curve. Constas is down at deep points, interacting with the crowd. Indian stronghold down there.
It's a good field for Sundar because it asks the question of him if he wants to drive on the up with the angle. If he doesn't get it right, there's the two-man square in front and behind.
English bowls. Washington leaves outside the off stump.
He'll just sit tight to get something maybe short that he can cut and hit into the ground, whereas a drive on the up, he's taking a chance with the four men that are sort of catching like an umbrella around from Khawaja around to head.
A wave passes below us. The members get a hoot. Marsh is in from the worn ends. Bowls to Washington and shoulders arms.
He looks pretty content, Washington Sundar, just to wear Marsh down and see if he wants to come in towards the stumps and try and pick him off through the leg side. No signs yet of impatience or wanting to throw the bat at it. He's just happy to keep letting it go.
One of those little intriguing battle of wills within the broader contest. Last ball of Marsh is over. He delivers and Washington leaves well outside the off stump. 7 for 328. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Woken up tired, but you've got an epic day ahead? Get to work and smash your day with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Stay alert and boost your energy fast with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine energy than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into your glass or water bottle, let it fizz and tackle today. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
The Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 7 for 328. Reddy 87. Washington 40. Mitch Stark none for 85. In from the members' end of the MCG. Reddy has the strike and he's leaving outside the off stump.
Will you be taking Claire out for your anniversary tonight?
We do. We have a dinner planned. Our favourite little Italian restaurant in Camberwell.
Tell me. Okay, it's not Mario's there.
No, we won't see you there.
In Camberwell.
Just have to check the roster that Mitch has redone after the rain delay.
It's not an early booking.
Clock off early, King. Just assert your authority, mate. You're the skipper.
Well, we are going through to 6:46, which is a slight setback. Stark is on his way in. Bowles, Reddy on the back foot, runs the ball to point, sent back. Labuschagne's on the spot. Actually, Reddy put the bat up when he realised it was Labuschagne and sent Washington back.
How long? What number is it, George?
28.
28 years. Well done. That's excellent.
What's that for the present?
Nothing. Once you get to 28, it's a cup of tea in the morning, isn't it, Simon?
So who's the night watchman for you tonight, Gerard?
Tom is actually.
Tommy's
he's
going to
pad
up, is
for
he?
us tonight.
Brilliant.
I was wondering why I was on for the famous last stint, and that explains it.
The graveyard shift.
Yeah. Romantic dinner for Gerard Whateley.
It crossed my mind.
The rain will do that. Full all chased by Reddy. It goes across him and through to the keeper untouched.
Gerard, I actually said to my wife last night, well, that's interesting. I've got the last shift. I wonder if Gerard's got a dinner.
One of the kids said to us last night, there wasn't much foresight in that, getting married, and it's always going to be during the Boxing Day test. That's at a time when we were much younger, and it wasn't my beat.
Really?
Yeah. I was at the Herald Sun working entertainment, I think, at that stage, Pete.
I remember country weddings where all the men would have the little transistor in their pocket and the earpiece in.
There was a West Indies test match that year. Reddy is leaving the rising delivery, having been drawn at the previous. He learnt his lesson well.
Were you monitoring the cricket?
I don't think I was. I think we watched it during the afternoon, the boys, before we headed in from Carnegie. It was a hot day, that much I do remember.
How many years you been married, Simon?
18.
Good save.
To think about
I felt for you there for a moment. Come on, Simon. Stark bowls to Reddy, leaving and that line across him.
Where did you take Georgia for your last anniversary dinner?
No, mate, I probably cooked.
Wouldn't get food out. This could top your food, Simon. Simon's an excellent cook.
Yes, yeah.
I enjoy it.
What did you go with Christmas Day?
The roast turkey is... We keep it pretty simple. It's the same.
Yeah.
Cook the ham, prawns, oysters, roast potatoes. Yeah. A few veggies. Potato salad.
Last ball of Stark's over. Reddy leaves. And only just carries through to Carey. So a maiden 7 for 328 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
Are tax worries keeping you up at night? Take the stress out of tax with RJ Sanderson and Associates. Whether you're a small business, a company, or managing your self-managed super fund, RJ Sanderson can help maximise your refunds. Visit rjsanderson.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. Brett, after Pete's glowing review of the Stonecutters Secret Bar in New York, very good, Brett. My brother will be taking his wife there for their anniversary. We've got to find it first.
It's very dark, but it is lovely. Yeah, great music. They were playing a track by Suicide when I was there. Don't ask, Gerard, you wouldn't know. I love that. 2 potatoes at your Christmas lunch. That's my sort of Christmas lunch.
Two
a good
types.
meal, 2 different types of potatoes. Potato salad and roast potatoes.
2 points now. 1 up, 1 back. Marsh bowls to Washington. It strikes the biped as he went to leave.
Over slips.
So Andy Lee and his friends are opening the Australian pub in New York. Old mates.
Are they?
The financial district, yeah.
It's hard to avoid Australians in New York, particularly in the cafe industry.
Right.
Yeah.
So after the rain delay, this is an intriguing phase. The dry line from Australia, and Washington wants no part of it. And outside the off stump from Marsh.
And Marsh's line, these last 2 balls, have just started to come in a little bit tighter to try and make him play, but also just get the ball to come back in towards the stump. So playing mind games with Sundar, hoping that he might leave one and comes back and clips the off stump.
Oh, Brad, that's an unwelcome message. Peeing down in Geelong. Oh, that was playable for Washington, but he got it off the inside portion of the bat. It slewed away through mid-wicket, not where it was intended. A couple of runs. Washington's first since the delay. He's 42. It's 7 for 330.
Yeah, it's just coming across there, across Avalon, Geelong now. I reckon we'll be right, but I reckon I'll get wet on my walk up to Brunswick Street tonight.
Yes, yep. The app's been pretty good today. Yeah, it's got rain at 6 o'clock. So that might knock off the last little bit. Well outside the off stump from Marsh. Just re-establish the wider line, and Washington let it go. It's Paul's 28th wedding anniversary today too. Paul, I hope you and your wife have had a great day and night ahead. Look at the size of the crowd here, even after a 1 hour delay, is right back to the utmost rows. Washington in behind. That's in the Warren stand up behind us and the members. So the last count was 78,000, wasn't it, Mitch, that you had up?
Yeah, the lower decks are packed. There's barely a seat available, is there? And that's the old Bay 13 area over there, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's not a spare seat in those 6 bays on that side. It's just so well populated. Yes, 78,668 was the count of the rain delay. They're winding up to the cause of Mitch Marsh, who's bowling to Washington, who drives back down the ground. He took off. Cummins Fields throws, hits. Washington beat it home. Single taken, eventful stuff. 7 for 331. Washington keeps the strike on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Ian Healy here. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts are built tough to last. Apply now for funding through the Sherlock Community Sponsorship Program to support community-based events and activities. Visit sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN and Bingley are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bingley, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 7 for 331. Reddy 87, Washington 43. Tom Morris is keeping the crowd numbers for us. The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. No one's riding a record harder than Tom, not even the staff at the MCC, Tommy.
I want it. Maybe because I'm a Melburnian and a Victorian, Gerard, I feel a little bit more passionate about this cause. But if we get to 80,000 today, even if we don't, we'll get to 240,000 across the first 3 days.
Incredible.
Bat pad in place with Washington facing up to Stark. The left armour is in, and Washington clips from his pads wide of head under the helmet, and he takes a single to mid-wickets. 332 on the board.
So 240,000 across the first 3 days leaves us with another 110,000 across the last two to break the record. You could easily get 70,000 tomorrow.
So Sunday with the promise of a full day's cricket.
Yeah. And then 30,000 on the last day.
For a thriller.
Yeah.
If we were set up for a thriller on Monday, you could find a way to it.
It's within touching distance. You're a Victorian, Gerard. Surely you're barracking for it as well.
Oh, I love these days at the MCG.
10% of the attendances of the ticket sales were to people overseas.
Yeah, what a validation of it all. Reddy's on 87. He leaves Stark.
Obviously, a lot of them are from the subcontinent, but there's a fair share too that come from the United States, which would be probably Australians on holidays and members of the Southeast Asian community who've come out for the cricket. Had a nice couple this morning who came across from the Latrobe Valley for the cricket. It's not quite an international flight. Sale they came from. But it's a real destination. It's been a real destination test match, hasn't it? It's had a fantastic vibe to it the whole time.
Yep. Lovely rhythms to it. Cloud is breaking up overhead. Reddy has the strike. He's leaving Stark. So I reckon it's worth flagging this text because I'm thinking the same way, but it's too early to tell. We've only just passed the halfway mark of the test, and this is Matt's. Understand the Victorian bias. Don't worry about the Victorian bias. Matt's decided this is a terrible pitch. It's getting better, not deteriorating. So that's the open question, is these MCG pitches don't deteriorate. That was the problem of 2017 and 2018. Is they blanched at the start and then they just never altered and offered so little in terms of a contest. We could have played 15 days in the 2017 pitch and we would have had no luck. Reddy is leaving. That's much tighter on the leave. So the question is, we haven't even finished day 3, so it still should be good batting conditions. But because there's no natural deterioration in these pitches, what will day 4 and day 5 look like? And they're sort of unanswerable because they've been fast test matches. They've been juiced up pitches so that they're not docile batathons. We don't really have a recent example of one that's played like this just yet. So it's reasonable to raise it, Matt. I reckon you've jumped to the end point. You might end up being right, but it's one of the most intriguing factors in the test match from here. Stark bowls, Reddy leaves.
Bowling really well here, Mitchell Stark. That's what they needed from him. One thing that I noticed from a great distance, I didn't go out there this morning, is it's not marking up.
No, it's unbelievable. It never marks.
It's a concrete wicket, isn't it?
You won't get a foot mark at the end of 5 days.
Nothing for Nathan Lyon to bowl into.
No. So we haven't seen a Shield pitch like this in the 5 years. They're properly juiced up pitches. And this is the first test pitch. I thought looking at it on day one that, okay, so it's a little bit different in nature to the salvage mission that's been so successfully carried out. But I wouldn't give up on it just yet. It's just to flag. Stark bowls, back foot defence from Reddy out to the offside. And that is the end of the over. 7 for 332 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing to everyday life.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Talk to Australia's apprenticeship experts at MEGT. MEGT's local teams come to you and can provide advice about government financial incentives.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
The Mitch Marsh spell is over. Australia going back to Nathan Lyon. So this is the change in bowling. Give it all a shake-up. That'll be done for the man shake. Lyon begins his new spell, and forward defending is Washington to point. Oh, he took off, sent back just in the nick of time. Oh, blimey. Run out still probably the favoured way, Simon.
Yep. Certainly is. Because otherwise these two are looking very solid. Just the running's the issue.
Line around the wicket. Washington back, cuts, pierces the field forward of points. Constas gets motoring after into the deep. They have two as Constas arrives at the Melbourne side, and they'll come back for 3. Lovely shot from Washington. He's 47. And India 3 for 335.
Sat up and asked to be hit that one.
Oh, yeah. That was way too short.
Bowled a beautiful ball earlier in the match to get rid of Ravindra Jadeja. Have a look at that one, Simon. It's almost a hint of Jeff to it. Zoomed on, hit the pads, reminiscent of a worn LBW. You don't see Nathan Lyon bowl a lot of deliveries like that.
Reddy on 87, back, strokes the ball to the short mid-wicket, no run. Long on, deep mid-wicket, back for Reddy.
Wonder whether Reddy might try and take him straight back over mid-off here.
Bowls. Reddy stays home, stands up, once around the corner, takes a single to square. Oh, Kawaja got jackknifed as his knee got stuck in the turf and took a big divot. He gingerly hops up. Constas goes and replaces his divot. He's got that grass mark on his strides. Kawaja just went to slide and it just jammed into the surface.
He dropped too much vertically rather than going in a bit lower and horizontal with his knee, and as a result just plunged into the surface.
Washington defence in that direction. They take off with a quick single to Kawaja. That's well judged by Reddy, seeing the opportunity that was there. 7 for 337. Washington moves to 48, and Reddy has that highest score on Australian soil by an Indian number 8. He's gone past Kumble's 87. He's got 88. Last ball of Lions over. Reddy back, clipped in the air, but it's wide of the bowler. Down to long on for a single. They amble through for it. 7 for 338. The Glencore scoreboard advancing to everyday life. Adam Collins will come in here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Planning a stay in Melbourne? Look no further than Brady Hotels and Apartments. Located in the heart of the CBD, you'll be close to the city's best restaurants, bars and shopping. Book your stay at bradyhotels.com.au.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
Change of bowling for Australia. The applause will tell the story. It's Scott Boland, 3 for 49. A leading wicket taker for Australia. For Before You Dig, before every job search, before you dig online, every time. Adam Collins jumping in with Simon Katich and Pete Lalor. 136 away from parity, India. This partnership 117 has been a brilliant one. And Nitish Kumar Reddy 11 away from what would be a very special MCG moment.
It certainly would, Colo. Under pressure. And these two are getting India back into the contest. 117-run partnership now, trailing by 136 and tiring Australian attack. But this man, Scott Boland, can he bring the crowd to life? It's been brilliant so far, 3 for 49.
So Boland starts his fresh spell. Northern end, bowls to Reddy on 89. He goes back, rides the bounce to backward point where there won't be a single line. Does the fielding. Lights on here at the G. Still a long way to the finish line, 32 overs and plenty of time to get them in.
It's a lot brighter, though,
yeah,
I think, than earlier today. It feels like there's some sort of sunshine coming through on this outfield with the blue in the background.
It has come through, yeah. I think they had the lights on when it was covered over earlier. But you can now actually see the shadow of the stand.
2.25 hours to get those 32 overs in. A lot of cricket left on day 3 at the G. Boland in and delivers, and Reddy off his front pad after coming forward pushes the Constas at square leg. One of 4 men on the leg side where there won't be a single. They've been out there a long time. 105th over. Can detect that from Pat Cummins as well at mid-on and mid-off. He's been getting leather poisoning out there. Racing after the ball time and time again with this pair. Working him in addition to all the overs that he's bowled.
I said this earlier in the series. This is the blueprint to try and beat Australia and Australia. You have to get 3, 4, 5 spells into the quicks, and if you can do that, you're a chance to get a substantial total.
Boland delivers close to the stumps. Reddy defends from the middle stump line to cover. No run, Labuschagne fields.
And India had that previous tours with Pujara wearing them down. On this occasion, they haven't quite had that from the top order, but they're getting it now from their all-rounders in the lower order. And these two have been superb. I mean, Reddy's absorbed 142 balls of pressure and Sundar 137. So the two of them have done a fantastic job.
In its own way, reminiscent of the innings Ajinkya Rahane played here 4 years ago. Batted for such a long time. Boland here to Reddy, who leaves alone outside the line. Reddy's faced 143 balls, so nowhere near as long as Rahane. But your point there, Kat, about overs into the Aussie bowlers and not having really the 5th bowler in Marsh in the rotation in quite the same way. Like, he has bowled, obviously, but not. He's not a member of the rotation the way that, say, Cameron Green has been in the last few summers.
Yeah, you can't compare someone that's bowling 140 Ks like Cameron Green, the bounce he gets, to Mitch Marsh at the moment, who's in the mid-120s.
The sun is shining again. A trail by 136. Boland's Reddy, inside edge onto the pad. He plays with both feet off the air. The ball trickles into Carey's gloves, rolling in that direction. But extra movement off the seam from Boland.
This extra work in the bowlers is the last thing you need with the quick turnaround too, Sydney. It'll be the fastest turnaround of the series, won't it?
Yeah. But, I mean, that last ball's a great example. We talk about this pitch, and yes, it is a very good pitch, but that ball has jagged back a mile. So there's still enough happening. It's just these two have applied themselves beautifully and shown how to bat proper Test cricket, just absorbing pressure and batting time and putting away the bad ball.
Last ball of Boland's over. Here, so Reddy, who deflects to backward point. It's a made. Haven't been too many of those today. 7 for 338 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Reddy's 89, Sundar's 48.
Want to win 10 cases of Yanar 0% alcohol beer for your cricket club? Go to I Can Win or the SEN Win page and tell us in 25 words or less why your club needs Yanar this summer. Yanar, 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
Barbecues galore epic Boxing Day deals are now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off outdoor furniture. And up to 50% off outdoor heating and backyard essentials. Don't miss out. Hurry. Online and in-store. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Tommy Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil. Nathan Lyon will start first. Then to you, Tom. 2 catches on the offside. Washington Sundar on 48 knocks it out to silly point on the bounce.
So this partnership's 117. It's the second highest 8th wicket partnership ever for India against Australia. The highest was Harbhajan Singh and Tendulkar in 2008.
Line a bit wider on the crease, round the wicket. Sundar well forward, playing with the spin. Quickish single, takes on Khawaja through. So 1 to Sunda makes him 49. 7 for 339. 135 they trail by.
And I'm also watching this partnership at the MCG. It's now the equal third highest 8th wicket partnership ever at the MCG, behind Ray Lindwall and Don Talon and Gregory and Pello from 1920. So it's getting up there. I'm watching it closely, Colo.
Love that. All the numbers with Tom Morris this week at the G. Line round the wicket, going back and defending. Reddy, no run. I love that crowd number that continues to swell. We get an update every so often. It's up to 78,668. Wow. So it is en route to being the biggest attended test at Melbourne ever. Might talk more about that in a moment. Scott Bharat with us in a little bit. Round the wicket again. Line right on the crease. Forward here is Reddy, defending to cover. No run. That was 350,000 odd in 36-37.
Famous test, Colo.
It comes up a lot when we're at Melbourne. So Lyon, all eyes on him. Southern end to Reddy. Plays back, says yes, then says no, and that's okay. It's better saying yes than no, Cat, than saying yes, yes, and then uh-oh. Called the whole thing off in time.
If they'd both gone at the same time, they probably would have got the single because it was in the gap, but then he got a bit of stage fright and called him back.
148 balls for Reddy, who slowed down in the 80s. On 89, he plays to line, going back defensively. Ends the over, just a single from it. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. 7 for 339.
So, you're going to study sport at Deakin?
Study sport? Nah, I'm going to grow sport.
Australia's done it. Another gold on the Olympic stage.
Lead sport.
All right, good hustle, squad. Give me one more quarter.
Inspire sport.
Go!
Think beyond the field. Search Deakin Sport.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Sunda's 49. He's done so much right. Scott Boland. He was about to set off and Sunda takes his guard again. Crowd quiet as Boland approaches and delivers here. And Sunda inside edge onto the pad, out to gully, no run. I think Melburnians will get behind this, Tom. My instinct is that when set and attendance goal, they like to rock up to stuff. I mean, 40,000 showed up to Border and Thompson on the final day of 1982 when there was 30-odd runs to get.
I think it's going to get smashed, Colo.
Yeah.
Given the way this series is going, 1-1, I honestly think it's a no-brainer from here on in, given the way this test is playing out and where the series could be at the end of this test.
And this is going 5 days as well, barring something remarkable here. Boland up, delivers and playing back and riding the bounce to gully is Sunda, no run.
You'd be negligent as a parent if you didn't bring your kids tomorrow to watch Sam Constas bat.
Correct. I'm telling my wife to bring my 6-month-old son. Just get another number up. Let's go. 110,000 across the last 2 days. Let's do it.
I took my 6-week-old son to see Tony Lockett play.
How many did he kick?
He stood behind the goals and there was a chance to actually take a mark, but I had the kid strapped to my chest and I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. But I feel like he was baptised by the shadow of the Sharon.
Two slips the gully for Boland into Sunda, round the wicket, leaves alone, not far away. You can tell Boland's got his hands up to his mouth. Leaving right on that fourth stump line. We'll see a replay for pay.com.au. He's back off the seam and pulled inside the line at the right time. I like all of that. Let's, you know, I'm not saying artificially inflate it necessarily, but bring your kids along.
Bring your kids.
Bring your neighbours along.
Constas.
Sit up there in the Shane Warne stand. Great Victorian tradition. Plenty of room in the Ponsford stand as well today.
A few other significant players you may not see play test match cricket again.
Great point.
Tomorrow.
Boland up, delivers. Sunda forward pressing out to mid-off where Constas feels there won't be one.
I don't think you'll be seeing Virat Kohli at the MCG again. I don't think you'll be seeing Rohit Sharma at the MCG again.
Jadeja
you won't
probably.
be seeing Usman Khawaja, I'd suggest.
Ooh, that's a big call, Pete.
Do you reckon?
Well, he said he wants to go through the Ashes next year.
Did he?
Yeah.
Sorry, Usman. See you next year, mate. Look forward to that.
We'll need runs to stay there. That's fairly clear. Long way between now and Melbourne, 12 months' time. Constas is going to drop back for Boland. So to deep backward square towards the old Bay 13 regional thereabouts. 2 slips to the gully. Boland delivers, and playing late again is Sundar. Now they have slowed things down here, Kat. Over the last 4 or 5 overs, they've been able to apply a little bit of dot ball pressure.
Yeah, they have, but it's still only 40 minutes since the break. So these two showed that after lunch as well. They were happy to ride it out. But then in the second hour of that session, that's when they started to get a motor on. And I dare say that'll happen here. They'll probably just try and see off Boland's spell. And once they feel comfortable, whoever's coming next might get attacked.
They needn't be in a hurry. Still 135 behind. Boland to Sundar. Last ball of the over. Beats in outside the line of the off stump. That's the one that angles in and steers away. 7 for 339. A Boland maiden on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Sundar 49, Reddy 89.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9-litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
It's the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Lion operating southern end. Round the wickets are Reddy, who goes back and defends. Bharat Sundaresan jumps in for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, replacing Cat and Pete Lawler. G'day, Baz.
Evening, Adam. Every time we think we know which way the script is going in India-Australia cricket, there's a twist. That's why it's become so fascinating, this battle.
The beauty of a 5-test series, as Gerard said before. Lion around the wicket to Reddy, who drives straight back at him. Doesn't beat the bowler in his follow-through. I'm told here on the text line that 19,000 came to Border and Tomo in 82. Well, you're allowed to inflate these things over time. Folklore is 40. 40 will do. Either way, rock up. I'll hear a hashtag, take the kids. I like that as well. Bring your kids tomorrow. Line delivers, got a short leg and a slip, and pushing out to mid-wicket is Reddy. It was upish. Gets to Marnus Labuschagne, no run.
Yeah, just do what the WWF used to do with WrestleMania. Just add 40,000 to the actual audience and say it's the biggest thing ever. It's been done before.
Line bouncing in. Lights on, sun out, southern end. Bowls here, Reddy forward, takes one, gets through comfortably. Nicely played. It takes him into the 90s, out to Pat Cummins, who's been very busy in that position. 7 for 340, trailing by 134, a game that's perfectly positioned. 29 overs left today, effectively a full session, followed by 2 days where the weather is set fair.
Let's go one.
Back to Sundar on 49. 2 left in the over. Field in with 1 away from a milestone. Lion bowls, Sundar. Catches it on the half volley. Quickie shingle through. Out to mid off he goes with the drive. And that's enough to get him to a half century. For the 4th time in Test cricket, Sundar reaches that milestone. You get the sense he's got plenty of runs left in him today. He's been crucial to this fight back from India. They've put on 120 together. Limited opportunities in Test cricket over the last 4 years, but he seldom misses out. Washington Sundar, 50 not out. As the flags wave, Lion bowls again, Reddy on the sweep and gets it fine enough that Constas will have to put in a huge dive and doesn't get there. He nearly got there. He did put in the dive, but the ball after the half century, Reddy hits a 4 to move to 94. End of an over where 6 runs were taken. 7 for 345. They trail by 129 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Oh, this is just extraordinary batting. Nitish Kumar Reddy picked the length so early. And there was a fielder out there, Sam Constas, specifically for that shot, but he got it fine enough and timed it wonderfully. There was no way Constas was going to catch up. Meanwhile, at the other end, Washington getting to yet another 50 on Australian soil. He's made a habit of this. This is his 3rd test in this country. 4 years ago, it was in the 4th test between Australia and India, where he forged a game-turning partnership with Shardul Thakur. That was for the 7th wicket. This one could be even more vital.
He's helped put so many overs in the Australian bowlers too. Boland up and delivers, and defending is Sundar out into the offside. I mean, at one stage they were 7 for 221 on a bit of a roll too. 2 partnerships broken in the first session, one at 32, the other at 30. It did feel like India were on the cusp of throwing it all away in this first innings. Scott Boland.
It was 24th over. So Mitchell Starc bowled multiple spells. Pat Cummins with his hands folded behind his back at mid-on. He'll have to bring himself back on as well.
2 slips the gully. Bowls here and leaving alone outside the line of the off stump.
But how well have they played this game? And what I mean by that is their decisions to attack and defend based on who's bowling, when they're bowling, the way they saw off that second new ball, the way they went after Mitchell Marsh, the way they've not left Nathan Lyon settle at all. They've rotated the strike. He milked him. Every time he's missed his length, Reddy in particular has put him away.
So Boland approaching away from us. Northern end, still got 2 slips. Short ball, drops his hands on it, Washington, upon ducking out the way. Didn't really need to, didn't get up.
And isn't it fascinating, Adam? Just a couple of days ago, we were all floored by what Sam Constance did with the bat. We all wondered out aloud, is this the future of Test cricket? The 19-year-old really playing it on his own terms. And here you have a 21-year-old and a 24-year-old playing traditional, hardcore Test cricket.
It's proof it can be done multiple different ways. The beauty of Test cricket. Boland round the wicket now. Sundar leaves on that angle, 5th stump line. That's why so many people are drawn to it. Why there are so many people here following it around the world as well. A week of tradition here at Melbourne.
This is traditional Test cricket. This is how you do it. India dug themselves out of a tricky position after Rohit Sharma got out and KL Rahul was knocked over Pat Cummins yesterday. That was Kohli and Jaiswal. But these two, if anything, have been even more impressive.
Boland's got 2 left in the over. 10 dots since he started his spell. Delivers to Sundar here, wider on the crease, and he lets it go as well. Great approach from Sundar. He's just not going to be tempted into anything that's not on his terms. They're going to make Australia bowl to him.
And like it has been a feature of this partnership, it's not only when one of them hits a boundary that you see the non-striker applauding his partner. So Nitish Reddy just encouraging him to keep showing this discipline, keep bowling out. He's very much been the danger man for India.
So Boland to finish. Sun continues to shine as he delivers here, and going back in defence is Sundar. Technically correct throughout. He's 50. Reddy's 94. 7 for 345 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Yet to have a big moment in this session for Australia. When they do, it'll be for New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard to kill weeds. Really, the crucial moment has been Washington advancing to his half-century.
Nathan Lyon just flipping the bails. The unfortunate thing with the whole bails swap or flip is there was a time when only Nathan Lyon would do it. Now it's kind of losing its novelty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mitchell Starc did it earlier today, and now
Sam Constance yesterday.
Mohammad Siraj has done it a few times. Someone needs to come up with something new. Maybe start swapping stumps around.
So Reddy's on 94. You wouldn't doubt it, would you? 6 away. He's hit a couple of big ones in this series. There is a long on. A deepish mid-wicket. That's Constance. And a deep backward square 3/4 of the way. Line around the wicket to Reddy, who goes back and defends the short leg on the bounce.
Cow corner, as they call it, is still open. So Constance is quite square. The deepish mid-wicket, so...
Come on, lads. You can hear Marnus Labuschagne saying MCG Boxing Day Test, bring it up with a 6. Thanks, Marnus. His line again, bowls to Reddy, goes back and defends. He won't take Marnus's advice. Not now, at least. Not with so much on the line for India. Trailing by 129, stand 124. Those numbers getting better and better for India. For Yoon Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems.
If Manas would ever hit a 6 at the MCG to get 200.
Line bouncing up past umpire Wilson. Bowles here. Sweep shot to leg slip on the bounce. Didn't hit the bat anyway. It was a standing sweep more than the conventional type. That almost back to front drive we see in T20 cricket.
Almost a la Sachin Tendulkar there. The latter half of his career really mastered the shot, Sachin.
He spent a lot of time around the wicket today, Line. 5 fielders on the leg side. Bowles here to Reddy, who gets him easily down to long on, where Mitch Starc fields in front of Bay 13 at long on. 7 for 347. Reddy 95.
4 out of 6 innings he's top scored already, Adam. In his first series. I do wonder how often that's happened. Someone in their maiden test series, so many test centurions on debut.
Field comes in for Sundar. Line around the wicket to him, just a slip in close though, and he's defended back to the bowler. So we've got a backward point, kind of a couple of backward points really. A conventional point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man round the corner at the 45. 1 left in the over. Line delivers, and Sundar forward in defence. Again, that discipline. He's 50, Reddy's 95. 7 for 346. Tom Morris has seen something.
Reddy has the highest test score for a number 8 ever at the MCG, eclipsing Mitchell Johnson's 92 not out against Sri Lanka in 2012. Are we allowed to talk about if he makes 100, or should we do it when he gets there, Colo?
Yeah, maybe we don't. You know,
we'll hold.
Maybe we don't.
That's the cricket.
We can think about it. We can visualise it.
Well, I'm looking at the partnership, and this partnership now is 125.
Yes,
which places it 3rd on all-time 8th wicket partnerships at the MCG, behind Don Talon and Ray Lindwall and Gregory and Pello. Now, I looked up Pello. He was the last surviving member from Warwick Armstrong's Ashes in 1921. 5-0.
The first of the whitewashers. Here is Boland, delivering to Reddy on 95, leaving alone outside the off stump.
And it's also now the 3rd highest ever partnership for the 8th wicket, India against Australia. Ahead of it, a partnership from Ghavri and Kamani.
Famous one.
In 1979, and then Harbhajan Singh and Tendulkar in Sydney. 5 more runs, it'll be the highest ever partnership for the 8th wicket, India versus Australia. So they're starting to tick off some records, and I'm enjoying it quite thoroughly, Colo, as you can probably tell.
Boland approaching Reddy on 95. Field further up now, wants one, not going to get one. Plays it out to Marnus Labuschagne at cover point. This will be the last over before drinks as well.
I think there's not a single person right now in India, probably except Nitish Reddy's parents, who aren't in India, by the way. They're at the MCG. So what a proud moment it'll be for them. If he does get to his milestone, I'm sure they're really proud of him already.
Boland. So much riding on this spell, you sense. Bowles here to Reddy, inside part of the bat, spills out to long leg, gets one, moves to 96, 7 for 347. Trailed by 127. This game is not yet in balance. Australia go bang bang here. They could still enjoy a healthy first innings lead, but it might be an hour away from feeling like it's in balance.
And what about this from Benny Jones, our good friend Baz and Colo at Fox? First time in Test history that India's number 8 and number 9 have both faced 150 balls in innings.
Doing a lot right when there's been such an emphasis on what modern Test cricket might look like through Sam Constas, and we had that conversation earlier today with Jake Fraser-McGurk. This is an alternative approach. It's working for India this afternoon. Boland round the wicket to Sundar. 2 slips a gully and he leaves. Close to the off stump, but well forward, making great decisions out there. Not being tempted by Boland. Been out there for so long. 155 balls now, Sundar.
Shown so much patience.
Yeah, striking at 30 odd, but still, that's not the relevant number in this game of cricket.
His partner's doing most of the scoring for him. Doesn't have to worry about it. He's just Reddy's been out there in the middle for slightly longer. Washington's faced just 6 balls fewer than him.
So Boland, 2 left in the over. Delivers here and going back and defending from the crease is Sundar. A model of concentration.
Such maturity from Washington. Yes, he made his debut 4 years ago, but he hasn't really played a lot of Test cricket in the interim. But for a stroke maker, and we know he can play all the shots. Famously hooked Pat Cummins for 6 in that run chase at the Gabba. The no-look 6 down the ground as well in that first innings half century for him.
Last ball before drinks. Boland to the crease. Bowls here full and defended again out to cover. 1 run from it. Drinks called here. Drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. 7 for 347. Trailing by 127. Nitish Kumar Reddy 96. Washington Sundar 50. Our New Zealand listeners are about to leave us for the first T20 between the Black Caps and Sri Lanka. So, Baz, we've got 25 overs remaining today. That's a lot of cricket.
It's a lot of cricket, and enough cricket for not just these two to get to significant milestones, but also take India closer and closer to that Australian total, which seemed improbable a few hours ago. It's been a brilliant partnership. Nitish Kumar Reddy on the cusp of what will be a very special moment in front of nearly 79,000 people here at the MCG, most of whom are Indian.
So we'll go off to our drinks break. On the other side of it, Nitish Kumar Reddy on strike on 96. India 7 for 347. Our coverage is for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
The One Blade 360 effortlessly trims, edges and shaves any length of hair, easily reaching the most difficult areas with fewer passes. Forget about using multiple steps and tools. One Blade does it all. Visit phillips.com to find your nearest store.
Line bowl, Sundar. Catches it on the half volley. Quickie single through. Out to mid off he goes with the drive. And that's enough to get him to a half century. For the 4th time in Test cricket, Sundar reaches that milestone. You get the sense he's got plenty of runs left in him today. As the flags wave, Lion bowls again, Reddy on the sweep and gets it fine enough that Constas will have to put in a huge dive and doesn't get there. He nearly got there. He did put in the dive. Reddy hits a 4 to move to 94. We're at the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break, the great Australian brew. It may well be that rain comes again, but for the time being, all the action here at the MCG is worth savouring. India having put on now 126 for the 8th wicket. They're 127 away from parity. And Reddy is a boundary away from something that we'll remember for a long time. Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, he's for the moment he's in the bathroom. He just ran off during the drinks break. Wonder if anyone in that Indian dressing room has much to say to him.
Taking their time.
We're all waiting. Washington Sundar is out there.
By the way, Baz, while we've got a moment here, I dropped into the MCC library before we had our delay, which is always a nice thing to do. Received a new copy of the Yorker, which is their newsletter. They've got a lovely piece on the history of Bay 13, which I can recommend.
Oh, wow, that would be great.
Goes into the sociological reasons as to why it was such a big deal in the 70s and 80s, the weather, the location. Trevor Ruddle and David Studham in the library have done a great job there. And the reason it comes back to 36-37, which has been what Tommy's been talking about on the numbers throughout the week, is that was the first Test match where the original Southern Stand was erected for, paid for by the MCC for the people of Victoria. So the added seats on that side of the ground led them to having such a huge attendance, 350,000 people at that Test match. And of course it became an icon through the 70s, centenary Test chanting for the Queen, and then Richard Hadley chanting that he was something else. Eventually getting Richard Hadley to come and help knock the thing down in 1990 before they built the great Southern Stand, now the Shane Warne Stand. Such a special part of the ground here at Melbourne. It's still packed right now with plenty of people rushing there each morning. Nice exhibition down there as well on the 47-48 trip that India made to Australia. A couple of test matches here at the MCG in that season. Bradman making twin tons in the first of them, the only time in his career. So it's downstairs at the MCC library. Right, Nathan Lyon to Reddy. We're back. We're ready to roll. He's on 96. Field spread. Reddy gets forward and plays down to long on for one. Make that 97. Easy single to Stark in off the rope at bay 13, as we were describing before. 7 for 348. And now trail by 126 back to Sundar.
Hi guys. Neither of us will know the answer to this, but I wonder what must have gone through his head, Reddy, while he was by himself alone in the bathroom. 96 not out.
Good question for the press conference. Line bowls here, round the wicket, inside part of the bat from Sundar, down to short fine leg where Boland will field. Something there for Lyon, on with the arm, the way he picked up Jadeja earlier today. What he used to describe as bowling dirty Lyon many years ago when he first got the ball to hit the shiny side and skid straight on. That's what he's trying to do there. Pay.com.au replay screen. Lyon to Washington Sundar, well forward in defence, smothering any spin to Mitch Marsh at mid-wicket.
I would have gone straight to short leg if there was one in place, but these two have batted long enough for there to be just one slip and a very short point Travis Head as the catching man.
Field all up on the one. Lyon bowls to Sundar. He's forward in defence. He's been on 50 for a long time, but just absorbing all the pressure. Such a big part of Test cricket, knowing when to take it all in, and Sundar's sensed that. Big partnership. They've been out there for 283 balls together. Just a slip in close for Lyon. The catching man bowls here and bowls flat dart, well outside the off stump. Attempter gloved by Carey.
Well, a few of those today, Nathan Lyon. Remember even earlier in the day when Jadeja was around.
Last ball of the over. Lyon approaches and delivers here, and Sundar gets forward and caught it slip. Lyon gets the breakthrough at long last. A ball that took the shoulder of Sundar's blade. Extra bounce. The turn he's been striving for from round the wicket. And the partnership of 127 is broken. Caught by Smith at slip. Nathan Lyon gets his second wicket. 8 for 348. An excellent innings of 50 for Washington Sundar comes to an end. Bharat Sundaresan.
Oh, how much did Nathan Lyon enjoy that one? It was quicker. Just zipped through. Washington Sundar has been really defensive in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Just prodded at that one. Got the top half of the bat and went straight to Steve Smith, and Australia finally are able to break this partnership that has brought India back into this match. Well played, Washington Sundar.
A great reception for Sundar as he leaves the field. There'll be a change in commentary as Jasprit Bumrah walks out into the middle. Gerard Whateley replacing me after a couple of further words from Bharat.
Washington Sundar looked really disappointed as he walked off, but Nitish Reddy just ran up to him, just a pat on the back. These two young men came together when it looked like India would end up being bowled out, with handing Australia a massive first innings lead. But through old school traditional test batting, they've kept the visitors alive.
We were just pondering Nathan Lyon's figures across the series. It's been a hard graft for him. Clouds are starting to gather again at the MCG. 8 for 348. Nitish Kumar Reddy's on strike on 97. Boland to him. Reddy drives, beats Labuschagne in close. Doesn't take the single as Cummins comes around from mid-off. Bumrah and finally Siraj, who's well earned his stripes to go to number 11, has been sent there. He was batting 9 and he's every inch in an 11. So how does Reddy negotiate this period? He's got his own personal milestone, which is vital to the Indian cause, I think. Boland to Reddy, leans on a ball. He doesn't take the single to Labuschagne. I feel like he should, Simon Katich.
Yeah, given how Bumrah played at the Gabba, think he's got to trust this one. And then maybe not with Siraj. Hasn't really been Siraj's tour.
Not at all.
It's been Bumrah's tour, so I'd back him in.
Maybe don't overcomplicate the last 3 runs. But that's the course that he's chosen. So 3 in the deep, fine leg, deep backward square, deep backward points. Boland to Reddy. Leans on a ball out near gully and he doesn't take the single again.
Australia have stuck to a conventional field for him at this point. There's still a slip in. Just with Bumrah just walking down. A word with him. Just bat normally, I think, would have been the advice from the senior partner.
Boland in past the sawdust, which has been laid down at the members' end. Reddy's on 97, facing up. He's forward defending. That time he was going to go. And Markley thought better of it as Labuschagne closed from cover. Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan, our experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Those are threatening clouds coming in from the city.
Of things coming to the MCG, that wicket didn't look like it was coming for a while.
Terrific partnership of 127. Time as well as runs. Cummins has loaded up cover. He's brought Constas across from the leg side.
Clever from Cummins this, because he's going to force him to have to try and get a dangerous single here.
2 to go in the over. Boland to Reddy, lets it pass outside the off stump. And now the cat and mouse of the last ball of the over.
I hope he just tries to push at one and bring one of those catches into play. Although Reddy, he might swing hard here and go the aerial route and just throw the sink at it.
So everything forward of square is on for him over the top if he gets it cleanly. It's only deep backward point and finally protected. Last ball of Boland's over. A young man looking for a century. Reddy has the strike. He drives. He flashes high into the air. Cummins is after it. He won't get there. It lands safely. They'll hurry back for 2. Everyone lost their minds. 1 to keep the strike. He's on 99. Oh, Test centuries are not easy to come by. The 350 up for India in the 113th over. That is the over. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. It's been a bit madcap all the way through, and that was madcap as Reddy turned for a second and realised the error, put his hand to his head, but he was committed at that stage. So he's at the non-striker's end, and Pat Cummins is going to try to go bang bang and deny him the strike.
Come on, Pat, have a heart. You're the man who talked him up before the start of the series.
Jasprit Bumrah has the strike. 2 slips to gully. Short legs under the helmet. Cummins in from the worn end. Bouncer. Bumrah just got underneath it. He had the gloves up in front of the eyes initially. The bowling change. Shake up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. The crowd is 79,745.
Jasprit Bumrah's done everything right so far in the series. Has to somehow either get off strike or survive this over.
Well, he did it at the Gabba. Can he do it again?
Bumrah readies himself for the assault of Cummins. Bumrah leans forward, defends to cover. No run as Labuschagne's on the scene.
And it's two-pronged, isn't it? If the Bumrah survives this over or manages to give the strike to Reddy. You can imagine if he gets to the 100, he's just going to tee off.
Yeah.
And he's shown us what he can do, the damage he can do against all sorts of bowling.
So the deficit's 124, but it feels so much more tense than that. It's about one more run for Nitish Kumar Reddy, who watches from the non-striker's end. India 2 wickets left. Bumrah edges, caught. Khawaja takes the catch at first slip. Cummins strikes. Bumrah's gone for a duck. And Nitish Kumar Reddy's in the non-striker's end. And Siraj has got to survive 3 balls. In an ominous environment that's closing in all the time. Only Test cricket would dare deliver such a moment. It's 9 for 350 love duck picking pancakes that make scoring a duck delicious. And Mohammad Siraj draws boos as he enters the scene.
Every day it's drama of another kind in this Test match. What a remarkable Test.
Just rolls on, doesn't it? Pat Cummins, how good. Straight into his work. First ball, good bumper. Roughed him up and then brings the edge. Third ball. Well taken at first by Khawaja. And now Siraj, can he survive 3 balls?
Australia celebrate the wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Siraj has formally announced the Blues engulf the environment.
The entire Indian team is in the dugout, the whole playing 11. They're just waiting for this moment. Will the moment be Siraj denying Reddy the 100 or Reddy getting there somehow?
Well,
how red are those signs?
It's dark now. Cummins bowls to Siraj, who nearly nicks off. Plays and misses in defence. 2 to go.
Have a look at how red those signs are around the ground.
The crowd oohing and ahhing over all of it. The pay.com.au replay screen. Classic tail ender just searching for the ball.
Hold your line here, son. Don't go probing at it. Another catcher comes into third. Mid-on goes out. He goes across to mid-off.
The tension's unbearable. Cummins to Siraj, ducks the bouncer. Reddy claps, glove to bat at the other end. 1 to survive.
Don't disappoint, Siraj.
What's Cummins thinking here? Another helmet? Yes, he wants the second helmet for Constas. Nitish Kumar Reddy.
Yeah, offside here. Surely under his nose.
So a short leg and a silly mid-off, you think?
Yeah.
Silly point. Silly mid-off. Last ball of the over. Can Siraj survive to give Reddy the chance? Cummins bowls. Siraj defends to Constas under the helmet. It's as big a roar as when Reddy gets this next run. Listen to that. Mohammad Siraj survives 3 balls. It's as if he just saved the Test match. And now back to Nitish Kumar Reddy on 99. And Nathan Lyon is going to come in.
This is strange. Why Lyon?
Boland had bowled a long spell, but just one more over.
Bowling Lyon, Boland again here.
Oh no, it is Boland. He's changed his mind.
Yeah, sure.
Changed his mind.
Boland to continue this session. Set a light for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. The artificial light has really taken hold. You can see the X's of each player on the field. We won't be long before we're off.
Yep. It's dark.
79,745, and a great many of them are Indian fans. They want one more run.
I don't think he's going to risk the run out here. I think he's going to go aerial. I think he's trying to sink it, whatever he gets here.
Scott Boland from the top of his mark. Nitish Kumar Reddy is on 99. Boland to him. Reddy plays dead to points. No run.
Rarely have I seen not just the Indian team, the support staff, everyone's just emptied the dressing room. They're all there. They were all up on their feet when Siraj defended that last delivery from Pat Cummins.
Well, this kid's looked every bit of Test cricketer right from the word go in Perth. And once again, he's caught with the tail, so he's got to move up the order at some point.
One more run. Bolins to Reddy. Hit on the pad. They're up. They're asking. They're denied. Leg sides. Bat was close to it. The tumult of the crowd. And the ever-darkening environments.
Well, that's nipped back on him.
Has got him high up.
I can't think of too many other formats of sport where the match situation's just gone out of the window.
Out the window. It's all about this one run, which is proving elusive. Bowler to Reddy. Down the line he goes. Lofted drive. Wonderful. Marvellous. A splendid Test century for Nitish Kumar Reddy. Prodigiously talented young man. Down on one knee. A kiss to the heavens. The rare feat of a Test century at number 8. It could be any ground in India by the reception that has engulfed him in Melbourne. Unforgettable. Mohammad Siraj stands clapping his bat for his teammate who acknowledges every Indian fan in this great stadium. That is a moment in time, not just for Reddy and not just for Indian cricket. That too will live in the lore of Boxing Day Test matches here. It went for 4. Reddy's 103.
A star is born. A star is born at the G in front of nearly 80,000 people. Nobody in India will ever forget this moment. They'll tell you where they were when Nitish Kumar Reddy brought up his first Test 100.
There are tears in the terraces for it. Reddy got the Yorker and he kept it out from Bolins.
His parents have flown all the way from Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh. And they're there in the stands. What a proud moment for them. The sacrifices that they've made over the years. Just a year ago, they were all packed into a tiny apartment on the outskirts of Vizag. Their lives will never be the same again.
They are beautiful scenes. And now back to the match, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Where are we? The deficit's 120. The heavens are about to open. Boland to Reddy, slashes at the ball over extra cover. He gave it a good crack. It pitches and stops. He takes the single and leaves one in the over to face.
You don't have to be an Indian fan, do you? You don't have to be. You just have to be a fan of cricket.
That was very, very special. Talk about VVS Laxman, but Nitish Kumar Reddy, well, that was richly deserved. Under pressure. He's done it in convincing fashion against a very good attack in front of an unbelievable crowd. Support for both teams has just been phenomenal. And I think that'll be the first of many. And I think he's going to be batting a lot higher in the future for this team. This team's definitely in transition, and it's the youngsters that are leading the charge.
Mohammad Siraj surrounded for the last ball. Cummins bowls it to him, and Siraj blocks. Oh, and he takes off for a run. No.
Take two, mate.
No, Reddy just holds his hand up. Boland had a long way to go. That's what Siraj was thinking. I can get two.
There's two there every day of the week.
9 for 355. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
Jimbo!
could really use your Hilux right now. I tried to rescue Monty from a snowstorm, but my ute couldn't handle the ice.
Hey, Jimbo!
Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Nitish Kumar Reddy, 104. Mohammad Siraj survived for him. 9 for 355. Nathan Lyon is back from the worn stand end. And Reddy will have a real lash, you imagine, here. He stays at home and misses down the leg side on the first. So there's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square and a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. So 4 around that side, a long off, and a deep backward point or third. So 6 in the deep. A leg slip up. Reddy leans forward, got beaten by it. It trickled back toward the stumps. He lays the bat on it to keep it away from the woodwork.
His family has been through a lot, Gerard, over the years. And just watching his dad there in the crowd, it just makes you emotional, doesn't it?
Yeah. Line to Reddy, turns around the corner. Yep, he's going to take the single. Siraj to face the spin. He's 105. India 9 for 356.
And we often take the depth of Indian cricket for granted and say, oh, they find stars everywhere. But this kid has literally come from nowhere. I mean, yes, he made 100 earlier this year, the last season of the Ranji Trophy, but nobody really paid attention. Got into the IPL for 20 lakh, which is the base price. And then the space of 2 months of the IPL, suddenly the whole world knew about him. Pat Cummins, the captain of Sunrisers Hyderabad, his head was the star. They got to the final. He was batting number 3 by the end of that tournament. Gets his India cap, gets injured, but then finally makes his debut, makes 74 not out of 30-odd balls in T20I cricket. Randomly gets picked for this test squad, and look at him now.
Line to Siraj. They're in around the bat. Siraj is beaten past the outside edge. Carey didn't glove it. So Reddy's at 283 runs at 70 and a half. So he's the leading run scorer for India in the series. If we get through this over, there's a treasure trove of stats that Tom has prepared. The good oil for Cobram Estate. Australian extra virgin olive oil. Line 2 to come in the over. Siraj forward, runs the ball past the dive of Smith that slipped. It heads down to the rope. Boland in pursuit. Boland gets there as the ball pulls up. Take a couple. Deficit is 116.
And vital for India that somehow Siraj survives one more ball, because Reddy can really add some crucial 20-30 runs here if he gets away with it. We'll try all sorts of shots now. We've seen it before in this series already.
The floodlights are now in full effect. It's as good as nighttime in Melbourne. Siraj forward and defends the last ball of the over. 9 for 358. The scoreboard is for Glencore, advancing everyday life.
Trade up and drive away in style at Chadstone Toyota.
Looking for a sleek sedan or a spacious SUV? Drop by and make a deal. They'll beat any trade in price.
And check out their competitive finance offers today. Your dream car awaits.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit, with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Bad light has forced a stop of play here. It got very dark very quickly, and with the lights in full effect, there's now a moment to savour this with Nitish Kumar Reddy, and the Australians are surrounding him, shaking his hand. And another youngster, Sam Conster, so a 19-year-old and a 21-year-old whose careers might run in tandem from here. They share a moment. And now this huge Indian contingent of the crowd can honour their man as he heads toward the boundary. 105 from 176 balls, lashings of drama at the end of it. His wickets fell and he was at the wrong end. A lofted drive to bring it up. The raw emotion of his family and the whole squad, not just his teammates, the staff, they're all down on the boundary for him. He turns to appreciate the acknowledgement that he's getting from the crowd. Now, Tom Morris, you've collected a whole lot of stats here as to what he has achieved and how rare it is. So run us through them. The good oil here for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Gerard, we already told you that he had the highest test score for a number 8 at the MCG, going past Mitchell Johnson's 92 not out against Sri Lanka in 2012. He's the 7th player to make a ton from number 8 in Australia and the 13th Indian to do it. We know that R. Ashwin did it 4 times and MS Dhoni did it twice. But it's the age of the player that I really find most intriguing. He's the 4th youngest Indian centurion in Australia. And he's with rich company. So Tendulkar at 18 did it twice in Sydney and Perth. Pant did it in Sydney a few years ago, and then Reddy. So he's in that sort of company. And he's the 2nd youngest player ever to make a ton in a Boxing Day test. Carl Hooper did it when he was slightly younger, when he was 20. So he's in unbelievable company. For young players at number 8, overseas, in Australia, we haven't seen this for a very long time.
He's too good for number 8. I've been saying that for a while. And I think that'll change pretty quickly, because the thing that stood out with this innings was that we saw the end of it, and he richly deserved, but it was the start of it that stood out. Under huge pressure when he came to the crease, absorbed a second new ball, and it was the application, not just technically, but mentally. And I think the tempo of his innings, he couldn't have played it any better. Both he and Sundar, a wonderful partnership. Says a lot about both of their characters, but Reddy got the result with the 100, and I think he's going to be around for a long time for India. He can bat.
Damien Fleming, welcome in. Just put Flem on here, please. Did you enjoy that?
Am I on? Yep. Well, that was just amazing, wasn't it? And just vision of Reddy's dad, you know, just, you can't imagine what he was thinking. Was it like, and when the ball went in the air the previous over or a couple of overs before, he was just riding that all the way. Geez, he's been so impressive, hasn't he, from the first innings he's played in Test match cricket. And, you know, they've found a wonderful player that's batted too low in this series, isn't it? Yep. Like, there's no real weakness. I wish the Australians had really had a crack at bowling shorter to him for longer with players out. And that's not to say it looks like a weakness, but, you know, if he does take it on, you know, can he control it? You know, can he hit it all the way for 6? But, yeah, that's a tremendous day for India, isn't it? They were always 1 wicket away from just getting wiped out, and the deficit could have been over 200 runs. So that's a brilliant partnership. You know, the pitch is flatter today, but that don't want to take away from that partnership with Washington, Sundar and Reddy. That was brilliant.
Brilliant. It was. And the reaction from the crowd, I think whether Australian or Indian, it was just a superb reception for what was a fine maiden Test 100 under huge pressure, and he did it with absolute class.
Yeah, I mean, the series is 1-1. If they had got knocked over in the first half an hour, you know, Australia can accelerate the game. Stark wouldn't have hurt his back or side. And, you know, they were looking at a 2-1 defeat going to Sydney. And now, you know, they're still in the game to win the game. You know, draw is a real possibility now. So that's a... And you were talking about Gautam Gambhir, you know, first series as coach as well, you know, finding the players that he wants going forward. You know, I think he's found a couple.
And that's why I think they picked Sundar as well as Reddy. Obviously, Sundar came back in for this test after what happened with Ashwin. They obviously really rate his batting, and it was on show again here today, and they've obviously thought about what he did last time at the Gabba. That was a special knock up there when he got the 60-odd to win the series. So he's got plenty to like in that group. There's plenty of talent. And the youngsters have been leading in this series. When you think back to Perth, Jaiswal led the charge with Rahul, who's still got a fair bit of Test cricket to play in front of him. And then now here, where they were almost gone in the series, the Border Gavaskar Trophy was nearly been wrenched away from them by Australia. And now they've got a chance where they could really go to Sydney 1-1 still. There's still plenty of work to do in the next 2 days and things could change, but...
And potential, problems for Australia. If Stark's injured, who comes in?
Yep.
You can't play Jai Richardson with, total confidence. Is it Abbott who, you'd say would be more resilient, but, is he up to test match level? There's big outs for potential outs. Do you play Mitchell Marsh if he can't, bowl and the lack of runs? So this is a big second innings for Mitch Marsh.
Huge.
So now, this is how much shifts and seesawing has there been in this series? And halfway through the Gabba, it looks like the Australians were going to win and thrash. And now we're halfway through here, and now we're posing more questions of the Australian team.
So the deficit is 116, which is sort of tantalising. Say there's a few more runs tomorrow, and then there's 2 full days, and the weather's great for the next 2 days, so there's no interruptions. Australia can't lose here. So they don't have the same luxury of tossing it around and setting up a game. They'll have to bat properly and put a big number up as the rain starts to fall. So that's going to be the end of our day's play. Build a lead that is not chaseable on day 3 and on day 5, and then get to the business of trying to take 10 wickets.
Well, the problem they've got now is they bowled 116 overs. So the turnaround, if they do want to set something up, is going to be too soon. And we've seen what's happened today here. It's all going to rely on Cummins and Boland and Stark with the new ball. And if they don't strike, then they'll be in containment mode, and that's not going to be that easy to do if this surface stays the way it is and doesn't deteriorate.
So I will say, I know there's I'm right with you most of the time, as there are gasts that we went off for light. It was dark, and this rain was about to hit, and it's squally rain. So you couldn't have played on, I don't think. It was genuine night conditions, and it's a red ball. It's not a pink ball test. So that felt reasonable. Right. Plus, it's only a matter of 5 minutes. This rain is ending our day's play regardless.
There's still a lot of cricket, a lot of stories to be spoken about, isn't it, Constas? It could have been an ugly session for the Australians tonight. But plenty to play out. Does Bumrah have another big couple of spells in him? He can bowl Australia out. And maybe if a couple of Indian bowlers come to the party, or Constas gets going and we get a very big lead very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, the payoff to being here tomorrow is huge. It's almost, okay, so now we get to take stock, see where we are, and then back we come tomorrow. Yeah. It's great.
It's been riveting. Absolutely riveting 3 days cricket, hasn't it?
Yep.
This series just keeps on giving.
Yeah.
And the crowd has helped. Yeah. Well, the crowds everywhere have helped. Every venue has been significantly impactful on the day's play, and then day 3, 80,000 again. Yeah. Let's break this record, Melburnians.
It felt like there were 40,000 Indians there at the end. Just the noise, and it was Kohli in the T20 all over again.
Yeah.
All right, let's just take stock for a few moments' time as the rain is falling heavily at the MCG, so that's as far as we'll go, I'm sure. It's 9 for 358. Nitish Kumar already got there. He's 105 not out. The deficit is 106. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au. Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
Looking for business finance that's simple, fast and tailored to your needs? Call Acquired Financial Services. Accessing over 63 lenders, let their experts secure the perfect loan and best rates. Visit acquiredfinance.com.
Australian credit licence number 488607.
You wouldn't bat without your pads on, and you shouldn't go out bush without your Razorback 4x4 seat covers. These seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior this summer. Perfectly tailored and super easy to clean, with a range of materials and colours to choose from. Free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews. Discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy this summer. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Let's take a little trip down memory lane. Oh, hang on. It's the Maroondah Highway in Ringwood to Car City. Selling cars for 35 years and now with better deals than ever. Choose from up to 2,000 cars on site over 12 acres and 3,000 cars online. All makes and models, new and used. There's easy off-street parking, even a cafe. Ask about drive-away finance today at Car City. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food, never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo.
Let's go!
Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Talk to Australia's apprenticeship experts at MEGT. MEGT's local teams come to you and can provide advice about government financial incentives. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Want to maximise your tax refund? Visit rjsanderson.com.au and update your information. Whether it's personal tax returns, business, company or self-managed super funds, RJ Sanderson will ensure they claim every expense available to maximise your refund. rjsanderson.com.au.
For Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Well, what a third session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. There was only 19 overs in it. They added 32 runs and Australia took 2 wickets, but it doesn't tell the full story or anything close. The pressure that Washington Sundar and Nitish Kumar Reddy absorbed on the way to their 127-run stand for the 8th wicket. define the day with Nitish Kumar Reddy advancing to 105 not out for 176 deliveries, his first century in Test cricket. Immediately a moment that we know will be seen as an iconic MCG century, Simon Katich.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the reaction from the crowd said it all. It was a very special moment, seeing his father in the crowd, very emotional moment, and there's probably plenty of tears being shed from people all around the world in the crowd today, because that was special. India were under huge pressure to stay in this series, and two youngsters stood up and made things their own there in the afternoon. And Sundar deserves a lot of credit, because the one area of Reddy's game that has been an issue for him this series, he's been consistent, but he's consistently had to bat with the tail, because no one in the top orders hung around with him at the back end of the innings. And Sundar did that, absorbed 162 balls. He deserves a lot of credit, because in a way he's allowed Reddy to get through to the back end of the innings and score that 100.
Yeah, it was just simply brilliant, wasn't it? Just from his debut knock at Perth, you thought, wow, this guy's a really orthodox hitter of the ball, confident. So as the series goes on against an experienced Australian attack, you think that he'll get tested mentally, physically, tactically. So where's the chink in the armour? And now we've got to the fourth test. He's made his debut 100, and there's no clear chink in that armour. Only that he needs more opportunity to bat with batsmen. But he's going to score a lot of runs.
Sorry, Jess, jumping in. We've got to go to Tom. I'm told that he's got a final crowd number, which is hefty.
I'm so excited by this. I'm a Victorian, I'm a Melburnian, and as a cricket fan, it's awesome. The final crowd for day 3 is 83,073 people. Oh. That is remarkable. So we've gone 87, 85, 83. And we could easily get 80 tomorrow, given we're going to see Constance bat. It's game on, all results possible. And the weather's meant to be okay tomorrow. We are on track to beat 350.
And Steve Smith may be getting 10,000 test runs. That doesn't happen every day.
Yeah, 50 odd away from that. Play starting at 10 o'clock. So a 98 over day. All the ingredients for something very special on a Sunday here at the MCG. You can come to worship here at the MCG on some days, and tomorrow absolutely feels like that. So the state of play, they trail by 116. I mean, you zoom out a little bit. The day was 4 for 194. It wasn't a day where they had the day in the dirt per se, but it was more the grind. It was more the overs in the bowlers. You look at the analysis. Stark, none for 86 from 25. Cummins, 3 for 86 from 27. How many spells in that? Boland, 3 for 57 from 27. Lyon, 2 for 88 from 27. And Marsh and Head bowled 10 overs between them. The big four, they're doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, let's see what the physical staff say about Mitchell Stark. Isn't it like going ahead for the rest of the series? Just imagine if he can't bowl in the second innings and it's out in Sydney, what the Australians do with the makeup of their team. They've got to get 20 wickets. There's no Sheffield Shield, overs under your belt to be able to go, I'm physically fit to bowl 45 overs if needed in a test match. So that's a really big question. But, they've got to focus on this one there. I'm really interested, it's around that sort of grunter muscle sort of thing. I'm hoping it's just back stiffness. But for me, the way he pulled up, it's got to be more significant than that.
Well, he and Cummins shouldered the bulk of the load when Hazelwood went down in the Gabba test. So you wonder whether that's played a part. They're going to have to bowl again tomorrow in the morning. And then if Australia do want to set something up and have more than a day and a bit to bowl, they'll be bowling again tomorrow night. So
Cato, what do you set an Indian batting lineup like this who all play IPL?
Well, this is the problem, and that's going to make it really tricky. So, it'll be tough for Pat Cummins to decide on that, because we've seen if they get through the new ball, that batting is still comfortable on this surface. And these Indian boys, once they get going, get the stroke play going like Sundar and Reddy did, they can be hard to contain.
It might be one of those, this will sound ridiculous, but it might be one of those where it's in Australia's interest to get bowled out in the third innings to give themselves a chance of victory. Because you're right, how do you shuffle the pack on a declaration, knowing the way these modern Indian players can play, the way they can accelerate, and the fact that we don't really know the prognosis of Mitchell Stark, so they might have to live a little with the way they bat the second time around and accept the fact that wickets will fall quickly, which seems ridiculous given they were at one stage, had India 7 for 221 after making 474. It's not been a day where they've been destroyed or anything close to it. It's the equation around how long's left in the test match and what they know potentially India can do down the list. It's very tricky.
Yeah, but they've got to bat well first, haven't they? bat well first. Don't let Bumrah get 3 early wickets and then you're on the back foot and then someone else comes to the party. You know, Deep's, I think, has been really unlucky. So what happens if the luck all comes in one innings for him? There is some signs that, you know, it's a little bit like the pitches we had, you know, from between 2015 and 2019, the Sheffield Shield wickets, they didn't break up, they don't crack. So that makes it hard for spin. We don't see as much reverse swing now. So, you know, that's not something the fast bowlers can call on to. So, yeah, it's still intriguing. We don't know, which is the beauty of Test cricket.
News from the middle. Officially stumps. We knew that probably 10 minutes ago. We just had it through from Cricket Australia and the match officials. So with that all said, I'm going to bid you farewell as I'm going to jump out. I'll leave you to it, Kat and Flem, and then we'll come to the post-game show with Tom Morris in just a moment.
The post-match show for Sonos. Get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. And the 7-seat Isuzu MU-X.
Our post-game is for Isuzu D-Max. Live reinvigorated in Sonos. Get game-changing sound with Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. Thank you, Colo. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming hanging around as the rain falls at the MCG. The good news is that it's not meant to rain tomorrow or day 5, but whether we can get a result or not remains to be seen. And as you were just saying, India all of a sudden somewhat back in the frame, primarily, Kat, because we know they can chase so well.
Yeah, and I don't think Australia would be generous given that the series is locked at 1-1, but then they need to win one more test in this series to obviously get the Border Gavaskar trophy back. So that's going to be the tricky part for Pat Cummins. But as you rightly say, Flam, third innings of tests are tricky for this very reason. And as a result, I think Australia have got to make sure that they do the right thing with the bat first to make sure India can't win the game.
Yep, certainly so. So there's still so much to play out here, hopefully in front of another 50, 60,000 tomorrow.
Go more, go 80,000.
Hopefully more, another 80. Well, we've had 3 80s, haven't we? You know, we talked about the excitement of Constas, Stephen Smith's milestone, big innings for Mitchell Marsh, I think we all believe, because the Mitchell Marsh, in his peak as a test bowler, he's bowling 15 there today, and quality overs as well, fast outswingers. Does Bumrah get on a roll? Keep talking. You know, he's posed questions throughout this, and then, you know, if we are ahead of the game and going well, I'm intrigued, like how much you give India and how much time you give them to chase those runs.
Well, we saw at the Gabba, I know it's a completely different wicket, but we were trying to up the ante in that second innings and end up being, you know, 7 for 80 odd. So that's the danger of that sort of scenario where Australia get ahead of themselves rather than just playing what's in front of them, which is the very next ball, and thinking we've got to attack too much, and then that allows India back in this test, because we've seen today when they apply themselves, and the young guys have led the charge, they're still dangerous.
It's just so tantalising, and it's fascinating to see how it's going to play out over the next 2 days, especially given tomorrow's a longer day, 98 overs of cricket, assuming the over rate is okay. That's a big assumption based on what we've seen. Our player of the day for Drinkwise, don't miss a moment if you drink wise, is clearly Reddy, bringing up his ton with a lofted drive off Scott Boland. Our player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day, is Reddy again. He's in... I think the whole of Australia loves him now, a 21-year-old who comes and plays with a first-class average of 23. And I know he's not a number 8 batter, but he's batting down the order. To do what he did today was just phenomenal, and something we haven't seen in a very long time in Australia, probably since Yasir Shah for Pakistan made 100, was it at Gabba in 2019, the leg spinner? I know he's not as young.
Adelaide, wasn't it?
Was Adelaide? It was Adelaide, you're right. Nevertheless, a lower order player that bats properly like that is something we haven't seen in some time. Are we concerned, and Peter Lalor said it then sort of took it back, are we concerned that Mitchell Marsh isn't bowling enough to warrant a spot as an all-rounder in Sydney?
Yeah, I said it before the test. I mentioned it, I think, at the back end of the Perth test in terms of how the Indians treated him, and in particular Reddy, because the way that Reddy took him down in the second innings in Perth indicated that there was no respect there at all. It was like facing a club bowler. And Mitch Marsh is better than that when he's fully fit. And that's why I guess there was questions around, is he fully fit? Because that whole test, he pretty much bowled 120s. And as you said, Flem, when he's at his best, he's mid to high 130s and used to be probably in the 140s. And we're not seeing that at all. And the fact that he, once again today, I think he only bowled, 5 overs maybe, or 6 overs in the end. That's not a lot considering that he's in the team as an all-rounder.
No wicket for 28 from 7 overs. I mean, if Bo Webster comes in, does he bowl more? Could they get someone else in? And Aaron Hardy, does he bowl more? These are the questions the selectors will have to ask themselves. Sean Abbott can bat. He's not a number 6 or a number 7, but he'd probably slot into number 8 if he played.
Well, if they're confident, and they should be, Alex Carey's form with the bat has been outstanding this series, so he's probably only behind Travis Head, although Smith's obviously made the 200s on the trot. If they consider that, then they could potentially play, more of a bowling all-rounder at 7 in someone like Sean Abbott.
We saw something we haven't seen before ever, Flem and Kat, and this is the Bendix Breaks big moment of the day. Bendix, the best-known breaks. Who was the left-hander that was batting and edged the ball to Stephen Smith at second slip from outside the leg stump? That was just bizarre. Was that Jadeja?
No,
was
that
That was Sundar.
Yeah.
We've never seen anything like it before, and you've watched a lot of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, the line was 30 centimetres outside off stump. So, you fielded in there a lot more than me, Cato. For Smithy just to even get a hand on it was insane. Because when Carey goes so far to the leg side, if you're in the slips, you're not expecting a ball to get to you.
No. You were starting to watch it to go down to square leg or fine leg off the face of the bat, but then it hit the back of the bat and came back towards him, and he did well to stop the runs.
It's a shame. That would have been one of the great slips catches, wouldn't it, of all time?
Would have been one of the great
and that classic Stark dismissal, isn't it?
Is there something I don't know the numbers, I don't have the stats, but it feels like the Aussies are struggling to bowl teams out of the last 12 to 18 months with wickets 7, 8, 9.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
why is that?
That might be a job for you tomorrow because this has been 18 months. I mean, Pakistan, remember Jamal and the quick, we just bowled short, and Jamal hitting crowd catches SCG. We had problems during the Ashes. I'm trying to think. Shamar Joseph from the West Indies, I think, got some runs at 10 or 11. So why is that? The only thing I'm sort of thinking a little bit, we were having a bit of fun on TV, and Trent Copeland said that Pat Cummins is starting to get the nickname as the mop. He's bowling a lot more to the tail as captain, whereas Mitchell Starc used to have that nickname, and we joked around a bit and all that sort of stuff, but there might be something in it that Stark's not bowling as much to the tail, and people might say they're easy wickets, but you've got to get them, and you just got to get through the tail quickly. But I think tails are making a lot more runs against this Australian team. We saw it at the Gabba. Deep and Bumrah got into a scenario where Australia couldn't force him to follow on.
Flem, Kat, appreciate your time. See you tomorrow. It's going to be a big couple of days of cricket here on SEN. There's more action in the CA Live app. Replay every wicket of the Border Gavaskar Trophy in the CA Live app. Download today. That was the Bendix Break big moment. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix Breaks. That was our post-game show, I guess, for Isuzu D-Max, Live It Reinvigorated, and Sonos. Get game-changing sound with Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. Big Bash Nation is coming up next. Now, this game has a bit of spice to it, I reckon. Adam White and Liam Pickering for the Stars against the Thunder at Manuka Oval in Canberra. We leave you today with the Tasman Butchers sizzling moments. But before we do that, this is really interesting because the Stars clearly felt as if they deserved a replacement player. They wanted to get Dan Lawrence in. Tom Curran got injured. We reported that this morning on the new ball. And Cricket Australia said no. So the Stars aren't overly happy with that. They're 0-4. But they do have Glenn Maxwell and Marcus Stoinis at their disposal. That's coming up next on SEN. And then tomorrow morning, we're back with a new ball. Thanks for being with us this afternoon from the MCG. We'll see you on day 4.
Sizzling moments for Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat.
Boland delivers and Rishabh plays it again, but it goes straight down the third man. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. That's going to make for an ugly replay.
Bowls to Jadeja. He's playing corner out. Got jammed in front. He went back instead of forwards.
Lyon bowls Sundar. Catches it on the half volley. Quickie shingle through. Out to mid-off he goes with the drive. And that's enough to get into a half century. Lyon approaches and delivers here, and Sundar gets forward and caught it slip. Lyon gets the breakthrough at long last.
One more run for Nitish Kumar Reddy, who watches from the non-striker's end. India 2 wickets left. Bumrah edges, caught. Khawaja takes the catch at first slip. Cummins strikes. Bumrah's gone for a duck. It's all about this one run, which is proving elusive. Bowler to Reddy. Down the line he goes. Lofted drive. Wonderful. Marvellous. A splendid test century for Nitish Kumar Reddy. Prodigiously talented young man. Down on one knee. A kiss to the heavens. The rare feat of a test century at number 8. It could be any ground in India by the reception that has engulfed him in Melbourne.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services.